However, it was already too late. Bao Fengbing's iron fist unleashed a powerful energy blast, lifting the floorboards. The sound of a sharp crack, mixed with the grinding of shattered stone, signaled the success of Gurion and Bao Fengbing's plan. Yob Jinqiang, despite his attempt to turn and block Bao Fengbing's lightning-fast attack, was too slow. He was sent flying backwards for 10 meters, his sword even slipping from his grasp. Bao Fengbing's powerful punch left Yob Jinqiang dazed, forcing him to retreat and avoid further engagement, his head throbbing with pain. Bao Fengbing, in the midst of a victorious stride, wouldn't let Yob Jinqiang escape so easily. He pursued relentlessly, his fist clenched tight. "I won't let you run." Despite being disarmed, Yob Jinqiang remained a master. He could utilize palm techniques as a substitute for swordsmanship in a desperate situation. The moment Bao Fengbing closed in, Yob Jinqiang unleashed a powerful palm strike. Yob Jinqiang's palm technique aimed directly at Bao Fengbing's face. The reach of his palm strike was greater than Bao Fengbing's fist, giving Yob Jinqiang the upper hand. Bao Fengbing, struck by Yob Jinqiang's palm, was thrown backwards, his fist failing to connect. Yob Jinqiang, having averted immediate danger, could only let out a sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived. Before Yob Jinqiang could withdraw his hand, Gurion's shield spun rapidly, launching an attack from the side. The moment Yob Jinqiang realized the massive object was flying towards him, it was too late. The shield was right next to his face, leaving him no way to dodge. A resounding bong echoed throughout the room as the shield collided with Yob Jinqiang, sending him sprawling to the ground. His body rolled several times across the floor. Yob Jinqiang couldn't regain his balance and rise immediately after falling. He could only let his body slide across the ground until the force of the impact dissipated. After a while, Yob Jinqiang staggered up with a tattered body. His face was angrily looking towards Gurion and the Storm Warrior. The humiliation of being hit by these two people's attacks made him angry, to the point of boiling blood. Before Yob Jinqiang had a chance to get up, Gurion and the Wind Warrior rushed forward to attack at the same time, one using a shield as a weapon and the other using a fist as hard as steel. The momentum could be said to overwhelm Yob Jinqiang. However, Yob Jinqiang did not flinch. He swung his fist, his rage fueling a surge of lightning power. "You vile, shameless heretics." In a flash, Yob Jinqiang's lightning fist slammed into the ground, shattering the floor within a 10-meter radius. The force of the explosion created a massive pressure wave that pushed Gurion and Bao Fengbing back, preventing them from reaching Yob Jinqiang. However, the pressure wave only pushed them back temporarily, not enough to inflict any serious damage. Yob Jinqiang only needed to create distance to have room to get up from his fall. Gurion, despite the failed attack, chuckled and taunted Yob Jinqiang. "Don't get so worked up. You're the leader of the White Tiger King branch, aren't you? But you seem unprepared to fight against despicable people like us. So righteous, just like the righteous Miram sect, right?" Yob Jinqiang, struck by the truth, became even more enraged. He was indeed eager to deal with Gurion and Bao Fengbing, aiming for Muam, the final piece in this game. However, his haste had made him careless. Immediately after, Yob Jinqiang channeled his inner energy into his hands, generating bright flashes of lightning. His eyes, filled with anger, shone with a fierce intensity. "Don't get cocky, I was simply off guard earlier. From now on, I will fight with all my might." He had barely finished his words when he collapsed, his knees hitting the ground with a thud. He was startled by his own sudden weakness. Yob Jinqiang tried to get up, but his legs refused to cooperate. Panic surged through him. "What's going on, my legs?" Gurion saw this and burst into laughter, mocking Yob Jinqiang. "What are you doing? Even if you kneel at our feet and beg, we won't let you off easily." Yob Jinqiang cried out in despair. "No, it's not like that." Bao Fengbing, upon seeing Yob Jinqiang's condition, immediately understood. "It seems like Dulong has used some kind of poison. Could this be his doing?" Yob Jinqiang, realizing what was happening, was shocked and confused. "Poison? But it doesn't look like he did anything like that." Bao Fengbing chuckled, shrugging his shoulders. "Because he always uses poison in unconventional ways. Isn't that why you call him Dulong, poison dragon, comma?" The paralysis in Yob Jinqiang's legs intensified. He realized he was unable to handle the two opponents in his current state. Despite this, he still channeled his inner energy into his hand, generating lightning, as if he were preparing to charge again. Before Bao Fengbing and Gurion could charge again, Yob Jinqiang unleashed his inner energy throughout his body. In a moment, his entire being was enveloped in a brilliant flash of lightning. Gurion and Bao Fengbing were both confused about his intentions. It turned out that Yob Jinqiang had used all his remaining strength to suppress the poison and escape. Gurion and Bao Fengbing immediately gave chase, taunting him. Are you running away? Seems like you used lightning to ease the symptoms of the poison, huh? Yob Jin Kyung ran towards the door, hoping for support from his subordinates. Even if Dulong had used poison, he was only one against many. His subordinates should have dealt with him by now. If that's the case, I need to regroup with my subordinates outside to turn the tide. With this thought, Yob Jin Kyung ran towards the brilliant light outside, the light of hope making his heavy steps seem lighter. However, the more hope, the greater the disappointment. As soon as Yob Jin Kyung stepped out of the building, he was immediately overwhelmed by despair. His face went pale as he saw the scene outside. Yob Jin Kyung's eyes turned white, his pupils shrinking to the size of a bean. He cried out in disbelief, "Impossible, my white tiger warriors. They were all defeated by that little punk." At that moment, the harsh truth was laid bare before Yob Jin Kyung. Jagang Jin was calmly sitting amidst a pile of bloody corpses, awaiting the outcome of the battle inside. As soon as Yob Jin Kyung appeared, Jagang Jin turned to look at him. His eyes, as sharp as knives, gleamed under the bright sunlight. His battle had just ended, and the lightning from the 9 Jade Divine Lightning Toad technique lingered in his eyes. Just then, Gurian and Bao Fongbing sauntered up behind Yob Jin Kyung. Seeing his dejected expression, Bao Fongbing sarcastically remarked, "Bad luck, it seems you've lost all your subordinates." Gurian clicked his tongue, revealing another shocking piece of information. "Let me tell you something else, the troops waiting for you at the foot of the mountain are gone too." Yob Jin Kyung, startled, turned back to look at Gurian with a questioning gaze. "What?" Gurian continued to laugh triumphantly. "Did you think there were only the three of us here?" Yob Jin Kyung was stunned, realizing that he had been so eager to achieve something that he had forgotten to carefully consider all possible scenarios, but now that he had realized the trap, it was too late. At the foot of the mountain, the troops of the White Tiger King branch were ambushed by members of the evil sects of the big cities, led by Muam. Except for those who were unfit for battle, everyone else charged into the fray. Tang Ha-ran used the poison sect palm techniques of the Tang family to sweep through the enemy in her path. Those struck by her attacks, if not killed, were left incapacitated, completely unable to fight. On the other side, the hidden nun used her screams as weapons, causing the enemy's eardrums to burst, their heads to spin, and their minds to become dizzy, the high-pitched sound constantly affecting their nerves. Muam, upon appearing, naturally joined the battle. He drew his sword, which he hadn't used in years, and with a confident smile, stepped into the midst of the numerous troops. Muam didn't even need to perform any complex footwork. Standing still, he used the 72 Shadow Sword technique, wiping out all enemies within a 5-meter radius around him. Although the ordinary members of the evil sects of the big cities still faced difficulties against the large number of well-trained swordsmen, their key members, with their fierce fighting prowess, helped them gain the upper hand, causing the soldiers to panic. "Damn it, they ambushed us. They deliberately took advantage of the leader's absence. We can't lose all our troops here." Finally, overwhelmed by the enemy's strength, the soldiers had no choice but to blow the signal horn, urging their comrades to retreat. "Everyone, retreat, immediately, retreat." Immediately after, the sound of the signal horn echoed throughout Mount Qingcheng. Due to the area's mountainous terrain, the sound traveled even farther than usual. Yob Jin Kyung, on top of the mountain, also heard the sound of the signal horn carried by the wind. The sound of retreat was like another slap in the face, completely shattering him. Yob Jin Kyung could not hide his disappointment and bitterness. He clenched his teeth, confirming that it was indeed the sound of his troops retreating. Gurian and Bao Fongbing, seeing this, laughed even more gleefully, mocking Yob Jin Kyung. "Looks like the fight's over." They decided to abandon their leader and run for their lives. "Ha, TSK, TSK. Yob Jin Kyung heard the taunts of Gurian and Bao Fongbing but couldn't retort. He knew it was all his fault. His haste to achieve something had led him to underestimate the enemy, causing this situation. Yob Jin Kyung, the more he thought about it, the more he regretted his foolish decision to enter Sichuan territory. He should have brought in other forces from Sichuan. However, it was too late to regret it now, so Yob Jin Kyung could only put all his effort into this battle, hoping that even if he died, he would take a few enemies with him. Just as Yob Jin Kyung was about to unleash his final burst of power to fight to the death with those present, Jagang Jin suddenly spoke, his voice incredibly calm. "You should leave too." Yob Jin Kyung stopped immediately, looking at Jagang Jin with suspicion. "What do you mean?" Jagang Jin remained seated, calmly repeating himself. "I said, I'll let you escape with your life." Yob Jin Kyung, upon hearing this, felt no gratitude. Instead, he shouted angrily, "Are you mocking me? I, Yob Jin Kyung, don't need my enemy's mercy, even if it costs me my life. I'll drag you all down to hell with me. Jagang Jin calmly stood up, his eyes devoid of any murderous intent. We have achieved our goal of driving you people away. An opponent who is determined to fight to the death is a difficult opponent. If we push you to the edge now, we'll also suffer losses. Seeing that Yob Jin-kyung was still reluctant to leave, Jagang Jin provoked him. Wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to survive and seek revenge on us later instead of dying here? Yob Jin-kyung was gradually persuaded and dropped his aggressive demeanor. Yob Jin-kyung finally lowered his head and admitted, although I am furious, I cannot deny what you said is true. However, next time, I won't let things end like this. Before leaving, Yob Jin-kyung, wanting to maintain his dignity, issued a warning to Jagang Jin. If you find yourself in a similar situation as I am now, don't think for a second that I'll have any mercy on you. Immediately after, Yob Jin-kyung used his light kung fu to disappear from Jagang Jin's sight. Although Gurion and Bao Bing both wanted to finish off Yob Jin-kyung, they silently obeyed Jagang Jin's orders. After Yob Jin-kyung had left, Gurion asked Jagang Jin, now that we have the chance, wouldn't it be better for us to eliminate him? Jagang Jin shook his head and explained, if we kill him, the Martial Arts Alliance will send an even more elite and larger force than the one here now. Our only goal is to buy time for Yua to recover, so it's best not to provoke them too much. This is enough. Gurion and Bao Bing, after listening, didn't complain or argue. After that, Jagang Jin turned and hurried towards the entrance of the Taoist temple, his expression resolute. We need to go down the mountain now. We need to make sure the situation down there is under control. Jagang Jin, still unfamiliar with light skills, could only hastily walk down the mountain. Gurion and Bao Bing silently watched his back disappear behind the grand gates of the Taoist temple. After observing for a while, Gurion clicked his tongue and exclaimed to Bao Bing, he's truly an extraordinary person, isn't he? Bao Bing nodded in agreement. Pyeonbok said that Leech had invited him to join our sect many times, but it had no effect. Finally, they both looked at Jagang Jin with a wistful gaze. Deep down, they hoped that the evil sects in the big cities would be able to recruit such an extraordinary member. However, if even Ryung Kyung's words were ineffective, they could do nothing. After the fierce battle ended, everyone gathered to enjoy a hearty meal. All previous misunderstandings were resolved after experiencing such a crucial life-or-death moment. The spirit of unity among the members became even stronger. Pyeonbok and those who had argued with each other just a few days ago, almost getting into a fistfight, were now able to embrace and sing loudly, as if the conflict had never occurred. Although Tang Haran hadn't fully integrated into this new atmosphere, she felt less timid and was able to sit amidst the bustling crowd with So-So, no longer feeling the initial distance. Seeing that his side had suffered minimal casualties and everyone was happy after the victory, Jagang Jin finally let out a sigh of relief. This is truly reassuring. It seems everyone managed this better than I expected. Muam, standing beside him, chuckled. They're not so weak that they need your supervision. Yua's been training them for a long time. After taking a deep breath, Muam also sighed in relief. We'll have peace for a while now. We've defeated the forces of the Martial Arts Alliance in Sichuan, and even chased away Yob Jin-kyung's White Tiger Army from neighboring Guizhou. Because the White Tiger Army lost, the Martial Arts Alliance will have to be much more cautious when fighting us. We can buy some time until Yua fully recovers. Muam's words ultimately circled back to his sole purpose, Ryung Kyung's safety. Jagang Jin, knowing this already, simply replied, I understand. Muam suddenly made a suggestion. Perhaps this is the best time for you to leave this place. Jagang Jin, with absolutely no intention of abandoning everyone, immediately furrowed his brow and looked at Muam with suspicion. Muam questioned Jagang Jin, didn't you fight so you could seek revenge for the medical sects? Jagang Jin firmly replied, but I swore to protect those here. Muam pursed his lips and analyzed for Jagang Jin, what I'm saying is not to make you abandon them. Whether you want revenge or protect others, you still need strength. Jagang Jin remained confused, unsure of Muam's intentions. Please enlighten me further. Muam had to offer a clearer suggestion. Didn't I tell you, the White Tiger Army is in Guizhou, the closest location to us. Now, the White Tiger Army is absent from Guizhou, so the security at the Guizhou branch of the Martial Arts Alliance will be weakened. And in that Guizhou, that man is there. Muam continued to speak vaguely, leaving Jagang Jin unable to imagine who this man was or how he was involved. Muam had to directly remind Jagang Jin of what he had previously told him. The man imprisoned in Guizhou's dungeons is the one who created the 9 Jade Radiant 5 Thunder Toad technique with me. Not only that, but he also solved the final mystery of this martial art, perfecting it into a flawless technique. That man is also the strongest warrior of the evil cult, Yellow Huan. Of course, to obtain the secret techniques, you'll definitely have to overcome a challenge, but this is also the only way for Jagang Jin to become stronger. Jagang Jin, hearing this, finally had a spark in his eyes. He pieced together the clues and understood why Muam wanted him to leave. It wasn't to abandon them, but to find a more secure path. Although it seemed Jagang Jin had realized the issue, Muam still carefully instructed him with a tone full of confidence that Jagang Jin would overcome this challenge. Go find him, to achieve the goal you desire. After the feast ended, Jagang Jin privately informed the key figures in the evil sects of the big cities. Pyeonbok sighed upon hearing this. You're leaving so suddenly, I'm a bit sad. Jagang Jin didn't want to leave either, but he could only suppress his anxiety. I'm very sorry to have to leave at such a critical time. Pyeonbok immediately smiled and encouraged him. It's alright. I'm sure you have your own reasons after considering it carefully for a long time before making this decision. After all, you've shown your loyalty to our liege many times. All members of the evil sects in the big cities are very grateful to you. We'll still smile goodbye to you no matter when you choose to leave. Pyeonbok's words of encouragement helped Jagang Jin to gain more determination. I will try my best to finish what I have to do as quickly as possible and return. Just then, Gurion and Baofengbing unexpectedly appeared and teasingly encouraged Jagang Jin. Don't worry too much. Once Liege is healed, we'll leave this place right away. Maybe when you come back here, it'll just be an empty field. Despite appearing strong, Gurion, Baofengbing, and Pyeonbok all felt reluctant deep down. Finally, Baofengbing stepped forward to say goodbye to Jagang Jin. Do long, we'll definitely meet again. Jagang Jin then quickly packed his belongings, preparing to leave for Guizhou that night. Since the journey was longer than the route to Tangjia and he could only walk, he had to leave as soon as possible. At this moment, Jagang Jin sensed Tang Haoran hesitantly standing behind him with a wistful gaze. He sighed and blamed himself. You've suffered so much because of following me. Tang Haoran immediately smiled gently, comforting Jagang Jin. It's alright, from the moment I decided to become your wife, I was prepared for this. Jagang Jin still felt guilty, so after packing, he turned back to look at Tang Haoran with a sorrowful gaze. It was then that he noticed the clothes in her hands. What is that? Tang Haoran shyly handed the clothes to Jagang Jin. This is a gift. The Qingqing sect's robes have wide sleeves, making them unsuitable for using the soul-stealing arrows, so I cut off a part of my undershirt and altered it into a similar outfit to Tang Jia's. I thought this color would suit you better, so I dyed it blue. I've never done this before, so it was a bit difficult. Without So-So's help, I wouldn't have been able to finish it. Jagang Jin looked intently at the outfit and noticed that Tang Haoran's fingers were bandaged. It seemed she had been pricked by needles multiple times while sewing the clothes. Tang Haoran had put all her heart and soul into the shirt and shyly hoped Jagang Jin would accept it. Although I didn't sew it very beautifully, I hope you'll wear it. Jagang Jin couldn't help but be moved, looking at her with affectionate eyes. Thank you. As he received the clothes, he couldn't stop beaming. When I was young, my mother often sewed clothes for me. I never thought anyone else would sew clothes for me like this. I'm truly happy. Tang Haoran's sincerity was accepted, causing a smile to bloom on her blushing face. She excitedly asked Jagang Jin with sparkling eyes, should I tell you something even more joyful? Of course, it was only a formality. Tang Haoran had planned to tell him this from the beginning. She eagerly leaned close to Jagang Jin's ear, as if this was a secret known only to the two of them. Then, sweet whispers flowed into Jagang Jin's ear. Tang Haoran's face flushed even more as she revealed the important news to her husband. After hearing everything Tang Haoran wanted to say, Jagang Jin's face also turned red like a persimmon. He opened his mouth wide, surprise evident in his eyes. For the first time, Jagang Jin felt awkward in front of Tang Haoran. He nervously asked her again, what, that, are you serious? Tang Haoran couldn't help but giggle at Jagang Jin's adorable appearance. Look how flustered you are. Jagang Jin quickly explained, because I never thought something like this could happen. Tang Haoran laughed even more, teasing him playfully. So, you thought nothing would happen? Jagang Jin hastily waved his hands in explanation. No, it's not like that. But I really didn't expect that something like this could happen in my life. Jagang Jin's face grew redder and redder. His hands unconsciously gripped the shirt Tang Haoran had just given him, his awkwardness lingering. Seeing Jagang Jin flustered, Tang Haoran took his hand and pulled him close with a tender gesture. I'm the same, but on the other hand, I'm also very worried. Will our child be able to come into this world safely? Will they be able to overcome the thorny path ahead with us? Tang Haoran spoke with a gentle voice. placing Jagang Jin's hand on her belly so he could feel the connection between them, now stronger than ever. After a while, Tang Haoran's smile faded, replaced by a heavy gaze of worry. I know you have many burdens on your shoulders, and I know you can't easily shake them off. Thinking of the thorny path ahead and her responsibility as a mother, Tang Haoran couldn't help but choke back a sob, becoming silent for a moment. Then, she sighed, forcing a smile as she encouraged herself. I want to be someone you can trust and rely on, but perhaps it seems difficult now. That's why this time, I won't be going with you. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Haoran decisively pushed Jagang Jin's hand away, causing him to open his eyes wide in shock. Tang Haoran, despite the heartache, still forced herself to step away from Jagang Jin's embrace. I will leave this place, hide, and try my best to protect our child. Jagang Jin immediately worried and wanted to convince her to find another solution. But Tang Jia is still after you. What if they find you? Tang Haoran turned to look at Jagang Jin with loving eyes and smiled reassuringly. Do you forget how important a child is to Tang Jia? If they know I'm carrying a child, they won't take my life. So please, survive and come back, to me, to our child. Even though Tang Haoran tried to appear strong, the worry and sorrow in her eyes were undeniable. Looking into those teary, heartbroken eyes, Jagang Jin immediately took a step towards his wife to find a way to comfort and reassure her. He finally found a way to express his feelings, gently placing his hand on his wife's neck with a tender gesture filled with love. Their lips slowly drew close to each other in an atmosphere of passionate love, the cold, dark night warmed by the flames of love burning fiercely within their hearts. After giving Tang Haoran a passionate kiss, Jagang Jin gently told her, I promise I will return safe and sound. Then they set off together, but soon parted ways. A few days later, at the Martial Arts Alliance branch in Guizhou, an oppressive atmosphere hung over the place because Yob Jinkyung's White Tiger army had been defeated, leaving the defenses significantly weakened. At this moment, only a few guards were scattered outside the branch, and they didn't expect anyone to come at this time, so they were extremely negligent and lacked focus in their guarding duties. Jagang Jin seized the opportunity when the guards outside the branch were not paying attention to the surroundings and quickly jumped over the wall into the inside. The guards didn't suspect a thing when they heard the noise, and when they didn't see anyone, they simply ignored it. After scouting for a while, Jagang Jin found the location of the Guizhou branch's dungeon, but it was also very poorly guarded, with only 2 listless soldiers guarding outside. The 2 guards were completely unprepared, not only neglecting to observe the surroundings but also yawning repeatedly in a careless manner. Just as one soldier was yawning, a poison needle suddenly flew towards him, piercing his throat. He couldn't even utter a sound, not even a muffled cry for help. In a flash, the poison guard collapsed face down, dying a painful death. The other guard saw this and was startled and confused, but he didn't shout a warning signal, he just stared blankly at his fallen comrade. While the guard was still stunned and hadn't reacted, Jagang Jin suddenly emerged from the shadows and attacked him with a poison needle, a swift and decisive action that gave the enemy no chance to resist or raise an alarm. After dealing with the guards outside, Jagang Jin calmly entered the dungeon. The inside was even more poorly guarded than the outside, with not even a single guard in sight. Inside the dungeon, the smell of mildew mingled with the strong stench of blood, but Jagang Jin was accustomed to these smells and didn't mind them. He calmly walked past the cells echoing with cries of anguish and looked into the darkness to search for Yelu Huan. After passing about 20 cells, Jagang Jin suddenly stopped in front of one that didn't emit any sound. This cell was clearly different from the others. As Jagang Jin looked deeper into the cell, he saw a man silently sitting with his back to the cell door, intently staring at a detailed Go board drawn on the wall. Though Jagang Jin couldn't see the man's face and had never seen Yelu Huan before, his intuition told him that the person staring intently at the Go board was indeed Yelu Huan. Jagang Jin didn't even bother asking the man's identity. He acted immediately, silently launching a phantom arrow towards the lock of that cell. A sharp click was heard, and the lock was severed effortlessly by a thin thread shot from the phantom arrow. It was both silent and swift. Yelu Huan, inside the cell, didn't need to look to know what Jagang Jin had done. The phantom arrow, he remarked, it's been a long time since I've seen one, but you're a strange young man. Why did you break a lock that wasn't even locked? Jagang Jin calmly opened the cell door and entered without asking the prisoner's permission. He nonchalantly replied, is that so? I didn't know that. Yelu Huan still didn't turn around to look at Jagang Jin, but he frankly addressed the main issue. You broke in here in the middle of the night and even broke the lock. You're certainly not an ordinary person. Why did you come to find me? Without saying anything, Jagang Jin sat down behind Yeluhuan, appearing relaxed and carefree as if he were at home. After observing the man's attitude and seeing that he didn't seem inclined to drive him away, Jagang Jin unexpectedly offered, "Can we play a game of Go?" Yeluhuan fell silent at this, seeming to be speculating about Jagang Jin's identity. Those who came here to play Go, of course, all had a common goal. Before Yeluhuan could respond, the prisoner in the cell opposite kindly reminded Jagang Jin, "You're too arrogant, kid, do you know who he is?" Jagang Jin acted as if he didn't care who Yeluhuan was and nonchalantly shrugged, "I only came to play Go, do I really need to know who he is?" The prisoner in the opposite cell yelled a warning, "Brat, you want to be crushed into dust, get lost." Yeluhuan, seeing Jagang Jin's unusual demeanor, burst into laughter with amusement and stopped the prisoner in the opposite cell's chattering, "Shut your mouth, you're too noisy." The prisoner in the opposite cell obediently replied, "Yes, yes, sir, I obey." Just by looking at Yeluhuan's aura, Jagang Jin was sure he hadn't mistaken the person. As soon as the atmosphere became quiet, Yeluhuan pulled out a Go board and placed it with a click in front of Jagang Jin. "Go, all right." When Jagang Jin carefully observed the Go board, he noticed patterns on the surface that resembled human bones. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a unique Go board." Yeluhuan calmly acknowledged, "Yes." He even chuckled gleefully and explained the origin of this table in detail. "It was made from the bones of those who were fearless enough to dare to challenge me to a game of Go." Jagang Jin immediately understood the meaning behind Yeluhuan's words and frankly asked him, "Did they bet their lives to play this game of Go?" Yeluhuan clicked his tongue and laughed, "If you want to possess something that others have spent their entire lives striving for, then at least you should bet your life on it, shouldn't you? So, do you still want to continue? If you're scared, you can leave now." Yeluhuan's words were full of provocation, serving as the first test of Jagang Jin's courage. Jagang Jin didn't respond verbally but directly used his actions to demonstrate his courage to Yeluhuan. Without hesitation, he placed a black stone on the board. After making his move and starting the game, Jagang Jin calmly asserted to Yeluhuan, "I told you I wanted to play." Seeing Jagang Jin's resolute demeanor, Yeluhuan laughed even more gleefully, "It's been a long time since I had a good match. I hope you can entertain me." Immediately after, the white stone in Yeluhuan's hand was placed on the board. In his eyes, full of excitement, the dazzling light of the Nine Pearls Radiant Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique flickered. Meanwhile, there was still no movement outside the dungeon. It seemed like no one had noticed the two guards being taken down, so there was no commotion. Inside the dungeon, the stones continued to be placed on the board, creating a rattling sound along with the sound of conversation. After a few moves, Yeluhuan began to praise Jagang Jin, "You have the skills to demand a Go match." As the game entered a tense phase, Yeluhuan kindly showed concern for Jagang Jin, "Although you snuck in here, is it alright to stay this long? The sun will rise soon." Jagang Jin confidently declared, "I plan to finish this game before then." Yeluhuan laughed even louder, teasing Jagang Jin, "Hee, what if there's a move I need to carefully consider for a long time?" Jagang Jin continued to focus on the moves and calmly replied to Yeluhuan, "I won't let you stall for time." His words were full of genuine confidence but also sounded like a challenge to his opponent. Yeluhuan was even more amused by Jagang Jin's stubbornness and laughed loudly. The prisoner in the cell opposite suddenly shouted, interrupting them, "Sir, don't fall for this kid's trick, he definitely looks suspicious." The noise and disruption immediately soured Yeluhuan's mood. He was about to place a stone but suddenly retracted his hand and pointed at the cell across from him, "You! Shut your mouth." As soon as he finished speaking, Yeluhuan crushed the stone in his hand. A terrifying crunching sound echoed, making the prisoner on the other side jump in fright and scream. Then, the voice from behind the bars opposite became a mere squeak, my fault, please forgive me." Yeluhuan casually glanced at Jagang Jin as he waved his hand, scattering the crushed pieces of the stone on the ground. "Does this make you scared?" Jagang Jin remained calm and continued playing Go. "No, I just think I was right to come here." Continue. Yeluhuan was even more impressed by Jagang Jin's personality. Of course." Black and white stones continued to be placed on the board. Every move was decided quickly, and it seemed like neither side had to spend much time deliberating over their moves. Both Yeluhuan and Jagang Jin were extremely confident. Though their facial expressions differed, their calmness and focus were similar. After about 120 moves, Yeluhuan's arrogant smile suddenly vanished. He stared at the board with a stunned expression, speechless. On the board at this moment, the layout of the game gradually became clear. It resembled a part of the game that Yeluhuan had drawn on the wall and admired for a long time. This instantly made him excited. you little rascal. So this is what you meant when you said you wouldn't give me a chance to stall. Who taught you to play go this way? Yeluwan couldn't help but feel suspicious because only he and Muam remembered this layout. Jagang Jin took the initiative to make the first move, guiding Yeluwan's instinctive reaction based on memory. His main purpose was to indirectly reveal his identity and Muam's. Seeing Yeluwan's excitement, a deep smile crept onto Jagang Jin's lips. A Taoist priest leading the Qingqing sect, are you not intrigued by what's going to happen next? Yeluwan instantly realized that Jagang Jin was sent by Muam. His eyes widened with a mixture of astonishment and excitement because he had been waiting for a long time to finish this unfinished game. After confirming that the person before him was the one who would fulfill his long-held wish, Yeluwan couldn't contain his joyful laughter, which echoed throughout the dungeon. Immediately afterward, he became more enthusiastic. The subsequent moves were placed on the board in less than 3 seconds each, simply because they were all firmly embedded in his memory. Jagang Jin didn't lag behind Yeluwan for a single second. Each move was executed decisively according to his memory. The game progressed faster and faster, just as Jagang Jin had anticipated. The closer the game got to its conclusion, the more excited Yeluwan became. Laughing uncontrollably, his hands swiftly placed the pieces down, as if beating a drum, exactly like before. Jagang Jin, on the other hand, had no expression whatsoever. He focused on placing the pieces correctly and wanted to finish the game quickly to achieve his goal. Yeluwan grew increasingly excited as he reminisced about the beautiful memories of playing Go with Muam on a cliffside amidst the white snow. It was exactly like the Go game we played then. After the board was filled 2/3 of the way, Yeluwan began placing his pieces down more slowly, but not because he hesitated, unsure of his next move. It was simply that the game had reached its most crucial stage. The old moves had been accurately replicated. Now, only the move that Yeluwan had long awaited Muam to play remained. Yeluwan couldn't help but laugh gleefully, looking at Jagang Jin with hungry eyes like a wild beast. Right after this will be the move I've been waiting for. Alright, make your move. This time, Jagang Jin didn't pick a piece from the box but instead pulled out a black piece from his chest pocket. The shimmering light of the seashell instantly set it apart from the other pieces. On the day Muam taught Go to Jagang Jin, he presented this piece with instructions. I hear he's imprisoned at the Guizhou branch of the Martial Arts League. You should carry this piece with you. Although on the night before Jagang Jin left Qingqing Mountain, Muam didn't mention the purpose of using that special piece, Jagang Jin realized its significance upon meeting Yeluwan. As Jagang Jin prepared to place the piece down, Yeluwan's eyes were filled with excitement. He almost lost control, laughing with a frantic urgency as he urged Jagang Jin, make your move, hurry up, now. Yeluwan's hungry eyes stared intently at Jagang Jin's fingers holding the piece, making his image seem chaotic like a monster waiting to devour its prey. Jagang Jin recalled the final move Muam placed on the board when he taught him, and he didn't hesitate to replicate it, knowing that it wasn't a winning move. Sure enough, Yeluwan was stunned upon seeing the move, stiff as a log with a blank expression. Boy, don't make a fool of me. In a flash, Yeluwan's rage flared, his teeth gritted as he questioned Jagang Jin, are you sure that's your move? Jagang Jin understood he was simply playing in Muam's stead, so he confidently confirmed, yes, I'm absolutely certain. Yeluwan still couldn't believe that Muam would make such a foolish move and angrily asked again, do you know what that move means? Seeing that Jagang Jin simply remained silent, as if unaware of the move's meaning, Yeluwan became even more annoyed and shouted, that's a losing move, you're using such a meaningless move to admit defeat. Yeluwan roared like a ferocious beast, criticizing Jagang Jin for insulting Muam's honor. Even if the game was leaning in my favor, he would never admit defeat like that. Although he was furious, Yeluwan didn't rush to do anything to Jagang Jin. Based on the way he was playing, it was certain that the moves were taught by Muam. More importantly, when Yeluwan examined the final piece Jagang Jin placed on the board, it was definitely the seashell piece crafted by Muam. Therefore, it was impossible for Muam to send someone who didn't know how to play or someone who was unreliable. After calming down and thinking it over, Yeluwan asked Jagang Jin, what happened to the Qingqing sect? Jagang Jin nodded with a somber voice, they left Qingqing Mountain. Yeluwan instantly grasped the issue. This meant that Muam must have foreseen his own impending end. Jagang Jin hadn't anticipated that Muam's move held such meaning. He furrowed his brow, puzzled, and asked Yeluwan, why do you think so? Yeluwan explained to him, I belong to the Hell Worship sect. Sending you here means revealing our friendship to the world. What other plausible reason could there be? Clearly, it's because he's in a situation where that issue is no longer important. Yeluhuan spoke, his hand tightening around Muam's piece with a bitter expression. He looked down at the board with a melancholic regret. This Go game of ours, a game that lasted for 20 years, has ended like this. It means he won't be able to continue playing Go with me anymore, right? Yeluhuan couldn't control his emotions and bowed his head with sorrow. He played that move because he didn't want to leave me with any regrets. It seems I'm about to lose the only friend who can play Go with me, isn't that so? Although Yeluhuan had a tough exterior and an unusual personality, he highly valued his friendship with Muam. Knowing this, Jagang Jin didn't know what to say to comfort him at this moment. After mourning the loss of a friendship, Yeluhuan quickly regained his composure and spoke to Jagang Jin about the main issue. Right, you must be here for the Radiant Jade 9 Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique, because he risked sending you here despite the danger. I assume he wants you to learn it, correct? Jagang Jin silently nodded. Yeluhuan then urged him to complete what he needed to do before danger arrived. If that's the case, then I'll fulfill his wish. Stand up and come closer, face me. Roll up your right sleeve and give me your hand. Jagang Jin obediently followed Yeluhuan's instructions and extended his right arm towards him. Yeluhuan suddenly grabbed Jagang Jin's hand and squeezed tightly, causing the veins to bulge beneath his skin. Immediately afterward, Yeluhuan began channeling a large amount of internal energy into Jagang Jin's hand. Now I'll show you the core of the Radiant Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique. The abundant internal energy flowed into the meridians in Jagang Jin's arm, making his veins even more prominent. However, this power of Yeluhuan caused Jagang Jin's mind to become momentarily disoriented. He couldn't resist at all, feeling as if his meridians were experiencing a tsunami. Jagang Jin could do nothing but scream. The sound of agony echoed throughout the dungeon, but Yeluhuan didn't stop. He continued releasing his internal energy, surging like a storm. Seeing that Jagang Jin was simply standing there enduring the damage without using his Radiant Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique, Yeluhuan instructed him, "What are you doing? Your arm will break if you keep this up. Use your Radiant Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique to counter." "I'm sure Muam taught you before sending you here." Jagang Jin finally managed to release the energy of the Radiant Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique within him to withstand Yeluhuan's formidable power. However, Jagang Jin struggled to focus his energy and release the power of his internal energy in this situation. Even when Jagang Jin tried his best, the power of the Radiant Jade 9 Jade 5 Thunder Toad technique he possessed was like a flickering spark of electricity before the thunderous lightning created by Yeluhuan. When the two energies clashed, Jagang Jin initially gained a slight advantage because he had poured all his life's energy into releasing the energy in that instant. But the glorious moment quickly faded. Jagang Jin's energy was soon overwhelmed. Yeluhuan clicked his tongue and remarked, "I'd love to say you did well, but honestly, the internal energy you're using is too unusual. At this level, I can confidently say that your body is not in the state it should be. Now I'll transfer my internal energy into you and fill every nook and cranny in your body that contains poison." With these words, Yeluhuan unleashed his internal energy even more powerfully. The terrifying internal energy surged into Jagang Jin's body. It no longer confined itself to one arm but quickly spread throughout his entire body. Jagang Jin felt as if his meridians were about to burst, especially those blocked in the left half of his body. They couldn't possibly handle such a massive amount of power. Yeluhuan doesn't know the condition on the other side of Jagang Jin's body, so keep giving him strength. I have reached the realm of origin. It is a big river, also a wide road open. Yeluhuan excitedly explained to Jagang Jin in detail. The source of internal force is like the flow of water. Even if mud flows into the river, it cannot stain the vast river. A large river can contain everything, types of water. And a wide open road includes all paths. He continued, that's the meaning of origin. He continued to transfer his inner power to Jagang Jin, despite the excruciating pain his body was enduring. The immense pressure made Jagang Jin's head feel like it was going to explode. His veins were bulging throughout his body, and the pressure from Yeluhuan's inner energy caused sweat to pour down his entire body. Despite the excruciating pain, Jagang Jin forced himself to remain calm and recall Muam's previous explanations. From what he had learned, the state of origin also began with the harmony of yin and yang. Only by achieving this balance of yin and yang could he break through to the next realms. Finally, Jagang Jin strained, attempting to release his blocked meridians. No matter what, he had to push out that impure energy and create space for the massive flow of inner energy rushing in. After clearing his mind, Jagang Jin channeled the energy he had received to his left side, forcing the impure energy to escape his body in the form of black sweat. However, because the absorption of Yellow Huan's vast energy caused Jagang Jin's body to overheat, the impure energy actually crystallized toxins evaporated after leaving his body. The more Jagang Jin strained, the more noxious smoke billowed, and he was completely oblivious to it. The poisonous smoke quickly filled the cell, creating a hazy black veil that floated in the air, but neither Yellow Huan nor Jagang Jin noticed it. It wasn't until Yellow Huan suddenly realized the problem that he had already inhaled a considerable amount of the toxic smoke. More importantly, the kind of poison was unusual, and he couldn't ignore its presence. Yellow Huan had no choice but to let go of Jagang Jin and stop transferring his pure inner power into his body. Jagang Jin, in the midst of receiving the inner power, was abruptly cut off and lost his balance, tumbling to the ground. Even after being poisoned, Yellow Huan chuckled, "You're quite an interesting fellow, now I understand why you couldn't reach the state of origin." Jagang Jin scrambled to his feet, his face bewildered, unable to understand what Yellow Huan meant. Yellow Huan continued to grin, despite blood pouring from his nose and mouth. "What kind of monstrosity did Muum send to me? Unbelievable, I, who am immune to all poisons, am poisoned." Yellow Huan chuckled gleefully, looking at Jagang Jin with excited eyes, instead of angry accusations for poisoning him. He then calmly spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground, but even after Yellow Huan used his internal energy to remove the toxin, blood continued to flow from his nose and mouth, showing that this poison wasn't easily eliminated. Jagang Jin looked at Yellow Huan in confusion, not understanding what was wrong, but Yellow Huan, still remarkably calm, explained thoroughly, "The energy sealed in your left side isn't just impure energy." Ignoring the blood still flowing, Yellow Huan chuckled leisurely, "It's poisonous energy, and it's top-tier poison. You've created a poison that can break through my immunity to all poisons. Where in the world did you get this poison?" Yellow Huan's question sparked many new speculations in Jagang Jin's mind. Jagang Jin remembered the precious pill his grandfather had given him to swallow after he was bitten by the five-colored centipede. It had solidified his energy and blood, preventing the centipede's poison from spreading throughout his body. That was why, from that point on, Jagang Jin had strong immunity to poisons, even though he didn't know any martial arts. That was Jagang Jin's previous thought, but now, after being enlightened by Yellow Huan, he realized that the pill's effect went beyond that. It was possible that other types of poison had entered Jagang Jin's body and gotten trapped within his solidified meridians, accumulating there. At this moment, even Jagang Jin was terrified and shocked to realize how terrifyingly poisonous he was. Simply put, the left side of Jagang Jin's body had accumulated, starting with the five-colored centipede's poison, followed by all the poisons Mangrio had experimented with on him. Then there was the large amount of cinnabar he had absorbed in the mine, snake venom like the Jing snake venom, the Qing Jie Shui Xian Lu snake venom, and countless other types of venom he had swallowed during his quest for revenge. All of these had combined into a top-tier poison, just as Yellow Huan had praised. Jagang Jin didn't know whether to be happy or sad about this praise. He involuntarily shuddered with disgust as he looked at the black sweat on his left side. Had all those poisons transformed into poisonous energy and filled his left side? Based on Jagang Jin's reaction, Yellow Huan had no intention of blaming him. "It seems you weren't aware of this before," he said. Hearing that Yellow Huan had been poisoned, the surrounding prisoners exclaimed in alarm, "Leader, are you all right, leader?" Yellow Huan grumbled, "Stop calling me that. I don't have the strength to speak anymore." Then, Yellow Huan extended his hand toward Jagang Jin, offering to help him up. "In this condition, I can't use the same method to teach you the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tianshu again," he explained. "The poison will spread throughout my body before you fully understand how to use it." Jagang Jin was momentarily stunned as he saw Yellow Huan's outstretched hand, thinking he would use the dangerous method again, but hearing Yellow Huan's words, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, Jagang Jin grasped Yellow Huan's hand for support and stood up. He didn't waste any time and got straight to the point. "All right, let's do it this way then." Before Jagang Jin could understand what was happening, Yellow Huan roared, his voice echoing throughout the prison, "Everyone, cover your ears." Yellow Huan was immediately met with tense silence. The other prisoners, out of fear of him, obeyed without a single word. When he was sure no one was eavesdropping, Yellow Huan spoke directly to Jagang Jin. "Now that you understand what origin is, I will teach you the martial arts principles of this art. These are the steps to truly achieve the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tianshu." As soon as he finished speaking, Yellow Huan looked deep into Jagang Jin's eyes and transmitted what he needed to say. In the blink of an eye, a massive amount of knowledge flooded into Jagang Jin's mind, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. Yelu Huan's words and mantras entered Jagang Jin's ears, and some of them were immediately understood and absorbed. His power, as a result, showed a clear growth compared to before. After transmitting the entire set of mantras to Jagang Jin, Yelu Huan let out a breath and gave him the final instruction. "That's all," he said. "Everyone will have a different form of origin. Since your origin has already begun to take shape, even if I don't explain the remaining steps in detail, you will still understand the latter half of the mantras." Yelu Huan spoke, breathing heavily with fatigue. Jagang Jin, who had just received the knowledge, fell into a dazed state for a while. Seeing this, Yelu Huan patiently asked Jagang Jin, "Is there anything else you want to ask?" Jagang Jin pondered for a moment and then looked up at Yelu Huan with concern. "The steps of the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tian Shu that I knew before were similar, but also different, from what you just told me." Yelu Huan turned towards the chessboard on the wall, his expression thoughtful. "That's normal. Muam and I are proficient in different martial arts and interpret them from our own perspectives. The steps you learned were based on Muam's interpretation, and although he understands it better than I do, he deliberately chose to explain it differently." Jagang Jin was even more curious. Why would he do that? Yelu Huan hesitated for a moment and then said with a bitter tone, "Because of the woman he loves." He gave simple examples so she could understand the steps of the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tian Shu. As soon as he heard this, Jagang Jin realized that the woman Muam loved was Ryung Kyung. Yelu Huan's voice became increasingly bitter as he continued, "Because he changed them as he wished, it's no wonder he couldn't complete the latter half of the steps. Even though she is the woman he loves with all his heart, she's still someone I don't know at all." Yelu Huan recalled with a sense of loss how he had unknowingly clashed with Muam many times for passing on the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tian Shu to an outsider like Ryung Kyung. And because besides the two of them, there was someone else who knew about the Light 9-Bitch Cave 5 Thunder Shadow technique, so someone who knew about this plotted to usurp it and intervene between them, and in the end both Yelu Huan and Muam are all falling into the current tragic situation. Jagang Jin immediately guessed who was the factor that pushed them into this step: the undefeated Holy Sword, Baek Li Young. Yelu Huan also replied frankly, "Yes, so you also know him." When Baek Li Young approached Ryung Kyung, she had only just obtained the steps of the brilliant Jade 9 Peaks, 5 Thunder Toad technique. It was not yet perfect, so later, Baek Li Young threatened Yelu Huan to get the other half of the secret manual, but Yelu Huan refused, so he was imprisoned here. Afterwards, Baek Li Young decided to use the Go board that Yelu Huan and Muam used to play to find the remaining steps of the secret manual. He continuously sent people to play Go with Yelu Huan, thanks to which Yelu Huan received many white pieces made from human bones. After hearing the whole story, Jagang Jin still had a question, pointing at the lock outside the cell. "I might be being presumptuous here, but you don't seem to be in prison. Isn't this lock unlocked?" "If you want to, you can still leave," Yelu Huan said. After hearing that, he fell into contemplation for a moment. From the beginning, he himself had proactively confirmed that to Jagang Jin, so it's impossible to deny the fact that he intentionally didn't leave. After thinking for a moment, Yelu Huan revealed to Jagang Jin, "The reason I'm here is not because of that bastard Baek Li Young. The reason I'm here is because I did something wrong to Muam, and the woman he loves. That's something that can't be changed." Yelu Huan's voice at this moment sounded choked, filled with a sense of regret and self-blame. Yelu Huan did not take his eyes off the Go board on the wall, with a bitter tone. "So I'm waiting for the day he finds out about it and forgives me." Jagang Jin heard that and fell into a state of confusion, not understanding anything but also not being able to ask further because it seemed like Yelu Huan didn't want to elaborate. Yelu Huan sighed and placed his hand on the Go board that he had been agonizing over for years. "Looking at the way he sent you here but didn't convey any message, I will have to be content with ending this Go game here without any regrets. Unless Muam refuses to forgive me and wants to take my life, otherwise, I don't need to be in this place for him anymore." Right after that, Yelu Huan transmitted enough internal energy into the wall to cause it to shake violently. In the blink of an eye, the wall collapsed along with Yelu Huan and Muam's commemorative Go board. With this power, it's clear that escaping from here would be easy. More importantly, this huge commotion would make it difficult for Jagang Jin to leave. As the wall collapsed and the dungeon ceiling began to shake like an earthquake, Yelu Huan burst out laughing and yelled, "I am Yelu Huan, the warrior of light from the Hell Worship sect." At this time, it was almost dawn outside, and the aftershocks were shaking the entire dungeon. It would definitely attract the guards. Inside the dungeon, the ceiling was about to collapse, yet the prisoners didn't seem to panic or make a commotion at all. They didn't even scream. Yelu Huan burst out laughing with glee, flaunting his power. After 20 years, finally I'm getting out of here. If I didn't do this, it would be a shame. Suddenly, a reminder came from the cell opposite. Leader, it's time for meditation, Yelu Huan calmly answered. Is it already time? Right after that, he calmly sat cross-legged in front of Jagang Jin. Then there's no other way. I've waited 20 years, waiting another few minutes won't be a problem. Jagang Jin completely couldn't understand why he caused such commotion to attract attention and then acted so calmly like this. Jagang Jin frankly asked Yelu Huan, all the soldiers of the Martial Arts Alliance in Guizhou will be here soon. I feel like I should solve that problem for you. Do you think that's right? Yelu Huan mumbled complainingly. I can't let those flies bother me while meditating. Can I tell them to wait outside? Jagang Jin was once again surprised by Yelu Huan's bizarre way of dealing with the problem. Tell them to wait. However, Yelu Huan remained silent, silently considering that as the answer that Jagang Jin had to understand. His indifferent attitude made him speechless. Obviously, Jagang Jin could leave silently and safely, but because of Yelu Huan, things became more complicated. But he also resolutely refused to suffer a loss and set a condition with Yelu Huan. Hey, this time you owe me. Yelu Huan, upon hearing that, couldn't remain calm anymore and glanced sideways at Jagang Jin. Isn't it you who owes me? Jagang Jin immediately argued. As a messenger, I gave you what I have and only received what I deserve. Yelu Huan could not deny Jagang Jin's logic, so he generously clicked his tongue and laughed loudly. You have a point, I'm not one to talk nonsense. I owe you this time. Before Jagang Jin left the cell, Yelu Huan did not forget to ask his identity. What is your name? Jagang Jin simply introduced himself. I am Jagang Jin. Yelu Huan continued to laugh, shaking his shoulders with a smug look. All right, I will remember this name. After Jagang Jin left, the prison was once again silent as before. Yelu Huan continued to meditate and took the opportunity to use his internal energy to push the remaining poison out. The skinny man in the cell opposite finally poked his head out near the bars. Leader, what happened? Yelu Huan happily replied, today is the day the true brilliant Jade 9 Peaks, 5 Thunder Toad technique will officially open the world's eyes. Now I've freed myself from these shackles. Baek Li-young will soon see the power from my fury, Yelu Huan said while laughing gleefully, causing his subordinate to gradually realize, maybe that kid understood what you wanted, that's why he said you owed him. Yelu Huan clicked his tongue and answered, maybe so, that kid is formidable. Outside the dungeon, the dawn was beginning to break. Yelu Huan had complete faith in Jagang Jin's ability and predicted, when I finish meditating and step outside, that fight should be settled, because I gave him the power to make that possible. While Yelu Huan was comfortably meditating, Jagang Jin was facing a large army, estimated to be around 50 people. They surrounded the dungeon, so Jagang Jin had no choice but to defeat them. When Jagang Jin stepped out of the dungeon gate, the atmosphere immediately became extremely tense. It was so quiet that you could hear his footsteps. Jagang Jin confidently strode towards the enemy. His imposing and dignified appearance not only exuded his innate toughness but also showed his confidence in the power he had just broken through. The soldiers, despite being more numerous, saw the fierce killing intent in Jagang Jin's eyes and his confident posture. They hesitated slightly before rushing in. Jagang Jin glared and swept his gaze across the soldiers, then challenged them. I don't have much time, come at me all at once. He not only wanted to prove the power of the brilliant Jade 9 Peaks, 5 Thunder Toad technique as Yelu Huan expected, but also wanted to quickly finish this matter and return to Qingqing Mountain. Meanwhile, Baek Li-young was still waiting for the news and the right time to strike. News kept coming in, updating the situation of the two sides in the war, but this time it was a piece of information outside of what was happening on Qingqing Mountain. The news about what happened in Guizhou was delivered to Baek Li-young. He read the letter and immediately understood the problem. There's a little rat sneaking around here. Mua must be the one who released that rat, right? After reading the letter, Baek Li-young immediately burned it in his hand with an annoyed look. You've messed with the wrong person. But even so, it will end today. A flash of resentment appeared in Baek Li-young's eyes as he thought about Muam's interference in this matter. It seemed like he only wanted to target him alone. On the same day, as the sun rose over the mountain range, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of Qingqing Mountain. A group of several members of the evil sects in the big cities were assigned to guard the path up the mountain. Although they were engaged in a lively conversation, there were still people taking turns observing the path ahead. Oh, look, someone is coming. The guards only saw a lone man, so their vigilance decreased. Who is it? I heard there won't be any more attacks during this period. Only one person. It must be someone who wants to cultivate Taoism here. Immediately afterwards, the guards proactively shouted their names. "Hey, we are." However, before they could finish their words, one of them suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed. Those next to him didn't even have time to realize the problem. They only saw a streak of bright red blood splattering before their eyes. Before the most talkative man in the group could scream, a sharp sword sliced across his neck, a clean cut that made him not immediately realize his head was severed. The one who attacked the group of guards was Baek Lee-young. He had just heard the news from Guizhou and was furious. He rushed to Qingcheng Mountain to settle the score with Muim. As the bright red blood spurted out like a fountain and everyone scattered in panic, Baek Lee-young spoke in a voice that declared him as the representative of justice. "You heretics, tremble in fear. Because I'm here now." Baek Lee-young's sharp, dagger-like gaze swept over the survivors, causing them to panic and scream loudly. This, of course, was his intention, to alert others. As expected by Baek Lee-young, the mournful screams reverberating throughout Mount Qingcheng quickly caught everyone's attention. Everyone was startled and quickly returned to a state of alertness, but they couldn't help but fall into a passive position, not expecting another wave of attacks so soon. Meanwhile, Muim, who was guarding in front of Ryung-kyung's shelter, also heard the sound of the screams carried by the wind. He immediately broke out of his meditative state and looked up, his intuition telling him that the enemy he least expected had arrived. After hearing the screams echoing from the foot of the mountain, the group of violent wind warriors, Gurion, and the hidden cultivator rushed down the mountain to investigate. The screams came from the guards below. Something had definitely happened. "We have to hurry." All three were extremely anxious. Their intuition told them that the battle they were about to face would not be as simple as the last one, because this time the enemy's attack was too sudden. Using their light skills, they traversed the dense forest, taking only a few minutes to reach the foot of the mountain. But the scene before their eyes made them stun and stop. The three stopped a considerable distance away from Baek Lee-young, but even at such a distance, Gurion could still sense the enemy's presence and demeanor. Furthermore, he had come alone. After a moment of shock and confusion, Gurion continued to fly toward Baek Lee-young, but only landed at a not too close distance. The violent wind warrior and the hidden cultivator also landed simultaneously shortly after. Although he clearly saw and confirmed the enemy's identity at a distance of less than 5 meters, Gurion still couldn't believe his eyes. "No way, you actually came here yourself." The undying divine sword, Baek Lee-young. At this moment, Baek Lee-young was calmly choking a guard. Even though the other party struggled to break free, his hands were like clamps, holding on tightly. Seeing the top martial artists from the evil sects of the big cities appear, Baek Lee-young immediately snapped the guard's neck and turned to ask them, "Where are Yua and Muim?" The hidden cultivator immediately became tense, spreading her arms to obstruct Baek Lee-young. "You came to find him, you think we'll let you do that?" Baek Lee-young brazenly replied, "I came here to find my lover. Why would I need the permission of outsiders like you?" Seeing Baek Lee-young being so brazen, the hidden cultivator became even more furious and yelled at him, "I know what you did to him. How can you be so shameless to say such things?" Baek Lee-young, with a completely indifferent expression, glanced at the three people who were obstructing him. "Tsk, some people trying to block my way. It's fine, because I didn't come here just for her." Immediately after, Baek Lee-young suddenly moved, approaching the violent wind warrior at lightning speed. The violent wind warrior couldn't even catch his movement. The moment the violent wind warrior realized it, Baek Lee-young was already in front of him. The distance was only within an arm's reach, so even if the violent wind warrior tried to react, it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Baek Lee-young unleashed the resounding Requiem palm, a strike aimed directly at the violent wind warrior's chest. The action looked gentle, but its power was extremely formidable. The violent wind warrior couldn't dodge and took the full force of the strike. Baek Lee-young's palm technique caused an energy explosion upon impact with the violent wind warrior. The violent wind warrior was knocked backward, his massive body flying away like a tree uprooted by the wind. The force of the palm technique also created a whirlwind that swirled toward Gurion and the hidden cultivator. Seeing the violent wind warrior being blown away tens of meters, the hidden cultivator anxiously yelled, "Violent wind warrior." However, in the swirling dust, no sound responded to her panicked cries. The hidden cultivator immediately erupted in fury, unleashing the devil's roar toward Baek Lee-young. "You bastard!" The sound waves surged outward, spinning like a whirlwind directly toward him. Baek Lee-young clearly saw the sound waves heading toward him, but he didn't rush to dodge or cover his ears. His expression was extremely calm, his eyes revealing a contemptuous disregard for the hidden cultivator's ultimate move. After a contemptuous glance, Baek Lee-young even clicked his tongue in mockery. This vicious sound. As soon as he finished speaking, he whistled once. Only his throat vibrated slightly, but the sound that came out was incredibly piercing. The hidden cultivator couldn't even realize that Baek Lee-young had just launched a counterattack. The sound waves she generated were instantly reflected back, coupled with the whistle that crept in with the wind, causing both sides of her eardrums to burst from the pressure and bleed. The hidden cultivator was startled and glanced at her bleeding ear. She was filled with unease. He attacked with just a whistle. While the hidden cultivator was still stunned, temporarily unable to hear anything, Baek Lee-young instantly appeared behind her, raising his sword high. His eyes were red with a terrifying murderous intent. Just as the blade was about to strike down, the hidden cultivator panicked and realized she was under attack. The bright red sword energy drew a perfect arc, aiming for the back of her neck. In that split second, Gurion managed to jump in, wedging himself between Baek Lee-young and the hidden cultivator. Gurion shoved the hidden cultivator away, simultaneously raising his shield high to block in front of Baek Lee-young. Immediately after, the sound of clashing metal echoed as the sword met the shield. The hidden cultivator tumbled headfirst to the ground, but she was still alive. Fortunately, Gurion's shield was strong enough to withstand Baek Lee-young's strike. As the hidden cultivator sat up, wanting to help Gurion, he immediately stopped her. Step back. The sword and shield continued to clash fiercely, accompanied by a horrifying clanging sound and sparks flying everywhere. Unable to strike his target, Baek Lee-young grunted and muttered, "Damn it." Although he was pressing hard against the shield, his face showed no sign of strain or difficulty. In stark contrast, Gurion was sweating profusely, barely managing to withstand Baek Lee-young's power. Nevertheless, he proudly declared, "I am one of the 8 devil fiends." Gurion, Baek Lee-young let out a mocking laugh. "You must be that soldier who joined the evil sects of the big cities, right?" The clash continued, intensifying. The more Gurion exerted himself, the louder he laughed. "You know me." Baek Lee-young casually clicked his tongue and replied, "Heard of you. You should have lived a peaceful life as a barbarian after retiring, instead of wasting your life hiding in the Jianghu like this." Seeing Gurion stubbornly resisting with a defiant laugh, Baek Lee-young started to get impatient. "Get out of the way." However, Gurion only became more provocative. "If you want to pass this area, you'll have to break my shield. Not even the shadow sword can break it." Upon hearing this, Baek Lee-young immediately recognized that Gurion was referring to Yob Jin-kyung. His eyes narrowed, revealing a clear irritation. "You dare compare me to that dim-witted trash?" Immediately after, Baek Lee-young unleashed the heaven-piercing killing intent, a signature move of the poison sex. His sword energy shone brightly like the sun. The blade continued to push toward the shield, the light of the sword energy becoming increasingly dazzling. The sparks disappeared as the brilliance filled the space. Gurion was stunned by the terrifying power pressing down on him. In the blink of an eye, before Gurion could do anything to counterattack, Baek Lee-young's blade cleaved the shield in two. The cut was clean and sharp, without a flaw. The sword energy pierced through the shield, continuing its momentum to strike Gurion's chest, causing blood to spray out like a waterfall. Severely injured, Gurion immediately vomited blood from his mouth and fell, his face filled with shock. "How is this possible, like this?" At the same time, the sharp blade swept across the ground. The two halves of the shield slipped from Gurion's hands. He collapsed in front of Baek Lee-young, overwhelmed by the shock of his immense power. Of course, Baek Lee-young had no intention of stopping while his opponent still had breath. He quickly swung his sword high, ready to take Gurion's head with a fatal blow. Gurion gasped and looked at Baek Lee-young helplessly. He was still stunned. Comparing Baek Lee-young to Yob Jin-kyung, they were both generals of the martial arts alliance, but how could their strength differ so much? Just before Baek Lee-young's blade struck down, a dagger suddenly shot toward him. The sound of metal tearing through the air was sharp and fast, vanishing in an instant. However, this speed was nothing to Baek Lee-young. He simply raised 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the blade without much effort. It turned out that other members of the evil sects of the big cities had arrived just in time. Pyeonbok saw the danger Gurion was in, so he hurriedly threw the dagger to attack Baek Lee-young, hoping to distract him. Seeing Gurion, the violent wind warrior, and even the hidden cultivator injured, each in their own way, Pyeonbok anxiously shouted out in concern, "Are you all right? We're here to help." Knowing that he was in a hopeless situation, Gurion, instead of accepting Pyeonbok's help, urged them to go find Muam. "Pyeonbok, quickly go to the liege and run." As Gurion was about to finish speaking, a sharp, cold blade sliced across his body. Baek Lee-young didn't just aim for his head. His decisive sweep of the sword severed Gurion's upper half, similar to the state of his shield. Seeing his comrade killed so tragically, Pyeonbok was shocked and his eyes went wide. "Gurion." As Gurian's two body parts collapsed onto the ground, Baek Lee-young calmly shook his sword, letting the blood drip to the ground before turning around and leisurely walking toward the group Pyeonbok had just brought. Everyone was filled with rage at Baek Lee-young's cruel actions. Now, they not only wanted to protect Ryung-kyung, but also wanted revenge for those who had fallen at his feet. A storm of blood and gore arrived shortly after. The situation at the foot of Mount Chingching became increasingly tense, the smell of blood quickly carried by the wind towards the mountainside where Muin was guarding. With such a strong smell of blood, coupled with the incessant screams echoing in his ears, Muin knew that his strongest enemy and the greatest enemy of his life was here. Baek Lee-young was sweeping through those who stood in his way like a tireless hunting monster. Blood continuously erupted, staining the air red, but everyone still rushed forward to attack, trying to impede his advance. The sound of screams grew louder, and the smell of death made Muam's heart pound. However, he was not in a hurry to appear and face Baek Lee-young immediately, as their mission was to buy as much time as possible and, moreover, Ryung-kyung was about to come out. At this time, the battle at the foot of the mountain was still fierce. Everyone fought their best, hoping to use their numbers to hold Baek Lee-young back. Bao Fong-bing, upon waking up, immediately rushed forward to attack him with a powerful fist. Die, Baek Lee-young. The fist, launched with the force of a sledgehammer, was simply caught by Baek Lee-young's hand. The action was gentle, but it emitted such power that Bao Fong-bing's arm went numb, as if he had just punched a granite rock. Bao Fong-bing's arm was torn back to his shoulder by the force. Half his body was almost ripped apart. In this situation, Bao Fong-bing could only manage a wry smile with his blood-stained mouth. You monster. Immediately after, a dark red streak of blood gushed out in the air. There was no scream from Bao Fong-bing. Others also rushed forward one after another, only to be subdued by Baek Lee-young in various ways. When the sun reached its zenith, Muam could no longer continue meditating and waiting for Ryung-kyung. He sighed bitterly. It seems I won't be able to see her return. After a sigh of regret, Muam resolutely stood up. Everyone is risking their lives to protect her. I must help them. As soon as he finished speaking, Muam walked towards the path leading down the mountain. In his heart, he was still filled with sorrow and longing for Ryung-kyung, because today was the last day of her seclusion. He had only taken a few steps when he stopped again. He still harbored a glimmer of hope that he could see Ryung-kyung once before facing the enemy in a life-or-death battle. However, the door behind him remained closed. Muam turned slightly towards the door with a bittersweet smile of acceptance. Although he couldn't see anything, his heart was looking towards Ryung-kyung, because he believed that fate had already been decided. He only gently spoke his last words to her, "Take care." Half the troops of the evil sects in the big cities had died, while the rest were severely wounded, but no one intended to retreat or flee. Pyeonbok, with a head full of blood, resolutely declared, "If you want to go up there, you have to step over our corpses." Now, corpses were piled up around Baek Lee-young. He clearly didn't care about Pyeonbok's threat. Although they had sacrificed half their troops, they only managed to hold him back for a short few hours, and he didn't even show any sign of fatigue. Baek Lee-young's coat wasn't even scratched, let alone his body. He calmly mocked, "What a bunch of stubborn fools. You already know what the outcome will be, don't you?" At that moment, a jarring clang of a bell echoed, shaking the entire mountain. An invisible pressure was created along with the sound, immediately attracting Baek Lee-young's attention. After the bell resonated for a while, a mysterious voice rose, carried by the wind. The sound, sometimes deep, sometimes high, reverberated throughout the mountains and forests, as if echoing from the depths of the earth. "Oh, the heavenly being of the highest rank, you sit proudly on your throne surrounded by the holy ones." Everyone was momentarily confused by the tremors that continued under their feet and the heavy pressure pressing down on their heads. Pyeonbok was also startled, but he quickly recognized the voice as Muam's. However, Muam didn't directly challenge Baek Lee-young. He simply said what people in the cultivation world often said to each other: "You have asked us to understand the profound meanings of the holy scriptures and the detailed paths." Baek Lee-young didn't pay attention to the content of the words, but hurriedly sheathed his sword, searching for Muam's location with his eyes. It seemed he was calling me. Immediately after, Baek Lee-young glided past the members of the evil sects in the big cities. His movements were fleeting, like a ghost, making it impossible for everyone to notice that he had escaped from the encirclement. It was clear that he had wasted his time with them only because of his bloodlust and his desire to provoke Muam into revealing himself. When everyone realized that Baek Lee-young had disappeared from the center of the encirclement, it was too late. They were all shocked and bewildered, searching desperately for any sign of him. When Pyeonbok turned his head towards the path leading up the mountain, he could no longer see Baek Lee-young's shadow. He screamed in despair, "Stop him," but no one could match his speed. Pyeonbok's heart burned with anxiety. He nervously gritted his teeth and looked into the distance, but he couldn't do anything more. Damn it, we couldn't even hold him back for long. Baek Lee-young was now moving nimbly through the trees, like a flying squirrel. His speed was so fast that he had already taken 5 steps, yet the visual illusion was still on the first step. When he reached a tree near the top of the mountain, there were no branches left for him to jump to. Baek Lee-young's steps slowed slightly. He gathered his momentum and jumped with great force, using the last branch on the edge of the forest as a springboard to launch himself upwards like a cannonball fired into the sky. Thanks to this powerful jump, Baek Lee-young soared over the top of the mountain. From above, he could clearly see the entire expanse of the open land located at the highest point in the Qingcheng mountain range. The very next second, a rumbling sound echoed down from the top of the mountain. Baek Lee-young landed, creating an explosion that shook the surrounding area. A cloud of dust billowed up even before his feet touched the ground. In the thick cloud of dust, no figures were visible, but Baek Lee-young had already determined Muam's location. He didn't hesitate for a moment and stepped towards the center of the open land. The wind still howled, scattering dust and rocks. It whipped against Baek Lee-young's face, but couldn't stop him from passing through the cloud of dust. Despite the massive impact, there was still no sign of Muam. As Baek Lee-young approached the center of the open space, a flash of sword energy suddenly appeared, drawing a beautiful arc on the ground, halting his steps. Clearly, it was Muam's handiwork. Seeing that Muam was still hiding in the dust cloud, refusing to face him, Baek Lee-young sneered provocatively, "I guess you're afraid of me, huh?" Actually, Muam had been standing still the whole time, not deliberately hiding in the dust. He immediately replied to Baek Lee-young with a sarcastic tone, "Me, afraid of you? I only remember that I once defeated you, but I don't recall you ever doing the same to me. After that, you were bedridden for months and still didn't learn anything." Just then, the dust cloud created by Baek Lee-young dissipated, revealing Muam's noble and carefree demeanor, true to his title of upper-rank Taoist. Baek Lee-young's arrogant smile immediately faded as Muam brought up the humiliation of his past. A look of irritation and resentment replaced it. "That's precisely why you should be even more worried." As Baek Lee-young finished speaking, the tail of the silk scarf used to cover Muam's eyes was cut with a sharp slash. Baek Lee-young's move was lightning fast, causing Muam to be momentarily surprised at his progress. Baek Lee-young's sword was drawn. He pointed the tip towards Muam, his eyes burning with murderous intent. "I'm here to etch a new memory for you." Another fierce battle erupted immediately after. This time, only the clang of metal colliding could be heard, echoing throughout the mountain. Baek Lee-young and Muam were locked in hand-to-hand combat, and the sound of their fierce fight was no less intense than when Baek Lee-young fought at the foot of the mountain. Crescent-shaped sword energies, blue and red, interlaced and painted the sky, depicting the unfolding of a merciless battle. The earth and rocks around their fighting ground were soon dug up and overturned. Baek Lee-young's eyes were filled with murderous intent and hatred. He took the initiative in the fight, launching every move as a deadly attack aimed at Muam's head or chest. On the other side, Muam clearly expressed his resentment towards Baek Lee-young. He couldn't forget what he had done to Ryung-kyung and wanted him to pay, but because his main objective was to buy time for Ryung-kyung, Muam mostly stayed on defense to conserve his strength. Once again, Baek Lee-young launched a deadly attack aimed at Muam's head. He chopped down his sword like splitting firewood, a blazing red light cleaving through the space, but Muam easily blocked his attack with a horizontal sword strike. As the two blades collided, hundreds of sparks flashed brightly. After that, the blue and red sword energies no longer intertwined and appeared in succession in the sky. The battle didn't stop, but it temporarily shifted into a display of explosive internal energy. The tension of their chi created an energy wave that spread outward, blowing away the surrounding dust. While clashing in internal energy, Muam angrily unleashed the anger within him. "I've told you again and again, haven't I, that I'll never forgive you if you dare make Ryung-kyung cry." Baek Lee-young replied with a resentful and sarcastic tone, "Yes, you said that a long time ago. That was when I married her. After only a short time of meeting her, you came to find me and were very aggressive." Muam became even more angry, revealing a rare outburst of anger. "A handsome fellow, from who knows where, came along and stole away the girl I wanted to spend my whole life with. Do you think I could stay calm?" Baek Lee-young's sarcasm became even more biting. "Want to spend your whole life with her? You, the standout among the successor disciples, who will become an upper-rank Taoist and the first direct disciple of the sect leader. You can never return to the mundane world again. Know your place." If you don't know the history between Baek Lee-young and Ryung-kyung, people would probably think he was deeply in love with her. To be so jealous. Muam erupted in fury, swinging his sword with his hand and pushing Baek Lee-young's sword aside, accompanied by an angry shout, "I've decided to give up everything, and I was going to tell her about it." As soon as the blade was diverted from its path, Baek Lee-young swung his other hand, seizing the opportunity of the gap between them to prepare to unleash the resounding requiem palm, aiming for Muam's chest and striking. However, Baek Lee-young was a step slower than Muam. Before he could unleash his palm strike, Muam's great divine strike had already hit his chest. The swift and decisive move left him stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Baek Lee-young hadn't anticipated that Muam would also use a palm strike, and moreover, that he would be faster. He had no way to dodge or block, leaving him to receive the full force of Muam's attack. As Muam's hand collided with Baek Lee-young's chest, a tremendous surge of internal energy erupted, spreading around like a storm. Despite his efforts to resist, Baek Lee-young was inevitably pushed backward. The palm force propelled, blowing away the rocks behind Baek Lee-young, causing half the land behind him to tremble violently. The wind howled, scattering rocks within a radius of 10 miles, creating a scene reminiscent of an explosion. Finally, Baek Lee-young sustained his first injury in the battle since he entered the Qingqing mountain area. Despite this, he remained strong, just as breathing became heavier than before. Baek Lee-young was pushed back more than 10 meters from Muam, but he managed to anchor his feet to the ground to maintain balance and avoid falling. The pressure on his chest, which had been intense for a brief moment, eventually subsided after a sigh of relief. However, Muam did not give Baek Lee-young a chance to recover. Decisively, he swung his hand, unleashing the storm blade. Two bright beams of sword energy crossed, piercing through the dust and smoke, shooting straight toward Baek Lee-young in an instant. Baek Lee-young instantly jumped backward to dodge, resulting in the sword energy colliding with the ground, creating a massive geological fracture. Rocks were scattered everywhere. Before Baek Lee-young could land and while he was still enveloped in the blinding dust and smoke, Muam seized the opportunity, leaping toward him with his sword raised high, shining brightly. His angry voice continued to echo through the air, "Your greed has ruined everything." Baek Lee-young, caught in a passive position, was momentarily startled by Muam's relentless attacks. When he lifted his head, he was blinded by the dazzling light of Muam's sword. It seemed as if Baek Lee-young would be unable to resist in this situation, but he managed to raise his sword in time, blocking Muam's blade. The two swords collided, sparks flying, and once again, a contest of internal energy ensued, but this time, the positions were reversed. Muam unleashed his long-suppressed rage, continuously pushing Baek Lee-young's sword closer to his face. "That's why I will never forgive you," he roared. As Baek Lee-young was overpowered by Muam, he spun around in midair, swinging his arm across the blade. The force of the move proved too much for him, sending him plummeting to the ground. After Baek Lee-young fell silent, Muam landed with the imposing demeanor of a victor. "You might be the one who chose to come find me, but I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, Muam gritted his teeth, his anger burning, and pointed his sword at Baek Lee-young. "You will pay for what you have done." At that moment, on the other side of the dust cloud, Muam sensed Baek Lee-young rising from his fall. However, Baek Lee-young didn't seem to be seriously injured despite the relentless attacks. As expected, Baek Lee-young was unscathed. He strode confidently out of the smoke, a contemptuous sneer spreading across his face. "Make me pay. Isn't it true that the Dan clan has allied with those heretical demons?" The moment Baek Lee-young mentioned the false accusations against Ryung Kyung's Dan clan, Muam exploded in fury, vehemently defending them. "You know damn well that's not true." Of course, Baek Lee-young knew, but he was deliberately using provocative words to distract Muam. As soon as Muam was agitated, he realized he had fallen for Baek Lee-young's ploy. Seizing the opportunity while Muam was momentarily unguarded due to his anger, Baek Lee-young unleashed his poison sex ultimate technique, Heavenly Sword Killing Intent. White Crane ascends, sword energy shot forth, taking the form of a crane, its entire body blazing red as if engulfed in flames. Although Muam could not see it, he sensed the unusual flow of air. Quickly, he swung his sword, his arm sweeping back, rotating the blade in preparation for a downward slash. Just before the fiery crane reached Muam, he swiftly delivered a downward arc, splitting the crane in two. The Changwon flying crane sword he wielded dispelled the heat radiating from Baek Lee-young's sword energy. While both sides continued to fiercely clash with their swords, Baek Lee-young resorted to shameless arguments, trying to distract Muam. "So, you're saying that all of that was just my fabrication? Do you really think so? Don't you know that she is the one who caused all this destruction?" Baek Lee-young began to sweat as he poured his strength into fighting Muam. He was trying to use his words to make him blind in his anger. Even though Muam knew that everything Baek Lee-young was saying was intended to provoke him, he couldn't help but feel enraged as he heard this vile man speak about his beloved in such a way. A furious roar erupted from his throat. That's absurd. At the same time, the power in Muam's sword shifted. His rage became a part of his strength, fueling his fighting prowess, causing Baek Lee-young to be startled and his eyes to widen. The Qingcheng sect's ultimate technique, 72 shadow swords, was finally unleashed. 72 sword strikes were delivered in an instant, like a whirlwind, aimed at Baek Lee-young. Although slightly surprised, Baek Lee-young remained unfazed. All he needed to do was make Muam go mad, and he would feel victorious. He swung his sword in response and retorted, "Thank you for your praise, but even though I am the head of the Baek Lee clan and oversee a branch of the martial arts alliance, we're talking about the Dan clan, the family no one dares to deny is the second strongest in Murim. To trap them in rumors and cause their downfall is not an easy task." Baek Lee-young argued with Muam, while simultaneously wielding his heavenly killing sword intent, wind blade to parry each strike of the 72 shadow swords. Baek Lee-young spouted nothing but lies, yet he acted as if he were the wrong party. "The reason for their extermination is that all of it is true, even though I don't want to believe it. The evidence is clear. It's a letter between her and those from the heretical sect." Muam's heart began to waver. He had no idea that such evidence existed. However, Muam still had absolute faith in Ryung-kyung's innocence. He quickly deduced that the letter must have been forged or a trap set by Baek Lee-young. This thought further fueled his simmering resentment. At this very moment, the swords of both sides collided again with extreme force, neither side yielding. This decisive action was a reflection of their belief in what they had just declared. The fight had become incredibly tense, nearing its peak. Combined with the earlier sword strikes that had shattered the landscape, the force of their collision had caused a 20-meter-wide patch of flat land to crumble and explode outwards. Muam, consumed by uncertainty and agitation, roared at Baek Lee-young as they approached each other. "Who sent it?" Baek Lee-young immediately burst into laughter upon seeing him fall into the trap. He vaguely described the one who had indirectly driven Ryung-kyung's clan to ruin. "You know this person very well. Your friend." As soon as he uttered the word friend, Baek Lee-young secretly rotated his sword. He knew for sure that the moment he revealed the sender's identity, Muam would be thrown off guard. Each word that Baek Lee-young uttered after that truly became a heavy shock, causing Muam's mind to reel for a moment. "That same person who created the Radiant Jade Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique with you." The instant Muam lost focus and became stunned, Baek Lee-young swiftly swung his sword, delivering a powerful downward blow. The sharp blade sliced a vertical line straight across Muam's forehead. Muam's blood splattered, but he didn't even make a sound. As he was immersed in numb agony, Baek Lee-young continued to deliver piercing insults. "Have you figured out who it is yet?" Seeing Muam's stunned expression, Baek Lee-young grew increasingly arrogant. He declared outright, "It's the light warrior, Yelu Huan." Muam remained frozen, unable to accept this truth. "What are you saying?" "Yelu Huan." At the same time, the blindfold covering Muam's eyes snapped, falling to the ground. It was as if his mind, shrouded in darkness for so long, finally saw the truth. However, he still refused to believe that Yelu Huan would hurt Ryung-kyung. Baek Lee-young laughed gleefully, shaking his sword to fling Muam's blood to the ground, his face radiating arrogant triumph. He continued to provoke him. "One of the 6 lieges leading the blood cult confessed. That is the most undeniable evidence." Muam, in agony, gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he tried to deny the truth staring him in the face. "No, it's all lies. He would never do such a thing." With Muam weakened and invulnerable, Baek Lee-young didn't even intend to finish him off with his sword. He jumped towards him and kicked him away, as if he were playing with a punching bag. Muam, in a state of mental instability, couldn't react in time to Baek Lee-young's move. He was immediately kicked away several meters, his body slumping, unable to maintain balance. As a result, Muam's body was dragged across the ground for a long distance before slamming into a rock. The sound of the impact, a crunching crack, echoed as if his bones had shattered from the inside. Minutes passed, and Muam still couldn't get up. A silent, dark atmosphere enveloped him. The only sound was the wind howling, echoing his current state of mind. Baek Lee-young wasn't in any hurry to end the fight. Instead, he felt satisfied as he watched Muam struggle to get up in pain. The physical damage he had inflicted was nothing compared to the wound he had inflicted on Muam's heart, a wound that wouldn't heal easily. Seeing Muam manage to support himself again, Baek Lee-young delivered another blow, a deep cut to his heart. "You've been betrayed by Yelu Huan." For Muam, this pain was even worse than the physical injury he was enduring. Baek Lee-young sauntered towards Muam, each step taken with ease and leisure, but his viper-like tongue continued to inject venom into Muam's wounds. Until now, your rage has always been directed at me, hasn't it? But the truth is, it's the collapse of the woman you love. It was your trusted friend who did it. As soon as he finished speaking, Baek Lee-young instantly moved to Muam. He moved so fast that his movements were invisible to the naked eye. Muam had just regained his footing. He didn't even notice Baek Lee-young passing him. Of course, he didn't just simply pass by. Only a blur flashed past Muam before Baek Lee-young stopped a few steps behind him. Baek Lee-young leisurely glanced at Muam with a wicked and cunning smile spreading across his lips. Do you still find your friend trustworthy? I can sense that you are wavering. As Baek Lee-young had said, Muam was deeply shocked by what he said, even though only a part of it was true. But the fact that Yelu Huan was involved in the family tragedy of Ryung Kyung caused him to lose his composure momentarily. Even when Baek Lee-young slashed his shoulder, causing blood to spurt out, he didn't react at all. Muam's heart was also bleeding at this moment. He couldn't stop thinking about the painful past. Now I understand everything, so that's why. Muam bitterly recalled the past. Yelu Huan suddenly left without a reason, and then he let himself be imprisoned in the dungeon of the Martial Arts Alliance, something that couldn't possibly hold Yelu Huan. The more Muam thought about Yelu Huan being a part of the reason for the tragedy that Ryung Kyung had to endure, the more bitter he felt. But most importantly, Muam was filled with self-reproach, because he was the one who taught Ryung Kyung the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet and caused a rift in his friendship with Yelu Huan, so he thought that this was also his retribution. Muam began to feel regret, thinking back to the time he was with Ryung Kyung. Even though she had opened her heart to him, he couldn't express his feelings back to her. If he had identified his feelings for her earlier, things would have been different. The innocent and bright Ryung Kyung was no more, and Muam constantly blamed himself, believing that all the hardships in her life stemmed from her learning the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet from him. Although Muam's feelings for Ryung Kyung remained as pure as the day he met her, their time could not be reversed, for Muam would forever torment himself, thinking that he was the cause of all her suffering. Finally, all the regret, anger, and sorrow turned into strength. Muam unleashed his killing intent in his blind eyes and used the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet with the intention of ending this war, even if it meant sacrificing his life to give Ryung Kyung half a peaceful life. Baek Lee-young saw the power that had once defeated him, but he didn't hesitate at all. Instead, he laughed gleefully, finally unleashed, the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet. Even though Muam knew that Yelu Huan betrayed him, he also remembered the fact that Baek Lee-young had used Ryung Kyung as a pawn and hurt her. That's why this unleashing of the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet was to seek justice for her. The moment Muam unleashed the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet, lightning bolts immediately surrounded him like a spider web. The wind roared and swirled around as if they were standing at the epicenter of a tornado. Muam's eyes, which had been closed for a long time because the wounds had taken away their light, now once again emitted a brilliant glow. All his senses were stimulated to the peak. Baek Lee-young saw the killing intent in Muam's eyes and became even more leisurely in his taunts. You look pathetic trying to calm yourself down even though you know the truth. Muam furrowed his brows in anger and retorted, even though my heart is filled with pain after being betrayed, it's not enough for me to forgive the one who made Ryung Kyung suffer. Baek Lee-young still had the audacity to act innocent. Why is that my fault? Muam could no longer tolerate his arrogant and self-righteous demeanor. He roared, Baek Lee-young. At the same time, Muam swung his sword in a horizontal arc. The blade swept across the air, leaving a long, bright trail. Baek Lee-young immediately raised his sword and channeled his inner energy into the blade, ready to block Muam's attack. Even though he knew about the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet, he didn't use it immediately to deal with Muam. In the blink of an eye, Muam's sword energy surged forward like a flow of lava mixed with thunder, striking before Baek Lee-young. However, he was prepared and could still withstand the power of this attack. Even without using the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet, Baek Lee-young could still stand firm against Muam's attack, but he didn't completely block the damage. Many small cuts appeared on his flesh as he resisted the energy storm. Before Baek Lee-young could counterattack, Muam attacked again. He circled behind Baek Lee-young in the blink of an eye. He only realized it when he felt the overwhelming killing intent targeting his neck. While Muam swung his sword, Baek Lee-young quickly turned around, his face tense, as if he was about to be forced to use the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tame Thuet. However, Baek Lee-young once again simply blocked Muam's horizontal slash with his sword. The sound of metal clashing echoed loudly, along with the screeching sound as Baek Lee-young was pushed back, his feet dragging on the ground. Muam continued to press forward. The energy exploding from his sword strike caused a section of the earth and rocks behind Baek Lee-young to crack and collapse. An entire corner of the mountain peak was blown away, as if someone had just thrown a bomb to break the rocks. The tremors spread, causing the entire forest below to sway for a moment. Yet, Baek Lee-young could still withstand all that power. Even though both of his hands holding the sword were trembling, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage compared to Muam. Muam didn't pay attention to this anomaly. He was in a fit of rage. His only goal was to finish Baek Lee-young. He swung his sword decisively with a shout, enhancing his power. Baek Lee-young's sword was immediately disarmed. The sword soared into the sky while he stumbled backwards and fell, losing his balance. The moment Baek Lee-young was disarmed, Muam didn't directly stab him. Instead, he unleashed a palm strike towards his chest. Baek Lee-young, in a stance where he was still unstable, didn't have time to block Muam's palm strike. The moment his hand hit Baek Lee-young's chest, a powerful surge of inner energy was transmitted. Before executing the killing move, Muam was filled with killing intent in his eyes as he stared at Baek Lee-young. This is the end. As soon as Muam finished speaking, Baek Lee-young felt a scorching wave of energy piercing through the layers of thick clothes he wore. His inner energy was flowing like a raging flood. The heart-shattering strike was unleashed. The immense inner energy from Muam's hand pierced straight through Baek Lee-young's chest and carved a deep furrow on the ground behind him. The power was enough to end the life of someone who had not surpassed the 5th level of the Guangmingjio by Dong Wu Lei Tame Thuet. After venting the rage in his heart and being almost certain that this move would take Baek Lee-young's life, Muam's state of mind was able to return to a state of calmness for a moment. The killing intent in Muam's eyes gradually subsided, his expression becoming more composed. Whether before or now, you are still not my match. Die and repent for what you did to Ryung Kyung. After saying this, Muam slowly lowered his left hand which had just released the palm strike. Blood gushed out like a waterfall, flowing out of Baek Lee-young's mouth. However, he still wasn't dead. Instead, he burst into a hearty chuckle, his expression not showing any signs of someone about to die. Seeing Baek Lee-young laughing so hard that his whole body was trembling, Muam was extremely puzzled. He furrowed his brows and listened intently to his movements. Baek Lee-young continued to laugh madly with a smug attitude. As expected, I can't defeat you normally. Right after that, before Muam could retract his hand, Baek Lee-young suddenly grabbed his wrist and pressed his palm against his chest. He arrogantly asked, "You wouldn't have forgotten this, would you? That I also possess this technique just like you." In a blink of an eye, the power of the Guangmingjio by Dong Wu Lei Tame Thuet erupted from Baek Lee-young. His whole body was covered in a bright red color and lightning bolts continuously merged into a network around him. Muam furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with killing intent once again. "It's useless. Have you forgotten who created the Guangmingjio by Dong Wu Lei Tame Thuet? I know you got the training method for this technique after extracting information from her, but you can't achieve the other half of it, so you can only train to the 5th level at most." Facing Muam's firm assertion, Baek Lee-young still chuckled with delight. Another trick had sprung to mind, one that would completely crush Muam. Muam's power gradually advanced, demonstrating the might of the 7th level of the Guangmingjio by Dong Wu Lei Tame Thuet. He was filled with confidence and declared with great momentum, "You think you can defeat me with that? Dream on for another 1,000 years. Baek Lee-young immediately tightened his grip on Muam's wrist with an even stronger inner force than what Muam was unleashing. He laughed arrogantly, boasting to him, "My apologies for not telling you this sooner, but I surpassed the 7th level a long time ago." Muam was shocked when he felt the overflowing energy flowing from Baek Lee-young's hand. He hurriedly tried to pull his hand back but couldn't break free. What? In the blink of an eye, Baek Lee-young pulled Muam's hand close to his side. At the same time, his other hand struck down with a chop aimed directly at Muam's elbow. Only a long tearing sound and a crunching crack echoed, the sound of bone, flesh, and fabric tearing apart as Muam's left arm was severed. Baek Lee-young, with his breakthrough power, had transformed his hand into a weapon even sharper than a blade. Muam did not expect that he would fall into such an ironic situation. More importantly, he could not understand how Baek Lee-young got the other half of the secret. A scream of agony echoed throughout Mount Qingchen. Muam collapsed, one arm dangling limply, blood gushing out of his wound like a waterfall. As Muam crumpled before Baek Lee-young in agony, the latter smirked with satisfaction, revealing the truth. "What you said is right, she was indeed not in cahoots with the evil cult. Because the one who sent her to Yiluan was me." Baek Lee-young's eyes gleamed with manic ambition, revealing the other half of the truth. While they were together in Ryungkyung, Baek Lee-young threatened her, saying he would tell everyone about Muam meeting and even befriending Yeluhwan if she didn't give him the remaining cultivation steps of the Guangmin Jiu by Dongwu Lei Tang Thuet. Hearing this, she immediately handed him the manual without hesitation. Muam was so heartbroken that he couldn't even feel the blood oozing from his wound anymore. She had no choice but to go see Yeluhwan to protect me, right? It didn't take long for Muam to deduce what happened next, as he knew Yeluhwan never liked Ryungkyung. Without even being there, Muam could guess that Yeluhwan thought Ryungkyung, a married woman, was seducing Muam to obtain the secret technique. Naturally, Yeluhwan wouldn't be happy seeing her come to get the other half of the manual. Moreover, Ryungkyung followed Baek Lee-young's instructions, threatening Yeluhwan that his friendship with Muam would be exposed, which would undoubtedly make him despise her even more. In a moment of anger, Yeluhwan thought Ryungkyung was colluding with the Central Plains evil cult to steal the secret manual and decided to harm her. This was the source of the letter Baek Lee-young used to frame the Dan family for colluding with the Tibetan evil cult. Learning the rest of the truth, Muam's heart ached even more. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as anger surged through him, but he couldn't calm down. Muam recalled 20 years ago, after the Dan family's demise, Yeluhwan suddenly visited him on a stormy night and said he would never appear in this world again unless Muam forgave him. Yeluhwan left without further explanation. Since then, Muam had always wondered about the reason. Now, remembering Yeluhwan's distressed face at that time, he realized that Yeluhwan must have discovered the truth about Ryungkyung then. Baek Lee-young didn't hesitate to reveal the rest of the story that Muam didn't know. Yes, after he found out that I was the one who urged her to find him, he went insane and wanted to kill me, but that doesn't change the fact that he was the one who accused her. With a triumphant smile blooming on his sinister face, Baek Lee-young clicked his tongue and said leisurely, "At that time, I asked him this. Does he want the Qingcheng faction to be wiped out like the Dan family for colluding with the evil cult, or does he want his friend to know that he was the one who ruined the life of the woman his friend loves wholeheartedly?" It was clearly not a question, nor was there any choice. Yeluhwan understood immediately that Baek Lee-young's words were a threat, and the only path he could choose was to become a prisoner of the martial arts alliance. It was obvious that Yeluhwan was imprisoned, and Baek Lee-young had been desperately searching for a way to extract information about the Guangmin Jiu by Dongwu Lei Tang Thuet but hadn't succeeded once. Yet, through Baek Lee-young's venomous words, the story was told differently. Afterwards, Yeluhwan willingly joined our side. Muam was at this point and wouldn't back down from Baek Lee-young. He leaned on his sword and stood up, his eyes blazing with anger. "I won't forgive him for ruining her life, but he's not the only one who's guilty." Immediately after, Muam's eyes glowed with the radiance of the Guangmin Jiu by Dongwu Lei Tang Thuet. Despite his severe injuries, his hatred drove him to fight Baek Lee-young to the end. Muam tightened his grip on his sword and charged forward with a powerful diagonal strike. "If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened. You had enough power to protect her even when she was accused. Were you just using her as a tool to get the secret technique?" Muam's roar gradually grew hoarse as his throat burned and his injuries worsened, but nothing could stop him from attacking Baek Lee-young. Unexpectedly, Baek Lee-young revealed his true feelings for the first time. To say I have absolutely no feelings for her would be a lie. As Muam's blade struck, Baek Lee-young simply blocked it with his hand. Muam's sharp blade shattered instantly like rotten wood upon impact with his hand. Baek Lee-young's hand was completely unscathed. He clicked his tongue nonchalantly. "I simply realized what I could gain after cutting off those feelings." Muam gasped wearily, his eyes burning with rage, mocking Baek Lee-young's callous philosophy. "So what you're saying is, you're no different from a beast." Baek Lee-young, deeply offended, grabbed Muam's head and pulled him up. His movement was so fast that Muam couldn't dodge. Baek Lee-young glared fiercely at Muam. "That beast, he has finally surpassed you." Immediately after, he channeled his internal energy into Muam's head, putting immense pressure on his acupoints, causing blood to pour out. Muam's entire body trembled uncontrollably as if he were being electrocuted. The waves of energy flowing into Muam's head continuously caused a sudden surge in blood pressure. The tighter Baek Lee-young squeezed, the stronger the force became, making Muam's head resemble a taut balloon about to burst. At that critical moment, a soft golden ribbon suddenly sliced through the air, intervening in the fight between the two men. The ribbon wrapped around Baek Lee-young's arm, stopping him just before Muam's head exploded. Baek Lee-young initially looked at the ribbon with suspicion, but he quickly identified its owner. Baek Lee-young sullenly turned his head towards the source of the ribbon, his eyes revealing only indifference and displeasure. Muam knew who came to his rescue, but instead of joy, he sighed with a bitter taste. "Ah, why did you come here? Ryungkyung, having just finished treating her wounds, rushed to the top of the mountain, following her heart's call. She couldn't bear to watch Baek Lee-young bully Muam like this. Let him go. Baek Lee-young's eyes held no affection for Ryung-kyung, yet he brazenly greeted her with a tender tone, "My beloved wife, right on time." His indifferent and cold gaze regarded Ryung-kyung as an enemy, then he calmly declared with a click of his tongue, "Finally. Everyone I want to kill is gathered here." After glancing at Ryung-kyung for a moment, Baek Lee-young shifted his eyes to Muam, whose head was covered in blood. His cold voice made Ryung-kyung shiver with disgust. After staring at each other in shock for a moment, Ryung-kyung could only try to stretch the ribbon as she pleaded with Baek Lee-young, "Stop, you've done enough, haven't you?" Baek Lee-young displayed even more disgust, mocking her concern for Muam. "We've been apart for so long, and that's all you want to say to me?" Seeing that Baek Lee-young refused to let go of Muam's head, Ryung-kyung became even more anxious. "What do you think I should say to you? Let him go." Seeing Ryung-kyung's concern for Muam, Baek Lee-young felt jealous and let out a cold snort. He turned to Muam, his eyes sharp as knives. Muam knew he couldn't escape his fate this time, so instead of struggling, he surrendered and poured out his heart. "Ryung-kyung, I'm sorry for failing to protect you, for realizing everything too late." Ryung-kyung's tears fell as she listened to Muam's broken voice. Muam conveyed his bitterness through his sarcastic tone. "I'm sorry for letting you see me in such a pathetic state." Ryung-kyung's pain intensified, her lips trembling as she bit down on them. "You don't need to apologize for anything." Muam continued to speak his last words to her. "If I don't apologize to you now, I'll never have another chance." Ryung-kyung cried out in frustration, "Don't talk like you're about to die. You're definitely going to live, so please." Her choked tears mixed with her words, but at that moment, Baek Lee-young's icy voice suddenly intervened. "It seems you're mistaken about something. I am the one who decides who lives here." Baek Lee-young shot a cold, emotionless stare at Ryung-kyung. At the same time, he tightened his grip, pulling more forcefully against her. It was clear that he was feeling resentful at Ryung-kyung and Muam exchanging tender words in front of him. As the ribbon stretched like a taut string, Baek Lee-young became even more agitated, his eyes rolling wildly back and forth between Muam and Ryung-kyung. "I'm sure you can all see how much stronger I've become." When Baek Lee-young's eyes were sparkling with jealousy and turned back to his mother, he started to threaten, "I could easily tear you to pieces, or stomp on your head under my feet, but before that, I have something to ask you." Muam's struggle for life became more and more tense, but Ryung-kyung completely did not understand Baek Lee-young's intentions. Finally, she asked urgently, "What are you talking about?" Baek Lee-young, casually holding Muam's head, questioned. "The poisonous dragon arrived at the Guizhou branch and met the light warrior. Guizhou is in chaos because of that troublesome brat, but why am I here?" Despite giving Ryung-kyung and Muam time to ponder, they were still confused by his ambiguous question. Baek Lee-young clicked his tongue and continued with a clearer explanation. "If I'm pursuing the second half of the 9 Bright Jade Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique, it would be more convenient and faster to capture that poisonous dragon directly, because he must have obtained it." As Baek Lee-young spoke, his excitement grew and he laughed sinisterly. "You know, I only know the 5 lights within the 9 Bright Jade Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique, but how did I manage to surpass that limit?" In that moment, Baek Lee-young's face was etched with ambition mixed with an undeniable insidiousness. While Ryung-kyung remained bewildered, unaware that Baek Lee-young had surpassed the 7th level of the 9 Bright Jade Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique, Muam quickly grasped the problem he was referring to. If he hasn't extracted information from Yaluhuan yet, but still managed to cultivate past the 7th level, then he must have somehow obtained the secret manual from the Tibetan heretic cult and attained self-realization of the other half. That means Baek Lee-young has a secret connection with the Tibetan heretic cult, a cult that the honorable righteous sects of Muram Zhongyuan have always rejected. Upon realizing this, Muam was filled with shock and anger. "Baek Lee-young, you bastard, don't tell me." He realized Baek Lee-young's influence in the Jianghu was far greater than he had thought. If he had the power to collude with the Tibetan heretic cult, he must have traded some benefit of Muram Zhongyuan to get what he wanted. Therefore, Muam's strength surged back with a renewed sense of righteousness. "I can't let him escape unharmed." Immediately, Muam ripped the silk ribbon binding Baek Lee-young's hands and lunged at him, surprising him with his unexpected move. As the ribbon snapped, Muam decisively embraced Baek Lee-young and shouted to her, "Ryung-kyung, run." Ryung-kyung, still struggling, lost her balance and stumbled backward. She instantly understood that Muam intended to die with Baek Lee-young, eliminating the threat to Muram. As Ryung-kyung stumbled backward, Muam unleashed the power of the 9 Bright Jade Cave 5 Thunder Toad technique. Like a human bomb, he clung tightly to Baek Lee-young's waist, ignoring his relentless attempts to push him away. Regaining her balance, Ryung-kyung rushed towards Muam, desperate to stop his sacrifice. No, no. However, she was a step too late. The energy concentrated within Mu and began to detonate, releasing a shockwave that spread outward, accompanied by hundreds of lightning bolts intertwining like a web around the two men. As Muam unleashed the flesh-enveloping shock, the ground instantly cracked and rebounded like a road during an earthquake. A dazzling beam of energy pierced through both his and Baek Lee-young's bodies. From a distance, it appeared as if the beam of light descended from heaven. The force of its explosion violently shook the entire mountain peak. In a blink of an eye, the mountaintop shattered, with hundreds of thousands of rocks of various sizes raining down like a hailstorm. The surrounding forest edge was also flattened by the blast's destructive power. The terrible tremors from the energy explosion on the mountaintop reached all the way to the foot of the mountain, where Pyeonbok was with others, collecting the bodies of their comrades and tending to the wounded. Feeling the earthquake behind him, Pyeonbok turned in panic, frantically looking towards the mountain peak. What is that? Everyone was in shock as they witnessed the tallest peak in the Qingcheng mountain range crumble to pieces within a few hours. They couldn't fathom what was happening up there. Could it be because of that Baek Lee-young? So, our liege, while Pyeonbok was panicking, unsure of the situation at the mountaintop, the hermit nun was terrified by a sight right in front of her. The hermit nun trembled, unable to speak, her eyes wide with shock. Those bastards. Pyeonbok, hearing the strange noises, quickly turned back to check the path in front of the mountain. As soon as he saw what the hermit nun was seeing, Pyeonbok was also shocked and bewildered. Indeed, disaster strikes without warning. The layers of solid earth and rock that had stood for hundreds of thousands of years on Qingcheng Peak were collapsing. The seismic cracks quickly engulfed all three in a cloud of dust and debris. While the mountaintop was collapsing, a red afterimage darted across the falling rocks, ascending to a safer location higher up. Baek Lee-young, despite taking a direct hit from Muam's attack, was still alive. Although his exterior was in a terrible state, his body covered in injuries, he was still strong as ever because his power far surpassed Muam's. Struggling in vain until your last breath, ha! As Baek Lee-young gloated over Muam's disappearance amidst the millions of tons of falling earth and rock, a different, murderous presence suddenly descended from above, causing him to jump. Ryung-kyung, being at a higher position, had the opportunity for a surprise attack. She decisively leaped towards Baek Lee-young, her palm technique raised high. The moment Ryung-kyung unleashed her palm technique was the moment she poured all her inner frustrations and love for Muam into a single force, attacking Baek Lee-young. Die, you cursed devil. The powerful palm technique, unleashed at a moment Baek Lee-young didn't anticipate, caught him off guard. He couldn't dodge or defend, and Ryung-kyung's palm sent him tumbling down with the falling earth and rock. Baek Lee-young spat blood from his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred, staring at Ryung-kyung as if she had betrayed him in their intimate relationship. You lowlifes. How dare you do this to me? Baek Lee-young's cries, laced with resentment and grievance, quickly faded as his burly figure was gradually buried in the dust and smoke. As Baek Lee-young just grazed a patch of earth and rock, he saw another massive boulder falling straight towards him, but it was too late. The next second, the enormous boulder and hundreds of smaller pieces around it crushed Baek Lee-young, submerging him in a desolate pile of debris, earth, and dust. Ryung-kyung herself even stomped several times on the boulder where Baek Lee-young was trapped, ensuring he had no chance of lifting his head. At the same time, her gaze swept across the surrounding area. Ryung-kyung frantically searched for any sign of Muam within the thick dust, the obscurity and her growing anxiety making it even harder to locate him. Luckily, after only a couple of glances, Ryung-kyung spotted Muam's silhouette. Her startled cry echoed through the area, but there was no response from him. Muam was still falling freely with the debris on the other side of the mountain peak. He was just as battered as Baek Lee-young, but his condition was even worse, as he couldn't even open his mouth to respond to Ryung-kyung. Ryung-kyung immediately leaped along the newly formed cliff face from the collapsed mountaintop, rushing towards Muam at maximum speed. She reached Muam just before he was buried under the debris, but even after trying to wake him, he remained unresponsive, his entire body limp and stiff like a log. Blood continued to flow from the wounds on Muam's head, and internal injuries had inflicted irreparable damage to his vital organs. Muam didn't even have the strength to speak. His weak, raspy voice finally emerged as the tears of the woman he loved streamed down her face. Ryung-kyung. With a contented smile, Muam comforted Ryung-kyung and used his last bit of internal energy to whisper in her ear, "Please, go." In his final moments, Muam reminisced about his most recent encounter with Ryung-kyung, and happiness welled up in his heart. At that time, you told me. That when the time was right, you would come for me. In that moment when Muam received Ryung Kyung's promise, he felt his lifelong devotion was not in vain. Therefore, even knowing he would face death and sacrifice himself for Ryung Kyung, Muam felt no regret, misery, or pain. He peacefully told Ryung Kyung, I have obtained what I wanted. So Ryung Kyung, leave quickly, and please, live happily. Mom's weak voice gradually drowned in the chaotic rumbling sound of rocks colliding with each other. Ryung Kyung couldn't stop shedding tears when she saw the satisfied smile on Muam's face. She reluctantly held his hand tightly as if she wanted to bury him in the same grave. Ryung Kyung's heart-wrenching, painful voice choked up, No, I can't live happily alone, but Mom firmly pushed her hand away. With her last strength, Muam without hesitation pushed Ryung Kyung back up, while she helplessly let herself down, falling with piles of dirt and rocks surrounding her. Ryung Kyung screamed in despair as she saw Muam getting further and further out of reach, but she had just recovered, so there was nothing more she could do in this situation. After Ryung Kyung's tragic scream, the whole sky seemed to collapse before her eyes. Rocks and soil continued to pile up, burying the fragile hope of happiness of a talented and beautiful couple. After the violent earthquake passed, only the echo of small stones falling and the sound of the wind still blowing remained. Ryung Kyung's heart was broken like this mountain top. She couldn't stop her tears from falling with extreme pain. While Ryung Kyung was collapsing alone in sadness, a wind gently blew a piece of the cloth covering Muam's eyes close to her. The iron cloth fell down, embracing Ryung Kyung's hand gently, just like Mom's loving and affectionate gesture. Ryung Kyung sobbed when she saw the cloth that happened to appear at her most painful moment, more and more similar to Mom's silent thoughtful care. She felt his comfort and his remaining warmth, but that absolutely could not change the harsh truth that was separating them in the yin and yang of separation. Ryung Kyung was even more choked up in her heart, her tears flowed like a stream and her sobs echoed throughout the mountain top. Ryung Kyung was immersed in pain and despair and self-blame. She finally screamed bitterly because she could not protect the person she loved from Baek Lee-young. Now all Ryung Kyung could do was cry bitterly while holding the piece of Muam's cloth tightly in her hand. Even though Baek Lee-young was buried with her, it still couldn't erase the pain in her heart. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Yob Jin-kyung pulled his army back with a proud and arrogant appearance, before saying goodbye. I told you. Next time we meet again, I won't show you any mercy. Thanks to Baek Lee-young who took the trouble to create this mess himself, we had time to recover our army and return. Here again, Yob Jin-kyung aggressively approached the group of Pyeonbok people at the foot of the mountain and fiercely declared war on them. Pyeonbok and everyone stepped back in shock, not expecting the White Tiger King army, always competing with Baek Lee-young, to choose this moment to appear. Yob Jin-kyung didn't say much and immediately pulled out his sword with sharp eyes, looking at the group of evil sects in the big cities. It seems the biggest trophy has been stolen. I will pay you guys to replace it. However, the battle had not yet begun when from the end of Yob Jin-kyung's corps, a scream rang out, making everyone confused and not understanding what was going on. Yob Jin-kyung quickly turned back to check the situation at the back of the army. What was going on? In the distance, a nun's silhouette was walking over the bodies of fallen soldiers. If we do this, we will definitely catch the poisonous dragon, right? Mangryo walked beside Myo-woo with a sinister smile. Oh, of course it is. I know all too well how that Asura feels, only knowing the goal of revenge in his mind. As long as these people are still alive, he will definitely show up, I guarantee it. In everyone's surprised eyes, Mangryo and Myo-woo slowly approached, their voices extremely excited. So then we will be a pioneer. Myo-woo happily stepped forward with a blood-stained body and a crazy smile. Today there are many prayers to offer while reciting. Surely the Buddha will be pleased with my offerings. When Yob Jin-kyung saw someone disrupting him, he immediately became angry and glared at Mangryo and Myo-woo. You guys. Of course, Mangryo has been played a hard game by the Martial Arts Alliance and the Tang family, so he is no longer interested or afraid to turn his cards up against the alliance, and Myo-woo is crazy in his feud with Jagang Jin, so he just needs to hearing a few sweet words from Mangryo. I was immediately drawn in. Yob Jin-kyung was full of anger and pointed straight at Mangryo, blaming him. You are the main suspect in the assassination of the alliance leader Murim, advisor of the pharmaceutical production department, Mangryo. After that, he continued to turn his indignant eyes towards Myo-woo, and the person holding the unkillable sword must be the demon army of the Ame sect. Yob Jin-kyung in anger roared and questioned Mangryo and Myo-woo. We have no enemies with you, why would you? Yob Jin-kyung had not finished speaking, two more soldiers fell down. Myo-woo acted without any respect for his face. That attitude made Yob Jin-kyung even more bitter, but Myo-woo still ignored the opponent's expression and continued to attack his subordinates. Myo-woo is constantly killing people with a savage smile. Amitabha Buddha, a Buddhist monk like me doesn't need a reason to walk on the path of practicing the teachings. Looking at a nun with a male mouth and a stomach full of daggers raging before his eyes, Yob Jin-kyung was even more unable to suppress the anger boiling in his heart. He immediately changed the direction of attack, pointed his sword at Mangryo and Myo-woo and ordered his soldiers to stop standing there and quickly fight back. The army of hundreds of people immediately rushed forward like crazy. Waves overflow the dike. Of course, in the eyes of Myo-woo and Mangryo, these soldiers were nothing. Two crazy murderers who considered killing as fun immediately rushed forward to confront the entire army as large as grass ants. As expected, Mangryo and Myo-woo just waved their hands a few times, turned around a few times, and a dozen soldiers fell like straw. Even the overwhelming number could not stop them. Yob Jin-kyung witnessed the battle in favor of Myo-woo and Mangryo and was both bitter and wondering, how dare you dare to fight against the army under the protection of the martial arts alliance like that? Even though I've heard that you guys are a bunch of uncontrollable crazy people, have you considered the consequences after this? Despite Yob Jin-kyung's warning regarding the fate of the Ame sect, Myo-woo still swings his sword and kills without stopping. As for Mangryo, it's obvious that he single-handedly only cares about revenge, so he doesn't care about what kind of alliance it is. He immediately let out a mocking sneer, which is unfortunate. We are people who have no future anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Mangryo immediately jumped up and jumped down. His powerful steps caused all opponents within a radius of 10 meters to be thrown far away. The overflowing wave of energy sent dozens of soldiers flying at the same time. The Mangryo's attack also included toxins that caused the soldiers affected to scream in pain. The more Mangryo killed, the more frantic he became. Each move delivered a fatal blow. Blood quickly dyed the ground red where he and Myo-woo were standing. Yob Jin-kyung saw that the situation was urgent and could no longer stand outside to control the battle, so he wanted to rush in. Their strength was far beyond my imagination, so I had to. Just as Yob Jin-kyung was about to jump towards Mangryo, a bright yellow lightning suddenly shot in front of him. Right after that, a powerful collision occurred behind Yob Jin-kyung. The ground shook violently as if a meteorite had just landed. Yob Jin-kyung felt the unique power that belonged to Ryung-kyung, so he quickly turned around to check. It was you of Shandong. As soon as Yob Jin-kyung saw Ryung-kyung's face, her claws reached out in front of his eyes. The movement was quick and decisive like a tiger pouncing, making him unable to react in time. Ryung-kyung jumped over Yob Jin-kyung and landed gently. Not a drop of blood fell from his body, nor was there any resistance. Yob Jin-kyung just stood there like a stone statue with his eyes wide open, staring at Ryung-kyung without blinking, bright red blood streaks starting to appear in his dazed eyes. Yob Jin-kyung's standing posture remained unchanged, only his neck was twisted from front to back. His face, lacking blood circulation, quickly turned purple. In the blink of an eye, in front of all the soldiers, Yob Jin-kyung fell face down like a downed tree. Not even a groan could escape his mouth. The soldiers, after being stunned for a second, began to panic and scream loudly. The army quickly fell into confusion like a headless snake. The screams of the people standing near Yob Jin-kyung quickly attracted the attention of the army surrounding Myo-woo and Mangryo. The leader, he lost his life at the hands of Yua. Despite being exhausted after exerting herself so much, Ryung-kyung still stood up bravely in front of her enemy, demonstrating the demeanor of a leech. Pyeonbok and everyone else were overjoyed to see Ryung-kyung, but at the same time, they were worried about her body, which had just barely recovered. Yob Jin-kyung's army became chaotic and disorganized after their leader fell. They all retreated. Quickly retreating, they had to retreat. While some cowards yelled at each other to run, there were also brave men who were extremely loyal to Yob Jin-kyung, who decided to stay and fight. However, they were only a small group. Most of those who hesitated to leave did so for a very simple and practical reason: they didn't know where to retreat to. In front of them were Ryung-kyung and dozens of members of the evil sects in the big cities, all standing their ground. Behind them were the two insane killers, Myo-woo and Mangryo. The White Tiger army was caught in a pincer movement. How could they not be flustered? Mangryo, for the moment, had stopped killing and was smiling slyly at Ryung-kyung. He put on a sinister expression, just like when he first met her near Nanjia village. Here you are, long time no see, servant of justice. Ryung-kyung saw Mangryo's sinister and unpleasant expression and immediately raised her guard. What are you doing here? Mangryo clicked his tongue, feigning friendliness and explaining, you see, we're here to help you. It seems like you've been pushed into a corner. Ryung Kyung furrowed her brows, wary and probing Mangrio's intentions. You're helping us. Based on what you've done in the past, it's clear how wicked your heart is. I won't be fooled by your words anymore. Mangrio chuckled awkwardly, glancing at Ryung Kyung's missing arm with an air of understanding. It seems like you've faced many hardships since you lost your arm because of me. It's no surprise that you suspect me, but there's something you should know. Mangrio said this with a cackling, joyful laugh, threatening Ryung Kyung. Mount Qingcheng is currently surrounded by 2 out of the 3 major clans of Sichuan, along with the troops allied with the Martial Arts Alliance. The White Tiger Army is not the only one who wants to take advantage of the opportunity Baek Li-young created. Ryung Kyung heard this and was startled, her eyes widening. She had never thought she would have to face so many enemies. Mangrio immediately used this to intimidate and entice Ryung Kyung. If they've decided to launch a full-scale attack, this place won't hold for long. What do you have on your side right now? Mangrio's scornful gaze quickly shifted to the group of members from the evil sects in the big cities who were heavily injured after fighting Baek Li-young, that group of nearly dead people. Besides, it seems like that Taoist Muum died with Baek Li-young, right? Mangrio became even more outrageous with his words, his expression calm and without any fear towards Ryung Kyung. His provocative attitude reached her limit when Muam's name was uttered. Her anger immediately exploded. Don't you dare call him by name. Mangrio suddenly became serious and asserted his desire for a temporary alliance with Ryung Kyung. Anyway, all I want to say is that Myo-woo and I will be on your side. There's no concept of permanent friends or enemies in Murim. Pyeonbok, also feeling confused, interjected. Why? Ryung Kyung understood Mangrio's insatiable thirst for revenge, so she bluntly exposed his hypocrisy. Duk Long is no longer here. Mangrio clicked his tongue and laughed gleefully, pointing towards Ryung Kyung. Seems that way, but as long as you're here, he'll definitely show up. Ryung Kyung became even more wary and questioned Mangrio. What do you want to do by luring him here? Mangrio's sinister smile broadened as he shrugged. I really don't plan to do anything. He'll have to fight madly here. I simply want to see that spectacle. As he finished speaking, a thirst for revenge and a sinister gleam flashed in Mangrio's eyes, true to his nature. Ryung Kyung, of course, didn't want to lure Jagang Jin into danger, so she cautiously questioned Mangrio. What if I refuse you? Mangrio immediately threatened her. In that case, you'll have to fight both Myo-woo and me. If you think you have the ability and time to defeat us while protecting the people behind you, then go ahead, do whatever you want. Ryung Kyung was caught in a dilemma and couldn't help but curse in her heart. Damn it, I really want to tear those two apart right now, but I'm at a disadvantage against them. Despite being furious inside, Ryung Kyung could only restrain herself and accept Mangrio's absurd request. If she stubbornly joined an unwinnable battle, there would be more casualties among the people behind her. Meanwhile, the evening sun began to set over the sky of the Guizhou branch of the Martial Arts Alliance. It was only now that Yeluhuan's leisurely voice echoed from the dungeon. You're awfully slow. At this level, it's shameful to say you're using the 9 Jade Bright Lightning Toad technique to deal with them. Yeluhuan didn't help at all, but instead mocked Jagang Jin. He didn't know that his delay had contributed to Muam's death. It was clear that Jagang Jin had fought off dozens of soldiers alone without suffering any injuries, but in Yeluhuan's eyes, that wasn't enough. Jagang Jin was panting heavily, but he still patiently turned to look at Yeluhuan and retorted, but I've learned quite a bit of it. Yeluhuan calmly stepped over the pile of corpses and explained, that's the basic requirement if you want to break through to the 5th level, but you can't even control the power of the 4 lights, right? Jagang Jin heard this and let out a sigh. 4 lights. I've only reached the 3rd level right now. I need to completely release the blocked power in my left half before I can advance to the 4 lights. Yeluhuan heard this and called Jagang Jin a fool. It turned out that Jagang Jin still didn't fully understand the nature of the problem, so Yeluhuan could only directly instruct him. What is the root? It's also yin and yang. They're different and yet not different, alike and yet not alike. Jagang Jin was now surprised and realized it. So it's blocked, but also not blocked. It's like internal energy that's impure, but also pure. Jagang Jin had struggled in battle for a whole day, and only now did he understand that impure energy is poison, but if you can use that poison, gradually the blocked meridians will be opened up, creating pathways for the flow of internal energy. After providing Jagang Jin with the necessary information, Yeluhuan decisively drew a line with him. I showed you the 9 Jade Bright Lightning Toad technique because of my friendship with Muam, but next time, if we meet again, it will be a different story. As Jagang Jin tilted his head in contemplation, Yeluhuan's gaze became even more resolute as he cautioned him, whether you're an opponent or a temporary ally. If I can help it, I don't hope that we will meet again." Immediately after Yelu Huan drew the line with Jia Gangjin, the two of them separated and went their separate ways. Jia Gangjin immediately returned to Mount Qingcheng. Thanks to his increased strength, he could move faster, but he still couldn't shorten the distance like when he used light footwork. Along the way, Jia Gangjin constantly thought about what Yelu Huan had taught him. "I've been enlightened significantly, allowing me to progress further in my cultivation. Now all that's left is to struggle against myself to build all 9 dams inside my body." Thinking about this, Jia Gangjin's eyes lit up with determination and he became strong. After pondering for a while, Jia Gangjin muttered to himself, "Even if it takes my whole life to reach the 9 lights, I won't give up. I'll believe in myself and strive for those who have placed their trust in me and taught me this martial art." Then, Jia Gangjin, carrying hope, marched forward towards the path bathed in sunlight. After 2 days of continuous travel, minimizing his personal needs as much as possible, Jia Gangjin finally arrived at a small house by the lake, the place where he had almost bathed with Tang Haoran. Jia Gangjin immediately stopped when he saw the house. "Is this the place?" Before they parted ways, Tang Haoran had instructed Jia Gangjin, "Do you remember the lake where we bathed after escaping from the Tang family? There's an abandoned house near there. After you're done, come to that house and pick me up." Jia Gangjin looked around and saw only this one house, so without hesitation, he entered and called out for Haoran. His way of calling her now didn't have the same sense of distance as before. However, what greeted Jia Gangjin was a horrifying scene in the dark space, reeking of blood. On the floor and all the walls there were signs of a fierce battle. Blood and slash marks were scattered everywhere, and furniture was knocked over. Jia Gangjin couldn't help but panic when he saw dark red blood streaks on the floor, as if someone was dragged away after fainting. He quickly approached to inspect and found that the blood was still fresh, meaning that it had happened recently. Jia Gangjin's heart was burning with anxiety and anger. Who would do this? Haoran. Tang Haoran was tied to a tree trunk, her face was covered in blood, her clothes torn to shreds from a fierce battle. A young man with a freckled face, carrying a spear over his shoulder with a smug expression, stood in front of Tang Haoran. "I intentionally left some bloodstains along the way. He will surely find us and soon appear. But older brother Baek Li Quan, you have definitely changed a lot. Although she wasn't the type of gentle lady, your agreement to take her hostage was really surprising. This arrogant and cunning young man is one of the 3 dragons and 4 great birds, known as the Lost Dragon, Yang Zhan." Meanwhile, Baek Li Quan was calmly sitting in a corner, waiting with a thoughtful expression. "You are mistaken, she is not a hostage." Yang Zhan looked at Baek Li Quan in confusion. Baek Li Quan, who values the righteousness of the righteous sect, calmly declared, "I will finish off Tang Haoran in front of the dreadful poison cripple. Only then will he see my hatred." Now Baek Li Quan's eyes are filled with murderous intent to the point of blindness. He no longer cares about the useless righteousness in Jianghu. Yang Zhan, after hearing this, not only did not stop him but also excitedly encouraged Baek Li Quan, "Hey, are you going to take the life of the young miss from the Tang family?" However, Yang Zhan also carefully considered the pros and cons and reminded Baek Li Quan, "Is that really okay? Maybe Tang Haoran has turned her back on her family, but a wrong move can also become a big issue between the Tang family and the Baek Li family." Baek Li Quan, blinded by hatred, did not hesitate to make up his mind to do as he pleased. "That bastard ruthlessly attacked Yun, yet he dares to dream of a happy life with this woman. I will never let that happen." Yang Zhan continued to worry and pressed Baek Li Quan, "Has your foster father allowed it?" Baek Li Quan continued to say indifferently, "I will just get another lesson. He has no intention of avenging Yun, so I have to do it myself." Yang Zhan, hearing this, no longer worried because the responsibility would fall on Baek Li Quan. He then chuckled gleefully, Initially I came here to fight the poison dragon, but it seems this situation is getting more interesting. But Quan, if you want to avenge her, isn't there a better way than this?" Yang Zhan's laughter became increasingly sinister. Yang Zhan's hungry eyes darted to Tang Haoran's frail body. Would he still remain calm if he saw the person he loved being cut to pieces in front of him? Tang Haoran, hearing Yang Zhan's arrogant words and terrifying idea, was not afraid at all, but instead laughed scornfully. She didn't hesitate to mock them. "I can't believe that lowly people like you are among the 3 dragons and 4 great birds, representing the rising talents of Jianghu. You have talent, but your hearts are not even as good as a dog's." Or maybe replace the word dragon with dog for a better fit. Tang Haoran, who had just regained consciousness, had already spoken such profound sarcasm. Of course, she had provoked a mad dog right in front of her. Yang Zhan, without hesitation, kicked Tang Haoran's face to the side to vent his anger. Yang Zhan stared coldly and threatened, "Tang Haoran, It seems you still don't know your place. Still daring to be arrogant at this point. I have heard that Tang family women are only arrogant and useless. It seems the rumors are not too far off. Yang John screamed with a sharp and resentful voice as he continuously stomped on Tang Haoran's head. Nobody knew that Tang Haoran was pregnant, so she could only try to use her head and shoulders to block the blows, preventing Yang John's foot from reaching her stomach. No, I can't let him harm the child. Baek Lee Kwan, seeing Yang John getting too carried away, intervened. Stop it. When Yang John raised his eyebrow, doubting Baek Lee Kwan's decisiveness, Baek Lee Kwan immediately gave his reason. You are planning to finish her off before the poison dragon gets here. Then this will be in vain. Yang John, hearing this, pursed his lips and lowered his foot. Although he was reluctant to restrain himself, he had to retract his foot because he was greedy for the fame of defeating Jagang Jin. Feeling frustrated, Yang John turned and left Tang Haoran. Well, then let me go around and see if the poison dragon has found his way here yet. After Yang John had gone some distance, Tang Haoran could finally breathe a sigh of relief. With only the two of them left, Tang Haoran gently advised Baek Lee Kwan, Jing Wang, doing this won't bring back the extraordinary great bird. Baek Lee Kwan nervously rubbed his hands together for a moment but quickly made up his mind to avenge her to the end. I know that. But can you do what you are telling me to do? Baek Lee Kwan's eyes filled with hatred suddenly turned sad with a distant gaze. He silently recounted his pain to Tang Haoran. Your lover, the one who promised to grow old with you, came back as a cold corpse. You can't do anything to bring them back. But can you forget about it? I can't. Baek Lee Kwan's tone went from bitter to decisive, showing that his desire for revenge only intensified when he thought about Jae Gal-yeon. Finally, Baek Lee Kwan's eyes were filled with insane murderous intent. If people mock me for being blinded by hatred, I don't care. To me, living as if nothing happened is real blindness. Tang Haoran, hearing this, didn't know what to say anymore. She felt sorry for Baek Lee Kwan, but also worried about Jagang Jin and the child in her stomach. A mixture of chaotic emotions made her only able to look at him with a confused expression. Meanwhile, Yang John was leisurely whistling as he surveyed the surrounding area. There was only one path with traces leading to where they had captured Tang Haoran, so he simply went in the opposite direction. Very quickly, Yang John saw a large figure appear in the darkness with limping steps. The murderous aura that Jagang Jin emanated was terrifying compared to the last time he revealed it. The aura was so clear that it formed a thick stream of energy surrounding him. Yang John was startled and stood still when he saw such a terrifying amount of murderous intent coming from someone younger than him. While Yang John was stunned, Jagang Jin had already passed him. His steps were as swift as gliding in the wind, making Yang John startle. However, he wasn't afraid of Jagang Jin. Based on the murderous aura, he could guess that he was the person he had been longing to meet, so he immediately grinned and turned towards him. In a flash, Yang John raised his spear and stabbed towards Jagang Jin's back. Jagang Jin, initially not knowing he was his enemy, was slightly startled for a moment. However, Yang John was only a third-rate character in the Three Dragons, so his speed was still a beat slower than Jagang Jin's. Before the spear could hit Jagang Jin, he managed to block it with his dagger. As the spear blade slid along in a fierce struggle with the dagger blade, Yang John laughed even more gleefully. I didn't expect you to block my spear. Not bad. You must be the poison dragon, right? Jagang Jin immediately identified Yang John as the one who had lured him here and asked him directly, did you kidnap Haoran? Yang John decisively retracted his spear, preparing for the next attack with an excited tone. Yes, Jagang Jin angrily questioned, why? Yang John continued to point his spear at Jagang Jin and boldly declared, I am a longtime friend of Baek Lee Kwan, I'm just here to help him. Jagang Jin was shocked and stared wide-eyed when he heard the name Baek Lee Kwan. Jing Wang, is he the one behind everything? Whereas Haoran, he became even more anxious because he knew how deep Baek Lee Kwan's hatred for him was. Yang John, without any caution, revealed the location of Tang Haoran and Baek Lee Kwan. She is with Kwan on the mountaintop. Jagang Jin immediately looked towards the path leading to the mountaintop. Right after that, he didn't pay any attention to Yang John and headed straight up the mountain. Yang John was ignored and was upset. Hey, where do you think you're going? Jagang Jin continued to rush straight. I don't have time to joke with you. If you just follow the pure dragon, then go back before it's too late. I will forgive you if you do that. Jagang Jin was completely telling the truth because right from the first move he knew that Yang John was not his opponent, but Yang John felt uncomfortable hearing that and snorted coldly, why? The poisonous dragon and the pure dragon are both such boring people. Yang John, overestimating himself, provoked Jagang Jin. Hey, you came here after seeing what happened down there, right, and you still want to forgive me? Jagang Jin immediately stopped in his tracks upon hearing his attack. Yang John laughed even louder and declared, "What if I told you I was the one who left Tang Haran covered in blood?" Jagang Jin couldn't hold back when he thought about what might have happened to Tang Haran and their child. He erupted in fury and turned to attack Yang John. Jagang Jin rushed towards Yang John with lightning speed, causing him to flinch. However, he still had the advantage of his weapon and quickly regained his composure. Before Jagang Jin's dagger could reach Yang John's throat, he swung his spear in time. The impact created a force that caused him to brace his hands on the ground to prevent himself from falling backward. Yang John excitedly grinned when he saw the fighting spirit rising in Jagang Jin. "There you go, that's how you should be." The angrier Jagang Jin's face became, the more excited Yang John got. "I'm here to fight you, you're the one in the rumors surrounding me for so long. I'm very curious to see how strong you really are." Right after that, Yang John began to dance his spear in a flamboyant and seemingly excessive manner. However, when he finished 10 rotations of his spear and swung it forward, a network of spear energy intertwined and pushed towards Jagang Jin. Just like a fishing net, Yang John was full of confidence and challenged Jagang Jin, "So don't disappoint me." What Yang John didn't expect was that Jagang Jin didn't dodge or try to block his attack. He charged straight into the gaps between the intertwined spear lines and accepted the damage to shorten the fight. In a blink of an eye, Jagang Jin's dagger was right before Yang John's nose, leaving him stunned and surprised for a moment. However, even when the dagger was only an inch away, Yang John still arrogantly grinned and mocked Jagang Jin. "Such a wild one, huh?" Then, the dagger pierced Yang John's forehead, but strangely, it pierced through something faint like an illusion. Even Jagang Jin himself followed the momentum and charged through that illusion. The sight made him doubt and search for Yang John's real form around him. At this time, Yang John suddenly leaped out of the air. He excitedly boasted, "Well, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Yang John, the wandering dragon. No one has ever been able to catch me. I am the fastest man in the world." Yang John was confident in his speed, and what Jagang Jin had seen before was just an afterimage left behind by him, which is why his attack was ineffective. Afterward, Yang John continuously ran around Jagang Jin. "You have that name because your weapon is poison, right? But if you can't touch me, your poison is useless. How can those slow attacks even hope to touch me?" Yang John's speed grew faster, making his image appear all around Jagang Jin. It became very difficult to identify his real form. Yang John glided across the ground like a ghost and continued to speak words that challenged Jagang Jin's limits. Even Tang Haran, who's on par with the 3 dragons and 4 great birds, couldn't even touch a hair on my head. At this time, Jagang Jin had no intention of focusing on Yang John's footsteps to identify his location. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the ground. The bloodstains on the ground were Tang Haran's. Seeing that bright red blood and Yang John's arrogant boasting made him furious. All she could do was fall to the ground in fear. Jagang Jin remembered what he saw in the abandoned house earlier, the bright red bloodstains of the woman he loved. Jagang Jin was increasingly agitated, not knowing what terrifying things Tang Haran had endured to leave behind so much blood. He couldn't help but worry about the child in her belly. Yang John continued to shout in a self-assured voice, "She became a sacrifice for my Yang family spear. You're not much different either. Looks like I'll have to offend Quan, who's burning with revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang John kicked a nearby tree to gain momentum and charged towards Jagang Jin with his spear pointed straight ahead. His speed was so fast that only sound could be heard, not his form. In an instant, he disappeared from Jagang Jin's sight. However, Jagang Jin didn't rush or hesitate. He calmly awaited the tip of Yang John's spear charging straight toward him. "This will be where you meet your end." In Yang John's moment of triumph, Jagang Jin unleashed the power of the Mingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tian Shu, Divine Light 9 Jade Moving 5 Thunder Toad technique. From the depths of his eyes, a brilliant flash of lightning emerged. A deep but sarcastic voice rose, "Fastest, only a few short words," but Jagang Jin responded to all of Yang John's provocations. Immediately after, Yang John was stunned and his eyes widened with his pupils shrinking to the size of rice grains. He didn't expect that Jagang Jin could see his movement. Not only that, he gracefully leaped towards Yang John, the movement swift as lightning and the technique incredibly simple, just using the hand holding the dagger to punch him directly in the face. The sound of the blow was crisp and clear, like firecrackers exploding. After clashing with Yang John, Jagang Jin continued on his way. heading towards the mountain top where Haran was captured by Baek Lee Kwan. I don't know how long later, Yan John was lying flat on the ground, thinking he was dead, but suddenly opened his eyes and coughed and choked up blood. Yan John heavily pulled himself up and looked around in bewilderment. What the hell just happened? How long have I been unconscious? Becoming slightly more conscious, Yan John felt the sharp pain in his nose and mouth, and the memories before being knocked out flooded his mind. Yan John was stunned remembering that Jagang Jin had knocked him out with a single punch to the face. Although the blow had broken his nose and nearly shattered his jaw, luckily Jagang Jin hadn't used poison needles. Regardless of whether it was lucky or unlucky, Yan John quickly dismissed his thoughts about Jagang Jin's attack and hurriedly searched for him. Yan John thought for a moment, then urgently turned and ran towards the mountain peak. They had a feud. He must have gone to find Baek Lee Kwan if his brother fought that monster, then. While Yan John frantically ran towards Baek Lee Kwan was already greeting the long-awaited guest. "You're here, the dreadful poison cripple." Jagang Jin walked towards Baek Lee Kwan with a cold gaze, saying nothing. He couldn't hide the killing intent that flared in his eyes as he glanced at Haran, bound to a tree. Baek Lee Kwan continued his provocative monologue. "Long time no see. Wait, everyone calls you Poison Dragon now, right?" Jagang Jin indifferently glanced at him. "I don't care what you call me." Haran exclaimed, both worried and relieved to see her husband come to her rescue. "Jagang, are you all right?" Jagang Jin gave her a warm reassuring smile. "Haran, I'm here, you can rest now." Haran burst into tears. She had tried to be strong, not wanting to be a burden on Jagang Jin, but with his appearance, her tough facade finally crumbled. Jagang Jin, not wanting to fight while Haran was in Baek Lee Kwan's hands, politely tried to persuade him. "Silent Dragon, your actions are going too far, please release Haran." Baek Lee Kwan let out a sarcastic, bitter laugh. "Going too far, wasn't it you who went too far first?" Jagang Jin frowned and patiently explained, "I've told you about this already, I'm not the one who killed Valiant Phoenix." Regardless of whether Baek Lee Kwan listened or not, Jagang Jin began to recount the truth of what happened. "Valiant Phoenix, while fighting me, suddenly collapsed after taking an antidote pill. There must have been poison in that pill. After Valiant Phoenix fell unconscious, an assassin was sent to ensure she wouldn't survive. Although Jagang Jin's words were true, the only witness to this has kept it secret until now." Therefore, Baek Lee Kwan's attitude was clearly one of disbelief. He angrily growled, "Do you think I'll believe your nonsense?" Haran, knowing about the poison, quickly spoke up for Jagang Jin. "It's the truth, my clan developed that deadly poison, it works on everyone in Murim." Fearing that wasn't enough to convince him, Haran also revealed information about Mangrio. "Advisor Mangrio worked with us on this poison. The Tang family wanted to test its effectiveness, so Mangrio gave it to Valiant Phoenix before she met Jagang." Seeing Baek Lee Kwan's face still darkened, Haran tried to lower her voice to avoid angering him. "I don't know much about the assassin, but if there was one, it was likely sent by my grandfather to ensure all evidence and witnesses related to this poison were eliminated." After hearing the whole story, Baek Lee Kwan still didn't believe them and gritted his teeth, questioning, "How do I know you two aren't lying?" Haran helplessly pleaded in a trembling voice, "Unfortunately, I have no proof to show you, but please believe me, Jagang isn't your enemy." Baek Lee Kwan began to refute Jagang Jin and Haran's story with what he knew. "Yun, she had a close attendant who served her for a long time. He's someone she trusted, and he told me that Yun died fighting the poison dragon." At this point, Baek Lee Kwan's teeth ground together with a chilling sound. Jagang Jin frowned, remembering that when removing Jagal Yun's body from the cave, Yung Shin had said he wouldn't reveal the truth to anyone or help Jagang Jin prove his innocence, in order to lure the mastermind out. Seeing Jagang Jin not refute, Baek Lee Kwan firmly stated, "That's why I concluded Yun died from your poison. Who do you think is more believable, an attendant who dedicated his life to serving Yun, or a woman who betrayed her clan assassin from the evil sex?" With those words, Baek Lee Kwan's eyes burned with intense killing intent focused on Jagang Jin, while secretly accumulating internal energy. Seeing Baek Lee Kwan's explosive energy, Jagang Jin clenched his fists, ready for battle. "It seems there's no other way," Baek Lee Kwan retorted harshly. "This was the only path for us from the beginning." Without waiting for Jagang Jin's reply, Baek Lee Kwan, brimming with killing intent, drew his sword. "If you want to save Haran, you'll have to go through me. If you lose, you'll watch the one you love die helplessly. Just like I did when I saw Yun." With those words, he immediately lunged at Jagang Jin, swinging his sharp sword, gleaming in the moonlight. Jagang Jin stood firm, unmoved, and swung his arm. The silken threads of the flying soul arrow spun around his body, deflecting Baek Lee Kwan's descending sword, sending him sprawling backwards. Baek Lee Kwan stared in astonishment at the thin threads glowing in the moonlight. He had once felt like an insurmountable wall against Jagang Jin, but not anymore. Both his skill and internal energy depth had vastly improved. However, Baek Lee Kwan didn't want to admit he was pushed back by Jagang Jin's internal energy, so he blamed the flying soul arrow for blocking his attack. The flying soul arrow not only deflected Baek Lee Kwan but also counterattacked forcefully, forcing him to retreat after landing. He roared furiously, "That's the Tang family's weapon, the flying soul arrow, you're treacherous." Jagang Jin could feel his power far surpassed Baek Lee Kwan's, so he confidently declared, "Don't worry, this fight will be different from the last time we faced each other." As the silken threads relentlessly advanced, aiming to bind Baek Lee Kwan, he was forced to evade by flipping backwards several times. However, Baek Lee Kwan didn't easily give up on counterattacking. He used a tree trunk behind him as a springboard to launch himself towards Jagang Jin. With the power of his back kick, Baek Lee Kwan in a flash lunged at Jagang Jin with a powerful thrust, but Jagang Jin was faster, quickly leaping back to evade. Baek Lee Kwan's sword plunged deep into the ground, splitting the earth as if plowed by an ox. Meanwhile, Jagang Jin was still suspended in midair from his backward leap. Baek Lee Kwan seized the opportunity to continue his attack before Jagang Jin could regain his balance. The moment Jagang Jin touched the ground, Baek Lee Kwan closed in from the front and simultaneously swung his sword in a horizontal slash, the distance between them only an arm's length. The sword described a crescent arc slicing through the air, but Jagang Jin swiftly spread his legs, lowering his center of gravity to duck under the blade. The sound of wind cutting was accompanied by cracking and rustling sounds as the powerful sword strike even severed the trees behind Jagang Jin. Taking advantage of Jagang Jin still being on the ground, Baek Lee Kwan launched another attack. This time, he swung his sword vertically, like an executioner aiming for his head. Jagang Jin certainly didn't sit idly waiting for death. He sprang up, his sharp eyes tracking the movement of the gleaming sword before him. By accumulating poison in his body and activating immense internal energy, Jagang Jin's movements became much faster. Before the sword could reach him, he counterattacked. Keng, a clang resonated as Jagang Jin's right hand, wielding the flying soul arrow, blocked the sharp sword like a shield, while his left hand extended towards Baek Lee Kwan to unleash the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. Baek Lee Kwan stared in astonishment as Jagang Jin's movements were lightning fast, and from his hand, intertwined bolts of lightning were being released. Jagang Jin gritted his teeth to maximize his strength, pushed his internal force into his left palm and delivered a harsh blow to Baek Lee Kwan's chin, causing him to be knocked back. Baek Lee Kwan's chin was hot with his teeth trembling and clicking together. Blood burst out of his mouth when he was hit, but luckily he didn't bite his tongue. Jagang Jin glared as Baek Lee Kwan stumbled backward, his firm stance providing a solid base for his continued attack. While Baek Lee Kwan was reeling from the blow, Jagang Jin swiftly moved behind him in the blink of an eye. Baek Lee Kwan's entire back was exposed, leaving him vulnerable, so Jagang Jin immediately tightened his fist, lowered his body, and charged at the undefended target. A loud thud echoed as Jagang Jin's fist connected with Baek Lee Kwan's spine, the tremendous force not only creating a dent in his back but also sending him flying forward. Baek Lee Kwan had no time to react, his body hurled against a nearby tree, his protruding body parts violently colliding with the trunk. As Baek Lee Kwan fell to the ground, a long trail of blood gushed from his mouth and down the tree trunk, the impact leaving him aching all over, nearly unconscious. However, Baek Lee Kwan was strong enough to withstand the blow, quickly struggling to his feet, his face covered in blood. More importantly, Baek Lee Kwan recognized that Jagang Jin was using the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, fueling his anger and accusations. "That technique definitely belongs to my master," Jagang Jin retorted. "This ultimate skill doesn't belong to Baek Lee Young." Jagang Jin seized the opportunity to reveal the truth about Baek Lee Young. He stole it from the servants of justice and the true owners. He was also largely responsible for the destruction of our medical schools and the deaths of countless people due to his selfish ambition. That's the whole truth about the man you call your foster father. Baek Lee Kwan didn't believe Jagang Jin's accusations and was enraged. "After killing the woman I loved most, you dare insult my foster father." Jagang Jin knew Baek Lee Kwan had noticed something amiss but was stubbornly denying the truth. He shouted, "You're only running away from the brutal reality before your eyes." Baek Lee Kwan refused to be enlightened, roaring through his bloody mouth, "Shut up. Immediately, he leaped to his feet and charged at Jagang Jin to counterattack. Baek Lee Kwan wildly swung his sword with the speed of an arrow towards Jagang Jin, continuously denying his words in helplessness. "You're lying. Every word from your mouth is a lie." Seeing this, Jagang Jin didn't bother arguing further and met his attack with a punch. Baek Lee Kwan swung his sword haphazardly, his anger clouding his judgment and leaving openings that Jagang Jin easily avoided with a simple duck and forward movement. Jagang Jin closed the distance, lowering his center of gravity, his tightly clenched fist like a sledgehammer, striking Baek Lee Kwan in the chest. Baek Lee Kwan's rashness and momentary lapse in concentration left him unprepared for Jagang Jin's counterattack, the speed of which was only realized once the fist connected with his chest. Taking the full force of the blow to his chest, Baek Lee Kwan felt his insides churn, a burning sensation rising as blood and stomach acid gushed from his throat. In a flash, memories flooded his mind, connecting the dots of his suspicions regarding Baek Lee Young. But Baek Lee Kwan stubbornly refused to acknowledge his doubts, continuing to accuse Jagang Jin. "Even if you try to divide us with your venomous tongue, do you think I'll be fooled by you, you bastard?" As Baek Lee Kwan spoke these self-deceptive words, the image of Jae Galyeon appeared in his mind, as if reproaching him for refusing to acknowledge the truth and investigate properly, instead blaming the innocent. Baek Lee Kwan's heart was torn between love and loyalty, ultimately unwilling to believe that Baek Lee Young was behind everything. A hoarse cry escaped his lips as he swung his sword to attack Jagang Jin again. However, Jagang Jin had already moved behind Baek Lee Kwan. He gently extended two fingers, controlling the flying soul arrow, forcing him to freeze. "It's over. I win." Silent Dragon. Jagang Jin turned slightly, glancing at the frozen Baek Lee Kwan. He wasn't unable to move, but he dared not. Because the thin threads of the flying soul arrow were tightly wrapped around his neck, any further rash movement would certainly result in his head being severed. Ha-Ran, witnessing this, was awestruck by Jagang Jin's incredible power increase in such a short time. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Baek Lee Kwan was one of the 3 dragons and 4 great birds, the most outstanding representative among Miram's promising talents. Even Ha-Ran had been somewhat inferior, but Jagang Jin could now easily defeat him without a scratch. Baek Lee Kwan himself felt that Jagang Jin had far surpassed him in terms of internal energy power. He swallowed hard, bitterly acknowledging, "You're truly much stronger than before." Jagang Jin calmly glanced at the helpless Baek Lee Kwan, standing stiffly like a log. "You still don't believe what I said is the truth." Baek Lee Kwan pondered for a moment, then spoke with bitterness. "All right, perhaps what you said is true. I admit there's room for misunderstanding depending on how you look at the story. But does that change anything? You harmed Yun, so I will avenge Yun." Jagang Jin was about to say Baek Lee Kwan was foolish, but Baek Lee Kwan spoke first. "I'm not stupid. I know everything about what my foster father did, what he hid from me, and what he will do in the future. He arranged another marriage for me right after Yun died. And the Jaegal family became a close ally with my foster father because of their hatred for you. He could get 2 powerful families to back him up thanks to Yun's death." Baek Lee Kwan became increasingly agitated, his voice trembling. He also recalled the incident during his fight with Jagang Jin in Nanjia village. Although he had taken an antidote pill, he was still severely poisoned and had to stay at the Tang family for a long time for acupuncture and detoxification. Baek Lee Kwan even admitted noticing the unusual behavior of Mangrio. "I thought these things, and the purge of the evil sects in the big cities, were all somehow related to Yun's death. But I couldn't accept the truth that the one behind Yun's death was my foster father." At this point, Baek Lee Kwan no longer maintained his stubborn and foolish demeanor. He dropped his sword, his hands limp, feeling the despair and hopelessness of the truth he was forced to accept. Even now, Baek Lee Kwan couldn't abandon Baek Lee Young. He could only laugh bitterly. "He took me in, an orphan with no parents. He raised me and taught me martial arts. That's why I turned a blind eye to his actions, even though I vaguely realized the truth a long time ago." Baek Lee Kwan continued to laugh bitterly, as if his belated confession held no value after everything. Baek Lee Kwan looked up at the sky and mumbled with a sigh. "In the end, what can I change? A good dog doesn't bite its master. For me, a believable lie is better than a brutally harsh truth. Even if you didn't kill Yun, I can't forgive you for hurting her. Besides, even if the blame isn't on you, aren't you now with the young Miss Tang Jia, the one who created the poison that killed Yun?" Hearing Baek Lee Kwan's forced reasoning, Jagang Jin had nothing more to say. Baek Lee Kwan didn't intend to beg for mercy. He calmly closed his eyes like a condemned man on the execution platform. "Don't feel sorry for me. This is my karma, so pull the flying soul arrow. I guess I'll be able to see Yun soon." With that, Baek Lee Kwan fell silent, accepting death as a release from his inner turmoil. Jagang Jin had intended to spare his life if he repented and revealed the truth about Baek Lee Young. But he realized Baek Lee Kwan wouldn't do so, even if spared, and that even if his target wasn't him, it would be Haran. Jagang Jin pulled the transparent string of the flying soul arrow. Death came to Baek Lee Kwan without warning. In an instant, his head was severed, blood spurted from the arteries in the darkness, the sound of blood gushing even audible. Yang John returned just then and couldn't believe what he saw. He almost died when he couldn't return in time to support the brother he was closest to. Seeing Jagang Jin calmly collecting his soul and sending him back and silently looking at Baek Lee Kwan's body, with its severed head, continuing to spurt blood like a fountain while falling forward, Yang John was furious, heady. Jagang Jin heard his shout and footsteps, and turned his head with a wary look. Yang John roared, his voice like a tearing throat, as he furiously lunged forward to attack with his spear raised high. "Dok Long, you damn dog!" Jagang Jin quickly spun around, ready to receive the attack, for having fought Yang John before, he knew the latter's strength was far inferior to his own. However, Yang John ran past Jagang Jin instead of stabbing him, his unexpected action causing him momentary shock. Jagang Jin reacted quickly. If Yang John's target wasn't him, it could only be Haran, so he hurriedly turned around in the opposite direction again. At that moment, Yang John stopped when he got close to the target he had aimed for from the beginning. Before Jagang Jin could act, Yang John let out a haughty and shameless laugh, pointing his spear at Haran's neck. "You've been too careless, Dok Long. Drop your weapon, from now on, I will avenge Kwan Hyung." With those words, Yang John triumphantly laughed, his act of targeting a pregnant woman truly despicable. Seeing Jagang Jin hesitate to remove the flying soul arrow gloves, Yang John continued to threaten, "If you dare do anything foolish, I'll kill this woman." Before he could finish, his voice suddenly choked, a needle unexpectedly piercing his throat. Even Jagang Jin, who was secretly devising a way to rescue Haran, didn't expect Yang John to be stabbed from behind. Yang John looked at Haran in shock. How? Haran glared at him as if to retaliate for all his previous torment. "Didn't expect it, did you? I used a hidden needle to cut the ropes." Hiding a needle or two is something even a 5-year-old in the Tang family could do. "You're truly stupid, Lak Long. Did you think I'd let you do whatever you wanted? I was simply waiting until I could ensure my own safety and that of my child." Yang John angrily rolled his eyes, turning to look at Haran, but the poison from the needle prevented him from acting as he wished. Haran stared into Yang John's astonished eyes. "You didn't notice because you enjoyed seeing my suffering, didn't you? Die, you trash." As Haran vented her anger, the poison took effect, causing Yang John to spurt blood from his nostrils. He fell before her with a violent convulsion and choked groans like a suffocating pig. Haran slowly removed the loose rope from her body and watched Yang John struggle his last moments, wanting to ensure he was dead before turning away. After Yang John breathed his last, Haran revealed her weakness, staggering and falling. Luckily, Jagang Jin rushed to catch her. "Are you all right? Are you injured anywhere?" Haran gently shook her head while leaning against Jagang Jin's chest. "I'm fine." After calming down, Haran sighed in relief. "I thought that hiding place would be safe, but it seems these men had been following me since I left Qingqing Mountain. I separated from you because I didn't want to be a burden, yet, I'm sorry." Jagang Jin quickly soothed Haran's heavy heart. "A burden? That's not true." However, Haran insisted, "You're walking a tightrope, one small mistake and everything will end. And my belly is getting bigger, it will become even more inconvenient for both of us." Jagang Jin felt heartbroken, but he couldn't deny what she said. Haran looked at Jagang Jin with teary eyes. "When things got difficult, I always thought of you. I'm so glad you came to save me, but this can't happen again." With those words, Haran rested her head on Jagang Jin's chest and wept, releasing the resentment she had endured during her husband's absence. Seeing his wife safe and clearly feeling her warmth, Jagang Jin also sighed in relief, tightening his arms around her. The two of them enjoyed their brief reunion before continuing their journey. Then, Jagang Jin took Haran down the mountain. Along the way, she updated him on what had happened at Qingqing Mountain during his absence. Haran leaned against Jagang Jin's back and whispered that Lak Long said there was a huge battle, visible even from outside Qingqing Mountain. Yua was in seclusion at the time, so Baek Lee Young fought with the high-ranking Taoist priest Muam. Amei and the Tang family took advantage of the chaos and quickly surrounded Qingqing Mountain. Baek Lee Young's whereabouts are unknown, so they haven't made any further moves, but honestly, the situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Jagang Jin, upon hearing this, roughly guessed what he was about to face. Ha-ran tilted her head, looking at her husband with worry. What are you going to do now? Jagang Jin hesitated for a moment before saying, I promised them I'd return. I can't abandon them just because the situation has worsened. This is when they need our help the most, but I need to think about how to break through the siege and rejoin them. Ha-ran listened silently, not surprised by Jagang Jin's decision. She didn't expect Jagang Jin to abandon his benefactors and flee with her. After careful consideration, Ha-ran lowered her head and whispered, if you want to rejoin them, I have an idea. I've said it before, remember, the Tang family values their descendants highly. Furthermore, the child I'm carrying is a direct descendant of the Tang family, and you, the one who defeated both the Silent Dragon and Lak Long. Ha-ran had only said this much when Jagang Jin immediately felt uneasy. However, Ha-ran didn't give her husband a chance to speak. She immediately made her proposal. Just let the world know that the Silent Dragon and Lak Long were defeated by you. It will be a good condition for us and the child to return to the Tang family. Then I will ask my family to abandon the siege of Qingqing Mountain. Jagang Jin immediately stopped, his eyes wide with astonishment. But if you do that... Ha-ran dismounted from Jagang Jin's back with a determined attitude. I know, it won't be good when I return to the family I betrayed. But as long as I have this child, the Tang family will be the safest place for me and the baby. If I do this, I will no longer be a burden to you. You just need to come and get me before it's too late. With those words, Ha-ran walked towards the lakeside house with a gentle smile, encouraging Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin was truly torn as he looked at his wife and thought of his benefactors on Qingqing Mountain. He wanted to dissuade her, but he couldn't think of any other way. While Jagang Jin thought, Ha-ran simply smiled calmly at her husband. She was determined that nothing could persuade her to change her mind now. However, thinking of the long separation and not knowing when they would meet again, Ha-ran couldn't hold back her tears. From now on, call me Ha-ran. I'm carrying your flesh and blood. Why keep calling me young miss? You must keep your promise and come for me. Jagang Jin saw Ha-ran's determination and gave up on the idea of changing her plan. After all, having the temporary protection of the Tang family was better than letting her suffer while pregnant. He smiled gratefully in response to his wife's sacrifice. Of course I will, Ha-ran. After resting for a while at the lakeside house and talking, Jagang Jin took Ha-ran close to the area where the Tang family was stationed at Qingqing Mountain to ensure no one would touch her along the way. The very next morning, a major shift in the situation and forces took place at Qingqing Mountain. In the octagonal pavilion where Muam usually resided, Mangrio was announcing good news to Ryung-kyung. The Tang family has withdrawn their troops. It seems Ha-ran used returning to her family as a condition for negotiation. While Ryung-kyung was worried about Jagang Jin and Ha-ran's safety, Mangrio laughed, praising himself. It seems the god of marriage has brought together a perfect couple. Since she's carrying Dok Long's child, the Tang family must be looking forward to it. Ignoring Ryung-kyung's silence, Mangrio continued to talk boastfully. That undefeated sword saint caused chaos when he stormed Qingqing Mountain. Ignoring the Sichuan-Miram alliance, he disregarded the power of the Tang family and made just to annihilate the Qingqing school. Mangrio became more excited as he spoke. It's interesting how the Tang family used that as a reason to withdraw. As a protest against Baek Li-young's reckless actions, they basically killed two birds with one stone. But for Ha-ran to make such a decision, it seems everything went as I predicted. That Dok Long is coming here. Just thinking of Jagang Jin made Mangrio laugh happily again. But Ryung-kyung was still grieving after losing Muam and didn't react at all, making Mangrio annoyed. What a bland reaction. He even sneered. How long are you going to mourn the dead? The living must continue living. Ryung-kyung finally opened his mouth with a sad voice. No, not dead. Mangrio knew that she was talking about Muam and wouldn't be able to advise her in this state, so he started to prod her. Ah, you're talking about Baek Li-young. Didn't you say the whole mountain collapsed and crushed him? After a moment's thought, Mangrio clicked his tongue. Well, I know a guy who survived something similar. He lived for 8 years in a collapsed mine. Ryung-kyung knew what Mangrio was referring to, but besides her deep-seated denial of Muam's death, the only other thing she cared about in the old man's words was Baek Li-young, if he was still alive. Ryung-kyung involuntarily recalled the scene of her pushing Baek Li-young down with the collapsing mountain. His hateful glare was still etched in her mind. You scoundrel, how dare you? Although Baek Li-young had been buried under tons of rocks, you must see a person to know they're alive, and a body to know they're dead. Ryung-kyung couldn't be sure he was dead without finding his body. Ryung-kyung erupted in fury at the thought of Baek Li-young possibly being alive. Damn you, if you dare show your face again, I'll tear you apart, I'll avenge Muam. Meanwhile, at the collapsed mountain, large boulders began to tremble slightly. Small tremors from deep within the earth were spreading, causing the surface layers of rock and earth to heave and fall as if something beneath was breathing. Soon after, a strong, scarred hand suddenly pierced the thick layers of rock and earth, emerging from the grave that had buried him. Although Jagang Jin and Ha Ran had to pay the price of separation, at least the Tang family kept their promise and withdrew their troops, giving Jagang Jin the opportunity to sneak into the Qingcheng mountain area. Although the Amei sect and the Miram alliance still had forces, it would take them considerable time to fill the void left by the Tang family's troops. Now was the most opportune time for Jagang Jin to infiltrate Qingcheng mountain. However, on Jagang Jin's way to Qingcheng mountain, someone else blocked his path. Fortunately, this person was not an enemy, nor a stranger. It was Yung Shin, Jie Gaolian's loyal attendant. Jagang Jin was somewhat surprised that Yung Shin had taken the initiative to meet him, but he still greeted him politely, "Long time no see." Yung Shin replied with a subdued tone, "Yes, long time no see." Although Jagang Jin wasn't sure why Yung Shin had sought him out, he noticed a change in his eyes from their last encounter. Jagang Jin frankly asked Yung Shin, "Your presence here means?" Yung Shin didn't hesitate to reveal, "That's right, the Jaigal Bang has issued a priority arrest warrant for you. As for why the Jaigal Bang hasn't acted, it's because we had to wait 100 days for the Tang family and Ha Ran to resolve their internal affairs. We had to act cautiously to avoid any unwanted conflicts with the Tang family." When he mentioned Ha Ran, Yung Shin's eyes suddenly flashed with intense killing intent. Then, that killing intent turned towards Jagang Jin. Now that Ha Ran has returned to the Tang family, the Jaigal Bang has no reason to hesitate any longer, especially since you're all alone. The Jaigal Bang's appearance immediately after the Tang family's departure put Jagang Jin in a difficult situation, as the gap in the siege of Qingcheng mountain would quickly be filled, but he had no choice but to go, and he simply nodded his thanks to Yung Shin. "Thank you for the warning." Yung Shin continued to stare at Jagang Jin with angry eyes. "Do you really think I came all this way just to say those words?" After gritting his teeth to suppress his emotions, he pressed Jagang Jin, who is the culprit behind the death of young Miss Yun. Jagang Jin looked at Yung Shin in confusion. Based on his reaction, he probably knew some of the truth about Jie Gaolian's death. Jagang Jin had no intention of lying, even though he knew the truth might break his alliance with Yung Shin. "I think it was." Before Jagang Jin could answer, Yung Shin spoke first. "It must be the Tang family." Jagang Jin silently bowed his head in acknowledgement of the truth. Yung Shin's face flushed red as if his chest was being squeezed. Yung Shin angrily gritted his teeth and rebuked Jagang Jin. "The Tang family is my enemy and young Miss Yun's enemy. I trusted you to expose them, but you betrayed me. You even played around with the Tang family's daughter, knowing they were behind everything." Jagang Jin couldn't defend himself. Yung Shin roared even more furiously. "You had an alliance with the Tang family from the beginning, didn't you? You deceived me." Yung Shin's only response was silence, which drove him to yell madly, "Speak, if you don't answer, I'll kill you right here and now." Jagang Jin slowly shook his head. "I don't know if this will sound convincing, but Ha Ran was completely uninvolved in Jie Gaolian's death." Yung Shin's face turned purple with rage as he yelled at Jagang Jin, "What? That woman knew nothing about it." "No, even if she didn't know, so what? She's still a member of the Tang family." Jagang Jin, drawing on his own experience, tried to reason with Yung Shin. "You can't convict an innocent person simply because they carry the blood of the Tang family. Last time we met, you told me about someone more important than your own life. Now I understand what you meant then. That's all I want to say." Yung Shin's face contorted with resentment. "You say you understand, yet you killed the silent dragon. I can't understand your contradictory words and actions. I have nothing more to say to you, you scoundrel." With that, Yung Shin began to draw his sword, intending to fight Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin saw his actions but had no intention of trying to persuade him further. In a flash, Yung Shin drew his sword and lunged at Jagang Jin like a whirlwind, intending to cut him in two. Yung Shin's movements were fast and decisive, but to Jagang Jin, they seemed like slow motion, making him sigh at his stubbornness and exhale sharply. Yung Shin's descending sword couldn't advance any further. It stopped midair because Jagang Jin had caught the blade with his bare hand. Yung Shin was startled, his eyes wide. "What?" Jagang Jin gripped the blade, preventing Yung Shin from moving. "Please, stop, you're not strong enough to defeat me." Despite this, Yung Shin didn't give up and continued to struggle. He couldn't believe the difference in strength between them was so vast. As Jagang Jin released Yung Shin's sword and moved to the side, Yung Shin frantically slashed at him. "Don't toy with me." A series of strikes was unleashed, but none could hit Jagang-jin. He dodged with such agility that the sword couldn't even graze a hair on his head. Yongxin continued to charge forward in a rage, his sword's killing intent constantly tearing through the surrounding space. Jagang-jin waited for Yongxin's series of strikes to end before extending the arm with the flying soul arrow towards him. An invisible thread was released. It was so sharp that it sliced Yongxin's sword in two after only a second of contact. At the same time, Jagang-jin approached Yongxin and placed his hand on his chest. Before Yongxin could react, Jagang-jin channeled his inner energy into his hand. The moment the inner energy was released, it created a powerful shockwave that sent Yongxin flying backward, his palm strike sweeping across a wide area behind him. Unable to withstand Jagang-jin's inner energy, Yongxin was flung into a tree several meters away. A cracking sound rang out, unclear whether it was the sound of breaking branches or his spine. Blood quickly flowed from his burning throat, but Jagang-jin hadn't used his full strength and hadn't poisoned his palm strike, so Yongxin could still live. Jagang-jin faced Yongxin's indignant eyes and frankly said, "Don't die so quickly, otherwise you won't be able to witness me completing my revenge." Yongxin collapsed against the tree with his body wobbling helplessly. "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard. Of the Tang family, everything you say is dog shit. Your connection with the Tang family is stronger than ever, yet you say you can still take revenge." Yongxin struggled to his feet, his body trembling, his eyes fixed on Jagang-jin with intense killing intent. Jagang-jin was serious but felt helpless against Yongxin's hateful gaze. "If you want revenge, I won't avoid it, but be patient, I don't want my revenge to end here." Suddenly, Yongxin spoke in a calmer voice than before. "I've heard enough of your nonsense." Jagang-jin felt the heavy, uneasy atmosphere and looked up. When he looked up at Yongxin, the latter unexpectedly raised a broken sword, pointing it at himself. "Jagang-jin, you say you understand me. I've lost the most precious thing. There's no meaning left in this world. And I don't have the strength to take revenge on you. What's left for me? A world where I've lost the most important person, only emptiness, darkness." With those words, Yongxin hesitated not at all in aiming the broken sword at his throat. Before committing the reckless act, Yongxin glared at Jagang-jin with hatred, his eyes wide. "If you survive Qingqing Mountain, you'll be the enemy not only of the Jaigal Bang, but of the entire Jianghu. Go on, I'll watch from hell. See how far you go." Jagang-jin realized Yongxin was about to commit suicide and hurriedly shouted to stop him. However, Yongxin plunged the sword into his throat, the blade pierced through the back of his neck, and blood spurted out. Jagang-jin never thought Yongxin would kill himself. He didn't want to see this outcome, as Yongxin hadn't harmed anyone yet. Yongxin's breath grew weak, his body trembled, blood continued to flow from his neck, staining the surrounding grass red. Jagang-jin stared blankly as Yongxin collapsed in a pool of blood. He couldn't help but wonder if he would feel the same if Haran disappeared. Jagang-jin shuddered at the thought of the worst-case scenario. The pain was something he would endure for life since he chose the path of revenge. Sometimes, it would be as painful and desperate as Yongxin's situation. Jagang-jin felt his heart heavier than ever, but he never considered giving up. Yongxin's death only fueled his determination to prove he wouldn't quit. After many ups and downs, Jagang-jin understood that everyone has their own story and burdens. The only thing he could do was to shoulder his responsibilities well. Jagang-jin silently looked at Yongxin's body one last time before continuing on his path. "Farewell, in hell, we will meet again." Time flew by as Jagang-jin approached Qingqing Mountain for revenge. Soon, dusk fell. At the Jaigal Bang's command post at the foot of Qingqing Mountain, 13 leaders of small and medium-sized sects around Qingqing had gathered. Baek Li-young had disappeared, and the situation worsened when the Tang family suddenly lifted their siege of Qingqing Mountain. The leaders discussed countermeasures. "Has there been contact from the Miram Alliance headquarters?" "No, reinforcements from Shangxi and Hugang will arrive, but it will take time." "What about the Amei sect's response?" "They are a Buddhist sect, so they said they won't attack first." Tension filled the camp as Jie Gaomiang spoke. "So we have to attack Qingqing Mountain ourselves." The other leaders agreed with Jie Gaomiang, with the Amei sect's support. "But the attack is difficult, especially since the servant of righteousness is still alive. If only we go in, it's reckless." Jie Gaomiang frowned. "Casualties among ordinary disciples will be heavy, but we can't maintain the siege here forever, can we?" The other leaders sighed and nodded. "That's right, hundreds are gathered here. It's not easy. The Miram Alliance said they'd pay, but food supplies are running low, and we have to transport it from afar." As you know, the Guizhou branch was destroyed by the Silent Dragon. The Miram Alliance's higher-ups are silent. If the Guizhou branch still existed, support wouldn't be so difficult. The leaders sighed and showed their frustration. They were demoralized, complaining, unbelievable that the Miram Alliance didn't foresee this. We should have left with the Tang family. What's the point of staying here when we don't even know if the invincible Sword Saint is alive or dead? The heavy atmosphere shook even Zhe Gaomiang's resolve. Morale was at rock bottom after the new problems. The battle would be even tougher if it continued like this. The atmosphere outside the command post wasn't any better. The guards were on high alert because the Silent Dragon was known to be cunning. At that moment, someone quietly approached the camp. Immediately, a commotion erupted outside the command post. "Who are you? Identify yourself." After seeing the face of the approaching person, the guard's mouth dropped in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, the guard hurriedly reported to Zhe Gaomiang and the leaders inside the tent, "Please come out here." Zhe Gaomiang wasn't sure what was happening, but seeing the guard's frantic state, he quickly led the leaders out of the tent. Zhe Gaomiang's and the leaders' eyes widened upon seeing the person standing before the command tent. The soldiers parted, revealing a path, and in the middle stood a figure familiar to Zhe Gaomiang, Sir Beck Li Yung. His body was torn with scratches, and his face was battered, covered in blood and grime, but Zhe Gaomiang was sure it was Beck Li Yung. What happened? Why are you only appearing now?" 7 days and nights had passed since Beck Li Yung's disappearance. He merely glanced at Zhe Gaomiang with cold eyes and replied with a sinister smile, "I'm a little late." Beck Li Yung entered the command tent. The sect leaders followed quickly, and one of them called for someone to bring him food. However, there was only dried rations and jerky, so the leaders were embarrassed. "We apologize, sir, our food supplies are low. This is all we have. We're hunting a deer, and we'll give you some hindquarters." Beck Li Yung didn't complain but devoured the bread and jerky. His hunger was too great to respond to anyone. Beck Li Yung stuffed his mouth with food and ordered, "No need to cook, just bring it here." The leader exclaimed in surprise, "The whole deer, sir." As requested, the freshly hunted deer, still bleeding from the neck, was brought and placed on the table before him. Beck Li Yung seemed oblivious to the leader's shocked expressions and began tearing the raw meat with his hands. Watching Beck Li Yung savor the still warm raw deer leg, only Zhe Gaomiang had the courage to speak. "Please tell us what happened." Beck Li Yung grumbled while eating. "That damned Muam Taoist held out to the very end. He self-destructed, causing the mountain to collapse, and I got trapped in the rubble. It took great effort to escape that hellish place." Zhe Gaomiang found it hard to believe that Beck Li Yung had killed Muam. He cautiously asked, "That means?" Beck Li Yung laughed gleefully while tearing at the deer meat with his teeth. "I killed that Muam Taoist." The leaders sighed in relief and even grinned. "Oh my god, that's great. With the invincible Sword Saint here, we don't have to fear anything anymore." Beck Li Yung continued to chew excitedly. "I used too much strength, so I'm starving. Otherwise, I would have dealt with those heretical sects as well. Now, I need to replenish my energy." Only Zhe Gaomiang's expression remained serious. "Sir, I have something to report." Beck Li Yung clicked his tongue. "Why the strange expression? Don't hesitate, speak frankly." Zhe Gaomiang spoke with difficulty. "Silent Dragon is dead." Beck Li Yung immediately stopped tearing the meat. A long intense silence enveloped everyone as Beck Li Yung's expression darkened. Everyone felt shivers and gulped nervously. They clearly understood how important Beck Li Quan's position was to Beck Li Yung. After a moment of silence, Beck Li Yung sighed. "Who?" Zhe Gaomiang frowned and said with difficulty, "Dok Long." Another long silence followed, preventing anyone in the tent from daring to breathe heavily. All eyes were on Beck Li Yung, his hands stained with blood. After a moment of silence, Beck Li Yung swallowed the blood in his mouth and spoke of Beck Li Quan. "As a disciple, he was trustworthy and kind, but as a son, he was an unreliable fool. He was a good disciple because of his honesty and uprightness, but not intelligent enough to survive in this world. He always worried his father." Seeing Beck Li Yung's dazed look, everyone felt the immensity of his grief, to the point that the blood-soaked deer before him was no longer appealing. The leaders felt it difficult to comfort Beck Li Yung in this situation. Only Zhe Gaomiang dared to speak. "I'm sorry to bring you such sad news." Many thoughts ran through Beck Li Yung's mind. He not only felt hatred towards Jagang Jin but also thought of Muam. "If he hadn't held me back, I would have left earlier. Perhaps I could have saved my son." Beck Li Yung touched everything on the deer, from its skin to its hooves, and dreamily reached for its head with horrifyingly wide eyes. Beck Li Yung also stared at the deer's lifeless, wide-open eyes, his resentment growing. Finally, his rage was unleashed on the deer's body. Its internal organs exploded under the terrifying pressure of Baek Lee-young's inner strength. Deer blood splattered everywhere. The leaders couldn't avoid being stained with the gore. But even if they felt disgusted or horrified, no one dared to move from their position. All they could do was swallow the chill in their hearts. Then, Baek Lee-young continued to eat the deer. The sound of him chewing was clearly audible in the night. Blood flowed from his mouth and hands as he repeatedly muttered the name Dok Long. The name Dok Long was deeply ingrained in Baek Lee-young's bones. Each bite of meat seemed to conjure the image of devouring his new enemy. The smaller sects participating in the encirclement regained their momentum with Baek Lee-young's return. There was nothing more to worry about with the presence of one of their elder brothers, and things were going well. Food supplies were being mobilized more urgently and in greater quantities under Baek Lee-young's command. The supply convoys followed the easiest paths to speed up their movement towards Mount Qingcheng, and it wasn't difficult for Jagang Jin to find their routes. Jagang Jin secretly followed the supply convoys and began formulating a new plan in his mind. At the same time, the leaders and Baek Lee-young were discussing a plan to sweep Mount Qingcheng. The evil sects in the big cities didn't have many members, but it was best to avoid a full-scale confrontation with them because they all had good fighting skills. We should divide into small groups to attack and wear down the enemy's forces. If they are cornered, they will surely flee. The remaining troops should tighten the siege at the foot of the mountain. After speaking, Jae Galmyeong confidently fanned his fan, showing his confidence in his strategy. Then he pointed to the map to delineate the area for setting up the net of heaven and earth. We will use the Chi Men Dun Jia formation. The leaders of the smaller sects agreed to give Jae Galmyeong command of their troops to set up the formation. Jae Galmyeong confidently stated that the Chi Men Dun Jia formation, at its full power, could clear Mount Qingcheng in just 3 days. However, before that, he told everyone that there was something else that needed to be done. The leaders listened attentively to Jae Galmyeong. You've all heard about the unfortunate incident in Guizhou. It's been confirmed that Dok Long is coming here. Several of us need to settle accounts with him. Therefore, I propose that we lure him into the mountain first. Even if it weren't for personal grudges, if he starts using poison outside the Chi Men Dun Jia formation, the formation won't be effective. The leaders agreed and waited for Baek Lee-young's decision. Everyone knew that besides Jae Galmyeong, Baek Lee-young had the greatest grudge against Jagang Jin, but even with resentment in his heart, he could calmly consider what to do. Seeing Baek Lee-young hesitate, Jae Galmyeong asserted, I propose that we set a trap for him first. I will deliberately leave some loopholes in the encirclement of Mount Qingcheng, as a small blind spot in the new formation that we are unaware of. Because he's very meticulous, he'll be able to discover those loopholes and enter the encirclement easily. Baek Lee-young, hearing this, no longer hesitated. Then let's do it that way. After looking at Baek Lee-young's sad expression, Jae Galmyeong hesitantly suggested, Jae Galbang cannot forget the hatred towards that villain, but I will give you his head. Baek Lee-young replied with a dark expression, no, you can take his head. Besides that, I will take everything, from his fingernails to his hair, Baek Lee-young said, then stood up and left the command tent, but the killing intent he left behind still stunned the leaders in the tent. For days later, the formation that Jae Galmyeong had painstakingly arranged was ready to be activated. The army was on high alert as the time to confront Jagang Jin and the evil sects in the big cities approached. Patrols around the foot of Mount Qingcheng were strengthened to fill the gaps and deceive Jagang Jin into thinking that they were tightening the siege. While patrolling, a soldier from Jae Galbang noticed something unusual in a bush. The open appearance of the enemy slightly stunned the soldier. That villain is. Shortly after, a commotion arose near the camp. A soldier rushed in and shouted, my lords, my lords. It's him, Dok Long, he's appeared. Jae Galmyeong and the leaders weren't surprised. Instead, Jae Galmyeong excitedly asked the soldier, where is he? The soldier swallowed, his eyes wide. He's entered the southwestern encirclement, which the Harmony sect is in charge of. Jae Galmyeong's eyes lit up with excitement. Are you sure? The soldier firmly affirmed, yes, my lord, he seems thin and limps on his left leg. Jae Galmyeong laughed gleefully, it's him all right, he's heading straight for Mount Qingcheng, just as I predicted. The soldier replied with bewilderment, about that, he's going this way, my lord. Jae Galmyeong exclaimed in surprise, which way? The soldier stammered, right here, my lord, he's heading straight towards our command camp. Jae Galmyeong and the leaders frowned, that madman, what is he thinking, what's his plan now? Baek Lee-young, learning of the situation from the command tent, calmly walked out. Now I think about it, what that Mangrio bastard said wasn't wrong at all. Dok Long's actions are completely different from ordinary people, that's why he survived until now. If he wants to act like a madman, then we will treat him like a madman, there's no need to get angry when fighting a madman. With that, Baek Lee-young stared at the road leading to the camp and gestured for the leaders to clear the way. Then, everyone anxiously awaited Jagang-jin in the camp. They slightly doubted that he would really appear so brazenly. But he really appeared shortly after, walking straight towards the enemy's headquarters, limping and staggering, yet calm as if nothing was happening. Even though the soldiers surrounded Jagang-jin with weapons ready and high alert, he still limped into the camp full of masters without hesitation. When Jagang-jin walked closer, the soldiers all looked at his fluttering clothes, which were luxurious silk clothes that were not suitable for fighting at all. It's unbelievable to see Jagang-jin walking into the middle of the enemy camp with such a leisurely look. However, he is known as a madman who destroyed many powerful forces, that's why his reckless actions now are not entirely unreasonable. The closer Jagang-jin got to the command tent, the more tense the surrounding sect members became. Unnerved by the calmness in his every step, he finally stopped about 20 paces from Baek Lee-young. Provoked by Jagang-jin's arrogant demeanor, a surge of bloodlust overwhelmed Baek Lee-young. A chilling murderous aura emanated from him, filling the surrounding space as he spoke. "You came here to die." Jagang-jin replied indifferently, "As I said, I came to greet you, Baek Lee-young, the undefeated sword saint. Finally, I have the chance to face you after 9 long years." Baek Lee-young felt confused, as he had no memory of ever meeting Jagang-jin. Jagang-jin jogged his memory. "Do you remember what happened when you visited the poison sect almost 10 years ago?" In his hazy memory, Baek Lee-young began to recall his conversation with the poison sect's leader about exterminating the medicinal sects in Unnam and the resulting enslavement of many in the mines. Jagang-jin slowly bowed before Baek Lee-young. "Thank you, because of you, I've had the strength to survive until now." Baek Lee-young pondered for a moment, then nodded. "I understand." Baek Lee-young remembered sensing someone eavesdropping on his conversation with the poison sect's leader. Connecting Jagang-jin's actions over the years with his mention of the past, Baek Lee-young realized the eavesdropper was Jagang-jin. At the time, Baek Lee-young suspected someone outside the window, but since his sword missed Jagang-jin, he attributed it to his own paranoia. Finally, after that near-death experience, Jagang-jin had etched Baek Lee-young's face into his memory and cultivated his hatred until now. Baek Lee-young glared coldly at Jagang-jin. "Ah, yes, if you receive something, you must pay the price. That's the rule of Jianghu. I let you escape death once, what will you pay with? Your neck." Jagang-jin replied politely. "How could it be so? Contrary to what I once thought, you killed countless people. Because of their deaths, I stand here, but also because of your cruelty, I have the resolve for revenge. I'm here to make you pay for your sins." With that, a whirlwind of internal energy surged from Jagang-jin's feet to his head, an overwhelming aura that intimidated the surrounding warriors. Seeing Jagang-jin boldly challenge him amidst a hopeless encirclement, Baek Lee-young let out a mocking laugh. "Ha, make me pay for my sins. You killed my son, is that it?" Immediately afterward, Baek Lee-young also unleashed his own internal energy, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. Jagang-jin replied coldly, "My fight with Silent Dragon has nothing to do with your sins." Jagang-jin's clear distinction gave Baek Lee-young even more reason to kill him. "In that case, you also have a debt to repay me." Jagang-jin instantly drew a dagger from his belt. "Oh, is that so? All right, bring it on." Jae-myung and the others thought Jagang-jin couldn't possibly be here to fight, even if he was mad. No one thought he'd dare to cause trouble surrounded by hundreds. However, as if to mock that thought, Jagang-jin continued to enhance his internal energy outburst. Baek Lee-young calmly stood there, beckoning Jagang-jin with a flick of his wrist. "Come." A cold breeze swept past Jagang-jin's feet as he lunged forward with lightning speed. "I accept your offer." Jagang-jin closed the distance in an instant and began slashing with his dagger, bright flashes constantly disturbing the space around Baek Lee-young. However, Baek Lee-young had no trouble blocking Jagang-jin's attacks. He didn't even need to move his feet, simply deflecting the blows with graceful movements of his sword. Baek Lee-young commented sarcastically, "Your internal energy cultivation is terrible, and your fighting technique is crude, only your bloodlust is noteworthy." Jagang-jin didn't respond to the mockery, focusing only on his attacks, but in Baek Lee-young's eyes, it was merely a clumsy child playing with a knife. Finally, Baek Lee-young impatiently stamped his foot on the ground. The moment his foot struck the ground, a shockwave spread outwards, knocking back Jagang-jin and the warriors within a 5-meter radius. Jagang Jin was sent flying but didn't fall, swiftly regaining his balance by sprawling his legs and bracing himself with one hand on the ground. Immediately, he launched himself towards Baek Lee-young with the speed of an arrow, the power of his jump seemingly even stronger than before. Baek Lee-young shook his head, mocking Jagang Jin while raising his sword. Such a direct attack, no matter how many times you try, you won't succeed. However, what Baek Lee-young didn't expect was that Jagang Jin would use the Kwang Min Jiu Bai Dong Wu Lei Tian Shu, 9 Jade Blossoms moving 5 Thunder Toad technique, while approaching. This technique significantly enhanced Jagang Jin's internal energy and propelled his speed to the level of a speeding bullet. Even masters like Jie Gaomiang and the other sect leaders were shocked by Jagang Jin's sudden increase in speed. He disappeared. Only Baek Lee-young wasn't surprised to see Jagang Jin vanish in an instant. Though slightly surprised by Jagang Jin's use of the Kwang Min Jiu Bai Dong Wu Lei Tian Shu, he quickly grasped his movement. The moment he detected Jagang Jin changing his approach from the left, Baek Lee-young swung his sword, intercepting the attack. Undeterred, Jagang Jin continued to press his dagger against Baek Lee-young's sword before vanishing again. Baek Lee-young simply observed with an indifferent expression, "So that's it, I understand. This truly deserves the name Kwang Min Jiu Bai Dong Wu Lei Tian Shu." In the blink of an eye, lightning bolts from Jagang Jin's dagger repeatedly struck towards Baek Lee-young, bombarding the space around him, yet he effortlessly parried every strike. Baek Lee-young recognized that Jagang Jin was using the perfected version of the Kwang Min Jiu Bai Dong Wu Lei Tian Shu, but he had no difficulty countering it, easily keeping pace because Jagang Jin had only reached the Sanguang, 3 lights, realm. Baek Lee-young wasn't going to give Jagang Jin any more chances to show off. He swung his sword across Jagang Jin's face before he could launch another attack. If that's all you've got, it's not enough. Baek Lee-young had reached Qi Guang, 7 lights, making his speed far superior to Jagang Jin's. The moment Jagang Jin realized the danger, the sword was already against his cheek. Fortunately, Baek Lee-young's sword strike was somewhat perfunctory, not intending to kill with a single blow, allowing Jagang Jin to suffer only a minor injury while rolling aside to dodge the blade. Baek Lee-young clicked his tongue and turned to look at Jagang Jin, TSK, a rather shallow cut. Jagang Jin sat up after his tumble, relieved. He only had a shallow cut on his forehead, but more importantly, his gaze was fixed on the ground beneath Baek Lee-young's feet. His gaze made Baek Lee-young feel strange. Only then did he notice a thin, almost invisible thread extending from Jagang Jin's dagger-wielding wrist in the light. Baek Lee-young was startled and quickly looked down at his feet. The flying soul arrow's string had already been wrapped in a loop on the ground around his legs. The moment Jagang Jin jerked his hand and coiled the rope to bind Baek Lee-young, he jumped back, but the rope was still faster than his retreating movement. Jagang Jin curled his fingers, controlling the thread to tighten with determination. "You won't escape." At this point, the thin thread had wrapped several times around Baek Lee-young's ankles, preventing him from putting more distance between himself and Jagang Jin. Baek Lee-young knew the power of this weapon, so he was slightly stunned to fall for Jagang Jin's trap so easily. Without hesitation, Jagang Jin channeled his inner energy into the soul-stealing dart while tightening the thread, intending to make Baek Lee-young lose his balance and fall. As he expected, Baek Lee-young was taken by surprise. When Jagang Jin slammed the thread to the ground with all his might, he couldn't regain his balance and was thrown down, sending dust and stones flying. The leaders witnessing this scene were all gaping in astonishment. They never imagined that even the potential successor to the Miram Alliance leader would be thrown down by Jagang Jin. However, the soul-stealing dart's thread suddenly lost its tension and shot back towards Jagang Jin due to the pull. The thread was reluctantly retracted, making Jagang Jin realize that Baek Lee-young had cut it with his inner energy and sharp blade. However, Jagang Jin had no intention of retreating now. Without hesitation, he charged into the thick cloud of dust to search for Baek Lee-young. While he was charging in with blurred vision, Baek Lee-young's proud voice rang out, "You can only use a small fraction of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique. I'll show you what the true 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique is like." Immediately afterward, bright red lightning appeared in the dust, stopping Jagang Jin in his tracks. Baek Lee-young stepped out of the dust cloud, his face filled with furious anger. He plunged his sword into the ground before extending 5 fingers, launching a powerful strike towards Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin was slightly overwhelmed by the power of the 4th level of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique, but he didn't falter. He continued to use the 3 light level of the technique and charged forward. His increased speed propelled Jagang Jin forward like a tsunami, leaving cracks etched in the ground behind him. Seeing Jagang Jin fearlessly charging forward, Baek Li-young was slightly surprised. He had been certain that the 4th level of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique would be enough to deal with him, but unexpectedly, Jagang Jin was only now revealing his full power at the 4 light level. Jagang Jin's blade pierced forward in an instant. Because of his sudden increase in power, Baek Li-young instinctively retracted his hand to dodge, but Jagang Jin still managed to strike him, creating a small scratch on the back of his hand, though not a vital area. After glancing off Baek Li-young's hand and traveling a short distance, Jagang Jin braked sharply, intending to turn around and launch another attack. However, the moment he turned, his opponent was no longer stationary. Jagang Jin had just turned when he collided with Baek Li-young's outstretched hand, only inches away. Baek Li-young's eyes immediately flashed with the power of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique, and bright red lightning continuously intertwined around his body. A blinding flash of light suddenly appeared before Jagang Jin's eyes as Baek Li-young unleashed his palm strike. Even though Jagang Jin was using the 4th level of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique equal to Baek Li-young's, the latter was on a different level. The force of his palm strike was enough to destroy a tens of square meter area. After disrupting the space with his terrifying inner energy, all Baek Li-young saw was a thick cloud of dust, with no sign of Jagang Jin. Baek Li-young silently moved through the smoke, using his superhuman senses to find Jagang Jin. He sneered again. "You've reached 4 light, huh? Was the reason you initially only used the 3rd level of the 9 Bright Jade Lightning Toad technique to fight me so I'd underestimate you?" After seeing where Jagang Jin was, Baek Li-young stopped, with a calm and arrogant demeanor. He increasingly proudly mocked Jagang Jin as he tumbled on the ground. "Even if you've reached 4 light, the difference in our strength is still incomparable." Jagang Jin luckily avoided the fatal blow. He laughed, his head covered in blood. "That doesn't matter, because I've achieved my purpose in coming here." While speaking, he secretly reached into his chest pocket to take out something. Baek Li-young completely didn't understand what made Jagang Jin so confident even when he was about to die. At that moment, he unexpectedly pulled out a pouch of poison powder from his chest. Seeing Jagang Jin about to throw the poison at him, Baek Li-young sneered and swung his sword. Useless. The moment he channeled his energy into the hand holding the sword, which Jagang Jin had previously scratched, a sudden sharp pain shot through him, causing him to flinch. Seizing the opportunity while Baek Li-young's concentration was scattered, Jagang Jin threw the poison pouch at him. The poison pouch burst in an instant, spewing a large amount of poison, and Baek Li-young's body was quickly enveloped in a dark brown mist. Like a sandstorm in the desert, a brown powder spread out in clumps, preventing the martial artists and sect leaders from recklessly approaching. Even Baek Li-young could only flee to escape the poisonous smoke. He leaped high and jumped backward to avoid the spreading smoke. While everyone was in an uproar, not understanding what was happening, Baek Li-young landed awkwardly, causing the other leaders to worry and rush to his side. Baek Li-young abandoned his pursuit of Jagang Jin and stood still to observe. The leaders also looked bewildered at the poisonous smoke spreading in the wind, not knowing what it was. Baek Li-young checked his right hand and found it beginning to twitch slightly. He understood the problem. His hand was no longer moving as he wanted. Was that dagger poisoned? However, Baek Li-young couldn't help but wonder if Jagang Jin's goal was simply to poison him, because even if he was poisoned, Jagang Jin might not be able to escape the encirclement. At that moment, coughing sounds rang out around Baek Li-young, forcing him to momentarily forget about his own poisoning. When Baek Li-young looked towards the source of the coughing and shouting, he saw several people who had inhaled some of the falling poison, writhing on the ground. A strong wind was blowing, and Baek Li-young discovered that the lighter poison was carried by the wind and rising from the base of the mountain. Only then did he understand Jagang Jin's true purpose was not just to poison him. He turned and glared at Jagang Jin with a resentful look. Jagang Jin was surrounded by the poison, and if this continued, he would be able to use the wind to climb the mountain. In the swirling poisonous smoke, Jagang Jin calmly challenged Baek Li-young. "This time, I only came to say hello. But one day, I will definitely come to take your life." With those words, Jagang Jin continued walking, crossing the path through the camp without anyone daring to stop him. Baek Li-young angrily snorted but couldn't recklessly charge forward since he was poisoned. "That arrogant bastard." The other leaders also hesitated, covering their noses because of the poisonous smoke surrounding Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin gradually disappeared into the poisonous smoke, leaving only a vague aura of killing intent like a vengeful ghost. Let's see if that was arrogance. After that, Jagang Jin continued to release poison bags and fled towards the top of Qingqing Mountain. but Baek Li-young could not give the order to chase him. Jae Gao-myung also realized Jagang Jin's intentions, and everyone could only angrily look at him walking further away from the encirclement. Pursuing Jagang Jin would force the warriors to continuously inhale poisonous smoke, and due to the mountainous terrain, it was difficult to shoot spears or arrows due to the obstruction of trees. Furthermore, Jagang Jin would certainly wear down the enemy's strength with stealth attacks while everyone's vision was obscured, so no one dared to stand in his way or follow him. However, Jae Gao-myung refused to accept this reality. He yelled, forcing his soldiers to pursue Jagang Jin and capture him at all costs. Unfortunately, the warriors had either fled or were assisting those poisoned to escape the toxic smoke. They couldn't even locate Jagang Jin, let alone pursue him. While Jae Gao-myung angrily vented his frustration on the soldiers and continued urging them to pursue him, Baek Li-young silently walked out of the toxic smoke and pondered Jagang Jin's reckless, almost insane daring. Much later, no one had managed to catch Jagang Jin. Even with the Ame nuns participating in the siege of Qingqing Mountain, they only defended their assigned areas and didn't advance. Considering they didn't assist in the pursuit of Jagang Jin despite the commotion, it was clear the Ame sect had no intention of deeper intervention, significantly altering the battle's situation. Meanwhile, Mangryo was watching the chaos caused by Jagang Jin from the top of Qingqing Mountain, laughing heartily. "Oh ho, no wonder my eyelids kept twitching today. Ha, my intuition about that brat has never been wrong." Mangryo continued watching the spectacle with an unconcealable happy smile on his lips. The commotion caused by Jagang Jin echoed throughout the foot of the mountain, but atop the mountain, in the Qingqing sect's temple, Ryung-kyung and the members of the evil sects in the big cities remained unaware. Ryung-kyung and everyone else were sheltering in the temple, focusing on treating the wounded, so no one had time to investigate the events outside. Ryung-kyung was deeply distressed and worried when considering their current situation. Although they had sufficient food supplies left by the Taoists and could maintain their hiding for a few weeks, she hadn't figured out how to break the siege afterward. At this moment, Mangryo appeared with an excited voice. "All right, it's finally time. It seems there's a huge commotion down there. Perhaps Poison Dragon is here." Ryung-kyung's heart ignited with hope upon hearing Jagang Jin's name. The members of the evil sects in the big cities also became excited and restless. "What, is it true? Poison Dragon is back?" Naturally, Myo-woo was also extremely excited to hear this news. She had been restraining herself for a long time just to meet Jagang Jin again. However, Mangryo ignored Myo-woo's frenzied thirst for revenge and announced to Ryung-kyung, "Because Poison Dragon has arrived, as promised, I and Nun Myo-woo will leave." Myo-woo immediately protested. "What?" She roared like a tigress. "Master Mangryo, this isn't what we discussed before. You know why I've waited until now." Mangryo nonchalantly shrugged and equivocated. "It's true I said I'd give you a chance to take revenge on Poison Dragon, but I didn't specify the exact time. I haven't broken my promise, have I?" Seeing Myo-woo's anger, with veins bulging on her head and neck, Mangryo tried a persuasive approach. "After all, wouldn't it be a pity if you've waited so long, and this revenge ends so boringly?" This time, Myo-woo's blood rushed to her head, making her ears ring. She seemed to ignore Mangryo's deception any longer, immediately drawing her sword with a ferocious yell. In a flash, the blazing red sword light, filled with intense killing intent, slashed through the air. However, Myo-woo's target was the ancient tree in the temple, not a person. The tree trunk, thick enough to encircle with two people's arms, was severed in a single blow. The tree fell, causing a widespread tremor, but luckily, no one was injured. Myo-woo, full of rage, brandished her sword towards Mangryo as a warning. "There's no way I'll just stand by while he's right in front of me." Mangryo immediately lowered his voice and promised, "Don't worry, just trust me. I've carefully planned so that Nun Myo-woo can devour him deliciously." Although Myo-woo was furious, she was once again manipulated by Mangryo. Resentfully, she sheathed her sword and turned away. "I'll remember your promise." Watching Myo-woo silently leave the temple, Ryung-kyung found Mangryo's actions truly puzzling. She wondered if he harbored a deep-seated hatred for Jagang Jin or was protecting him like a son. Mangryo breathed a sigh of relief, turning back to bid Ryung-kyung a polite farewell. "Phew, we'll leave now. I don't want him to see me, get angry, and ruin my escape plan." Ryung-kyung frowned doubtfully, looking at Mangryo. "What are you going to do now?" Mangryo replied vaguely as usual. "The stage is set. I need to go somewhere suitable to observe that kid clearly." To the VIP seats. Cuckoo. Mangryo turned and walked away without looking back, his mind filled with excitement at the thought of Jagang Jin. Ryung-kyung watched Mangryo's back as he left with a bewildered expression. she had never been able to understand what he said in their few conversations, but her intuition told her he wouldn't harm Jagang Jin for the time being. Soon after, the setting sun cast its shadow on the peak of Qingcheng Mountain. After escaping the encirclement at the foot of the mountain, Jagang Jin diligently climbed for half a day to reach the Qingcheng sect's temple. As he stepped through the temple gate, the scene before him caused him to stop in surprise. Ryung Kyung and the members of the evil sects in the big cities were standing in the courtyard, welcoming Jagang Jin with bright smiles. Hey, you really came back. I knew it. You surely could do it. What kind of magic did you use? You managed to break through the encirclement. That's truly admirable. Amidst all the joyous cheers, Ryung Kyung's gentle smile seemed to stand out the most. Welcome back, Jagang. Jagang Jin also smiled joyfully, returning everyone's affection. A warm feeling welled up in his heart, as if he had reunited with his family. That night, everyone became more cheerful, while others celebrated by the bonfire. Jagang Jin approached Ryung Kyung to comfort her. I've heard about High Priest Muam, and about Gurian and the Violent Wind Army. Now there are fewer people than the last time I saw them. Ryung Kyung silently nodded. We've lost many brothers. A sense of regret welled up in Jin's heart. I should have stayed here from the beginning. Ryung Kyung sighed sadly. If you did, things might have been better, but maybe not. Who would have guessed that Baek Lee-young would recklessly storm Qingcheng Mountain like that? What made things worse was that he was stronger than I imagined. Jagang Jin replied thoughtfully. That seems to be true. Actually, on my way here, I fought Baek Lee-young. Ryung Kyung was startled and widened her eyes upon hearing this. Then, she tried to suppress the rising resentment in her heart and muttered bitterly, so, he's still alive. Calming down and temporarily setting aside her hatred for Baek Lee-young, Ryung Kyung curiously asked Jagang Jin, anyway, I'm quite surprised you arrived here safely after confronting Baek Lee-young. Jagang Jin humbly shook his head. I was just lucky. Recalling the power Baek Lee-young had displayed during their fight, Jagang Jin couldn't help but wonder. If I'm not mistaken, while fighting Baek Lee-young, it felt like he had mastered the 7th level of the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu. It felt like entering another world, very different from the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu I learned. What on earth is going on? He shouldn't be able to possess the latter half of the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu. Jagang Jin's question was the same thing Ryung Kyung had been pondering for the past few days. But until now, she still couldn't understand, so she could only tell Jagang Jin, I don't know either, but it seems Muam realized something during his last confrontation with Baek Lee-young. It's just that he didn't have time to tell me. After falling into thought for a moment, Ryung Kyung suddenly mentioned Yalu Huan, because you know about the latter half of the Guangmingjiu by Dongwu Lei Tame Shu, it means you successfully met that person, right? Jagang Jin recalled the tragic story Yalu Huan had told him and looked at Ryung Kyung with compassionate eyes. Yes. Ryung Kyung continued to look into the distance with sad eyes. He told you everything, right? Jagang Jin sighed softly. Yes, I heard everything. Ryung Kyung pondered for a moment and then confided to Jagang Jin that as a person continues to live their life, there will be times when they have to face cruel realities that they want to forget. No matter how painful and difficult it is, in the end, people have no choice but to move forward. Seeing Ryung Kyung's dejected look as she recalled the past, Jagang Jin put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. Ryung Kyung only silently nodded at Jagang Jin without saying anything more. Recent events, the consequences of the past and Muam's death, had shattered her heart. In this situation, Jagang Jin could only try to share Ryung Kyung's sorrow. I'm very sorry for everything that has happened to you, everything around you, and the Supreme Taoist Muam. Ryung Kyung felt the warmth from Jagang Jin and felt somewhat soothed. She unconsciously smiled gratefully at him. For a moment, Ryung Kyung felt as if Muam had intentionally let Jagang Jin know the truth about their past so that he could replace him in comforting and protecting her during this difficult time. Ryung Kyung calmed herself down and changed the subject, talking to Jagang Jin. I'm very grateful that you overcame countless obstacles to come back and save us, and although this might discourage you, we're cornered. The Muram Alliance has surrounded Mount Qingcheng from all sides, and our food supplies are dwindling. I don't know what we should do now. In response to Ryung Kyung's worry, Jagang Jin calmly turned and walked into her room. Don't worry, I've already planned for this. Ryung Kyung couldn't help but look doubtfully at Jagang Jin's back as he walked into the house, but he simply instructed, now tell everyone to prepare thoroughly. We will descend the mountain before dawn. Then, everyone busily prepared their luggage and weapons that night, following Jagang Jin's instructions. Meanwhile, at the command post of Jagao Miang and the schools allied with the Muram Alliance, the situation was also very tense. Baek Lee-young was undergoing acupuncture treatment to remove the poison, but he still didn't forget to ask about Jae Jin's whereabouts. "Where's that brat?" Jae Galmyeong shook his head in reply. "Although we were able to chase him to the cliff face, our casualties were increasing, so we had to retreat. It seems he mixed various kinds of potent poisons to create this poison. We can't know all the poisons inside, but it's probably something we can't deal with without preparation." After the report, Jae Galmyeong couldn't help but sigh aloud. Baek Lee-young clicked his tongue in complaint. "It seems he safely reached Qingcheng sect." Jae Galmyeong immediately justified, "But that doesn't mean our plan failed. After all, we successfully cornered him. Now things are just beginning. The battle could happen tonight, so I need to be prepared." Jae Galmyeong said that and hurriedly left the command tent. Baek Lee-young felt annoyed but couldn't blame Jae Galmyeong, because he himself was also poisoned. With this success, Jae Jin once again confirmed his madness. Baek Lee-young understood Jae Jin's plan after careful consideration. He had gambled on using him as a stepping stone. The reason Jae Jin targeted the camp from the beginning was because he knew Baek Lee-young was there. Even if he wasn't there, he could have targeted Jae Galmyeong or another leader. However, if he attacked the strongest expert, the chance of success would be higher, because those around wouldn't interfere. Whether for face or pride, a low-level warrior couldn't interfere in a fight between experts. In other words, no matter how many soldiers surrounded him, Jae Jin could still fight one-on-one, and in that situation, his goal was only to poison his opponent at least once. If Baek Lee-young, a top-level expert, could be poisoned, then no one would dare attack Jae Jin anymore. That's why he intentionally released the poison smoke so it could be seen with the naked eye. The purpose wasn't to kill Baek Lee-young, but to prevent anyone foolish enough from approaching him. In the end, Jae Jin achieved all his intended goals, leaving Baek Lee-young both surprised and curious about this man. Was it confidence, or a reckless gambler who dared to bet everything? Ignoring the hand still reddened from the poison that hadn't been completely removed, Baek Lee-young no longer felt angry but let out a light laugh. No matter what, crushing him would be an interesting experience. Just then, Jae Galmyeong, who had left not long ago, hurried back to the command tent with an anxious look. Baek Lee-young frowned unhappily and glared at Jae Galmyeong, but his following words made him no longer want to vent his anger on him. A suspicious person had been apprehended by the guards, and that person knew Baek Lee-young, so Jae Galmyeong had to inform Baek Lee-young to meet him personally. Baek Lee-young's expression immediately changed to grumpy when he saw the man being held by the guards. "Is it you?" Mangryo stood surrounded by hundreds of guards and grinned. "Oh, Lord Lee Baek, you're still safe and sound, just as I thought. It seems fate has allowed us to meet again. I'm very glad to meet you like this." After greeting with a mischievous smile, Mangryo tried to walk towards Baek Lee-young but was stopped by dozens of sharp swords surrounding him. Seeing Mangryo's arrogant and carefree demeanor, Jae Galmyeong couldn't help but scold him. "Mangryo, have you lost your mind? You attacked the Murim Alliance leader and you dare show your face here." When Jae Galmyeong became angry and pointed at Mangryo, all the other leaders nodded in agreement. Mangryo clicked his tongue cunningly. "Precisely because I feel ashamed and regretful for my actions, I've come here to surrender." Jae Galmyeong roared angrily again. "What, surrender?" But Baek Lee-young was curious about Mangryo's reason for coming, so he stopped Jae Galmyeong from continuing to argue with him. Then, with just a gesture from Baek Lee-young, the swordsmen surrounding Mangryo lowered their swords. The old man laughed even more triumphantly. "Oh ho, thank you, sir. They don't hit those who run back, right?" Mangryo's self-satisfied demeanor made everyone feel annoyed, but his smile didn't last long, when a cracking sound echoed. Mangryo looked down at his leg in shock, where the horrifying cracking sound came from. His right leg had been crushed by Baek Lee-young's palm strike. He didn't even need to touch it. Baek Lee-young ordered in a steely voice, "Kneel down." After his leg was broken, Mangryo stumbled and fell pathetically before Baek Lee-young. A furious killing intent erupted from his body, the accumulated rage ready to be unleashed on the source of all his problems. Baek Lee-young glared accusingly at Mangryo. "Because of your obsession with him, you spared his life countless times, and because of you, my son is dead." Mangryo crawled on the ground humbly. "I've heard about that. My condolences, sir. Your son always longed for Miss Young, and now, finally, he's reunited with her. At least he went there after doing what he wanted." Baek Lee-young didn't give Mangryo a chance to finish his sentence before punching him in the jaw. Blood gushed out from his broken teeth. Mangryo obviously knew the outcome if he appeared before Baek Lee-young, yet he was still tactless, implicitly criticizing Baek Lee-young for Baek Lee-kwan's death. Although he expressed condolences, every word Mangryo uttered was a jab at Baek Lee-young. if he hadn't planned to kill Jae Galyeon from the start, causing Baek Lee Kwon suffering, then his lovesick son wouldn't have rushed to his death to avenge his beloved. However, Baek Lee Young never considered it his fault. He insisted that it was Mangrio's fault for suggesting to involve Jagang Jin and for not eliminating him when requested. Thus, Baek Lee Young unleashed all his rage towards Jagang Jin onto Mangrio. He punched him relentlessly, without missing a single blow. Regardless of his injured right hand, Baek Lee Young continued his attack. He punched until Mangrio was unrecognizable, blood splattered everywhere, and the strangled screams ceased to come from his bloody throat. In this situation, the leaders were all shocked and speechless. Only Baek Lee Young's healer cried out, "Please, please stop. Hitting him will only spread the poison in your hand further." However, Baek Lee Young didn't stop until a rough hand intervened. The only one who dared to interfere with Baek Lee Young's rage at this moment was Jae Galmyeon. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. When Baek Lee Young glared at Jae Galmyeon and warned him not to interfere, Jae Galmyeon still held his hand tightly without flinching. Jae Galmyeon had to sweat profusely to hold Baek Lee Young's hand and start to advise him, "Please wait a moment, is this guy hiding something? We also have to find out who is behind the plan. Assassinate the Alliance leader too, keep him alive and escort him to the Alliance headquarters." Seeing that his death hadn't come as predicted, Mangrio calmly sat down on the ground and burst into a hearty laugh. Then, raising his voice, he asked Baek Lee Young, "Do you know why I've come to such a dangerous place?" Without waiting for a reply, Mangrio pointed towards the peak of Qingcheng Mountain and said, "This is the best place to observe, to appreciate his skills." Having finished speaking, Mangrio erupted into a savage laugh that made Jae Galmyeon shudder slightly. In terms of madness, Mangrio and Jagang Jin were equally matched. The next morning, before dawn broke, Jagang Jin led everyone down the mountain as planned. On the way, Pyeonbok curiously asked Jagang Jin, "We've followed you without question, even though you always use strange fighting methods, but now I'm really curious. Why did you choose to escape at dawn instead of in the middle of the night?" Jagang Jin explained, "From what I've observed, the Jagal Bang has deployed a Chi Men Dun Jia formation. It's difficult to escape undetected, even if we try to hide in the darkness." Pyeonbok clicked his tongue in disagreement. "You're saying it's better to fight in the light than in the dark?" Jagang Jin nodded decisively. "Yes, there will be a big difference." Pyeonbok became even more curious and tilted his head to look at Jagang Jin. He began to recount what had happened in the few days before he reunited with them. He had been secretly observing the supply convoys at the foot of the mountain. Jagang Jin had observed for several days and discovered that the army's food supply was insufficient. Therefore, they supplemented their rations through hunting, and the headquarters of the sects participating in the siege of Qingcheng Mountain also sent food to their disciples in small batches. Jagang Jin had poisoned those food supplies in preparation for today, but there was no guarantee that all the enemies would eat the food at the right time. Therefore, Jagang Jin went to the enemy's headquarters to cause a commotion. They would think he would descend the mountain at night to use the wind to spread poison, so they would eat their fill and prepare for battle. Pyeonbok continued to object. "What, if you've poisoned the food, shouldn't you descend the mountain in the middle of the night?" Jagang Jin clicked his tongue in response. "The poison I used is only effective at dawn." The female assassin also found Jagang Jin's plan confusing and interjected, "Why make it so complicated? Can't you just use a potent poison to kill them all at once?" Jagang Jin continued to explain, "Their squads eat at different times. If one group is poisoned, the others will be more wary of the food. I had to create chaos at their headquarters to make them less cautious about the food and focus on preparing for battle." When Jagang Jin finished speaking, no one found his plan illogical anymore. However, Ryung Kyung raised an even more concerning issue. "Then how do you plan to deal with Baek Lee Young?" Jagang Jin confidently affirmed, "He will need a lot of time to recover because before coming here, I also used a special poison on him." Ryung Kyung, unable to contain her curiosity, continued to ask, "Special, what kind of poison?" Jagang Jin clicked his tongue. "It was extracted from my own meridians. This poison is powerful enough to surprise even Yeluwan upon contact, so I'm sure Baek Lee Young will be affected to some extent." As the group approached the foot of the mountain, Jagang Jin sensed something unusual waiting ahead and immediately signaled everyone to stop. However, before them was only a stretch of empty forest shrouded in the hazy mist of early morning. No one could see anything unusual except Jagang Jin and Ryung Kyung. Jagang Jin carefully observed each tree in the shadows, searching for the abnormality that awaited them. Just as he noticed something hiding in a tree, an object suddenly flew out, accompanied by the whistling sound of air being torn, hurtling towards him. Jagang Jin's quick reaction allowed him to catch the arrow just before it pierced his face. The archer from the Jagal Bang, his attack having failed, quickly moved from his position to avoid being captured by Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin snapped the fragile arrow and signaled everyone to form a battle formation and support each other. "It seems we're in their territory now," he said. "This is the starting point, everyone, be on high alert." Immediately afterward, the warriors behind Jagang Jin simultaneously drew their weapons. The first clash began. The Jagal Bang warriors, having discovered Jagang Jin's position, hurriedly blew their horns to signal their headquarters. Jagal Mian used the signal to determine Jagang Jin's position within the formation and quickly mobilized his main force towards that location. Before the massive army moved like a whirlwind into the forest, Jagal Mian roared with might, "Poison Dragon, you will pay for the humiliation you inflicted on us at Nanjia village." Then, the main force of the formation advanced with a thunderous sound under Jagal Mian's close watch. The horns continued to be blown to provide the most detailed updates on the battle situation. Meanwhile, near the foot of Qingcheng Mountain, a fierce battle was raging between the Jagal Bang's vanguard and members of the evil sects in the big cities. Because the vanguard was only responsible for delaying the enemy while waiting for the main force to arrive, they remained hidden behind bushes and used archers to launch surprise attacks. Although Jagang Jin's group tried to prevent casualties from the arrows, some still fell. Dozens of archers in the forest were aiming at them. Even if Jagang Jin could spot their positions, he couldn't reach them at such a long distance. Showers of arrows rained down in waves, giving Jagang Jin's group almost no opportunity to catch their breath. Everyone tried their best to defend broadly, but the arrows fired from the darkness were not easy to stop. Pyeonbok frantically chopped down arrows with his blade while turning to ask Jagang Jin, "What do we do now? It'll be very difficult to break the Chi Men Dun Jia formation while protecting so many people." Jagang Jin also used his flying soul arrows to deflect the arrows and encouraged everyone, "The sun will rise soon, let's try to hold out until then." Feeling that arrows alone were insufficient, the Jagal Bang vanguard also threw bombs into Jagang Jin's defensive formation. Seeing the burning fuses of the bombs, Ryung Kyung quickly pushed the people around her away. "Quickly get out of the way, retreat, everyone, retreat." Immediately afterward, she swung her arm, whipping her golden silk towards the bombs. The silk quickly wrapped around the bombs about to explode, but that couldn't stop the fuses from continuing to burn. A menacing sizzling sound emanated as the fuses burned out, the heat causing the explosives to rumble. In the blink of an eye, successive explosions bombarded the air. The force of the explosions was so powerful that it felt like the entire mountain was shaking. Fortunately, Ryung Kyung's silk had lifted the bombs high enough that the explosions didn't injure anyone below. Everyone looked up in horror at the sky where the explosions had just occurred. Just then, Jagal Sun Ji appeared with the main force. Without a word, he let out an arrogant laugh. "It seems our Jagal Bang has cornered you again." Ryung Kyung was no stranger to Jagal Sun Ji, but this was Jagang Jin's first encounter with him in battle. Jagal Sun Ji's personal appearance showed that the Jagal Bang had poured all their efforts into this formation. After the Jagal Bang's main force surrounded Jagang Jin's group, Jagal Sun Ji excitedly shouted, "This is our chance to capture the servant of righteous justice and make the poison dragon pay the price." At the head of this group of evil people, they all rushed forward. With Jagal Sun Ji's command, hundreds of Jagal's warriors rushed forward like a storm. All of them were well-trained swordsmen and middle-class martial artists. The momentum from the large army made the ground tremble with each step they took. Pyeonbok and the others from the city's evil sects stood ready to fight, weapons raised, but Jagang Jin showed no urgency, his gaze fixed on the east side of the mountain. Seeing the Jagal faction still charging, Pyeonbok grumbled, "Damn it, when will the poison take effect?" Just then, the first rays of dawn broke through the trees. Upon contact with the sunlight, Jagal's swordsmen began to feel a burning sensation in their eyes. The seemingly harmless morning sun now caused their eyes to sting as if pierced by needles. All the swordsmen clutched their faces, screaming in agony. Their earlier ferocious momentum vanished like smoke. A mere sliver of sunlight caused them excruciating pain. Jagal Sun Ji fared no better. He shielded his face from the sun, roaring in fury, "What in the world is happening?" Jagang Jin then explained the poison's effect to Pyeonbok. Extracted from the leaves of a northern plant, it made the victim hypersensitive to sunlight. That's why he chose the path down the mountain facing away from the sun. Sunrise would be when his pursuers fell into his invisible trap. Watching Jagal Sun Ji struggle to even open his eyes, Jagang Jin let out a mocking laugh. "Looks like the Jagal faction is the one cornered now." After Jagang Jin's explanation, Pyeonbok and the members of the city's evil sects felt confident, standing tall before their enemies. The battle's tide turned in an instant, boosting everyone's morale. The agonizing screams continued. Unable to see their enemies, the swordsmen were panicked and demoralized. Even when some tried to force their eyes open, they couldn't withstand the pain, their eyelids involuntarily closing, tears streaming down their faces. Jagang Jin's plan was simple: exploit the Jagal faction's blindness to prevent them from maintaining the precise formation of the 8 trigrams formation. The winding path to the Death Gate within this complex formation would become a straight, easy path. He no longer needed to guide them through the enemy's formation, they could charge directly out. Pyeonbok and the others cheered. Fantastic, we can escape now. Jagang Jin, however, cautioned them against complacency. It's too early to celebrate. Do you remember what I said before we descended? Pyeonbok frowned, questioning. You said the Life Gate lies within the Death Gate, and the Death Gate lies within the Black Gate. Jagang Jin nodded, watching the groaning Jagal swordsman. That's right, though we've successfully disrupted them with the poison, it'll only buy us some time. Ryung Kyung understood. Once the sun is fully up, they'll realize the poison's effect on their formation and find a countermeasure. Therefore, while they're confused, they must quickly find their way to the Death Gate. After clarifying everything, Jagang Jin cautioned, we need to focus on escaping, not fighting. Stay close to me and don't break formation. Immediately, under Jagang Jin's guidance, they surged through the Jagal swordsmen like a tidal wave. They flooded down the mountain like a deluge, but no one attacked Jagal's swordsmen. Only Jagang Jin, Ryung Kyung, and Pyeonbok led the way, pushing aside anyone obstructing their path. Temporarily blinded, Jagal's swordsmen could only swing their swords helplessly. Most were preoccupied with shielding their eyes from the sun, oblivious to the enemy's advance. Jagal Sun Ji clearly sensed the waves of people surging past him, but he was helpless, overwhelmed by the sunlight. Still, as the army commander, Jagal Sun Ji tried to yell orders. What are you doing? Maintain your formation. Don't leave your positions. Regardless of Jagal Sun Ji's shouting and threats of punishment, the swordsmen couldn't obey. They couldn't see to maintain their formation. Just as Jagal Sun Ji angrily tried to open his eyes, a solid fist slammed into his face. Thok Thursday younger brother, at the rear of the group, landed a powerful blow, sending Jagal Sun Ji sprawling. When Thok Thursday younger brother removed his fist, Jagal Sun Ji's front teeth were knocked out, his nose broken, and his face covered in blood. But that wasn't enough for Thok Thursday younger brother. He clenched his fist again, roaring, finally, I get to avenge my older brother. A sickening crunch followed as Thok Thursday younger brother's fist connected with Jagal Sun Ji's skull, accompanied by a spray of blood. Meanwhile, the Jagal faction's headquarters, situated at the base of the mountain, remained unaffected by the sun. Jagal Myung hadn't yet grasped the situation but noticed strange signs. According to the plan, once the vanguard had ambushed and rejoined the main force, there would be a signal announcing the enemy's approach to the next gate, but Jagal Myung received no such news. Furthermore, he received only fragmented and chaotic reports from the troops deployed in the main battleground. Though the information was unclear, Jagal Myung's intuition told him something was amiss in the battleground he had meticulously prepared. Just as Jagal Myung's suspicions deepened, the first rays of morning sun struck his eyes, causing immediate pain deep within his sockets. At that moment, Baek Lee-young emerged from the command tent, addressing Jagal Myung's concerns. It seems to be his trick again. I feel a different kind of poison in my system. Though it's not dangerous, most of our troops are likely affected, Baek Lee-young said. Jagal Myung squinted, his eyes watery, and looked at Baek Lee-young with a grimace. I never expected such meticulous planning to still fall for Jagang Jin's trap. Baek Lee-young, only mildly poisoned and able to expel the poison faster than others, had his vision less affected. He proposed, I suppose I'll have to go to the battlefield myself. Jagal Myung vehemently objected, Sir Baek Lee, there are other ways. If we inform those who can expel the poison and reorganize our formation. Baek Lee-young chuckled wryly, if we rely on the Jagal faction, they might escape again. Excuse me. After a polite yet sarcastic farewell to Jagal Myung, Baek Lee-young soared into the air. Feeling deeply insulted, Jagal Myung angrily smashed the stone table used for drawing battle plans, roaring like a beast, damn it. At that moment, no one in the headquarters dared to utter a word. They too were beginning to suffer from the poison, their vision blurring. Recalling Jagang Jin's successful breakthrough of the 8 trigrams formation at Nanjia village, Jagal Myung suspected this wasn't a coincidence or luck. Jae Galmian guessed that Jagang Jin must have understood the principles of the 8 trigrams formation. In that case, Jae Galmian deduced how Jagang Jin intended to break the formation this time. And just like Jae Galmian's guess, Jagang Jin was directing everyone to run to the death door to find the birth gate. However, Jae Galmian was in no hurry even after he had oriented Jagang Jin's path. He was just annoyed and coldly snorted, "I don't know how you poisoned us, but you think you really is it possible to escape from the formation with just that much? Just wait, I have arranged a surprise for you at the death door." At this time, Jagang Jin led everyone to the entrance of death door, but the scene ahead made him stop cautiously. When looking at the quiet surroundings, people who are not knowledgeable about the Chimanbagwa formation also feel strange. Is this the right road? Is this the death door? Why is it so empty? Isn't this the door where the strongest squad will be arranged? Jagang Jin frowned and carefully looked around. It was really strange. Something was wrong. There was no way we could reach the birth gate so early, but if it really was a death door then this place was too bad. It's quiet. When Jagang Jin cautiously took a step forward to check, a sudden light flashed before his eyes. Everyone, ducked down. The flash of light sliced through the air, even splitting a tree closest to Jagang Jin in two, yet it didn't stop, continuing towards the group. Jagang Jin quickly snatched a sword from someone in the group. Then, he activated the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art and channeled his internal energy into the blade. As the flash of light approached, everyone retreated, only Jagang Jin remained, sword raised. When the light struck his blade, a deafening sound echoed through the forest. Jagang Jin gripped his sword tightly, pouring all his internal energy into resisting the immense energy, barely managing to stop it. However, Jagang Jin realized that this stalemate wouldn't work. He sensed that the internal energy of the person who unleashed this attack was far superior to his own. Finally, Jagang Jin devised a plan to redirect the energy. He suddenly swung his sword upwards, deflecting the energy high above. Everyone stared upwards in astonishment. Even Ryung Kyung was amazed by Jagang Jin's solution. After Jagang Jin dealt with the immediate threat, the person who had launched the surprise attack revealed themselves with a chuckle. Jagang Jin, breathing heavily, looked towards the source of the laughter. They were people he knew. The Ame nuns slowly emerged from behind the trees, their eyes filled with murderous intent, fixed on Jagang Jin and his group. No one expected the Ame nuns to participate in the Chimendanjia formation. They hadn't attacked Mount Qingcheng once, so everyone assumed they would remain neutral. Members of the evil sects from the big cities were taken aback, instinctively retreating at the sight of the nuns, as the individual strength of most present was slightly inferior to the Ame disciples. The Ame sect leader, Inun, finally appeared with a gentle smile. "Amat Babuda, we are here because we received a request for support from the Miram Alliance. Although we no longer care about Mount Qingcheng after the Taoists left, we are still a part of the Miram Alliance." Jagang Jin was surprised that the Ame sect had intervened. Even when he raided the Jagalbang headquarters before, no nuns had helped. It was Inun who had launched the surprise attack. Calmly she sheathed her sword, greeting Jagang Jin with a gentle smile. Long time no see, since your wedding with the Tang family's young miss, hasn't it? Are you well?" As Inun looked directly into Jagang Jin's eyes, he once again couldn't guess her intentions or her true purpose. The unanswered questions from their previous encounter flooded his mind. At the same time, at the Jagalbang headquarters, where Mangrio was imprisoned, guards were strictly patrolling around the tent. Mangrio, confined to the sealed tent, sighed continuously. "If only I could go outside and see what's happening on the mountain, this is so boring." Just as Mangrio regretted being imprisoned in a tent instead of a prison wagon with an outside view, as he'd imagined, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the tent. Mangrio didn't raise his head, but he could sense a figure approaching the tent, killing the guards with a few simple sword strikes. Mangrio wasn't surprised when the mysterious figure lifted the tent flap with blood-stained hands. Based on the clothing and blurry silhouette, he guessed it was Myowool. Rescued by Myowool, Mangrio still complained, "I was worried I'd miss all the exciting action. Why don't we leave now?" With that, a perversely excited smile appeared on Mangrio's swollen face. Meanwhile, Jagang Jin's group was being stalled by the Ame sect. Although they hadn't attacked yet, this delay was wasting time. Furthermore, the Ame sect wasn't gathered with the other sects at the headquarters, so they weren't affected by Jagang Jin's poison. He knew that a direct fight would be difficult to win. The forces of the evil sects from the big cities were exhausted after days of fighting on the mountain. They wouldn't be able to repel the nuns. As Jagang Jin thought more deeply, whether or not they were poisoned didn't really matter. Because Inun's presence alone was troublesome enough, she was among the 8 most powerful martial arts masters representing Murim, rumored in Jianghu as a master, 2 Buddhist monks, 3 rulers, and 2 kings. Facing this dangerous woman with her constant smile, Jagang Jin carefully considered his options. What if we all charge in, creating chaos and using poison? No, or perhaps when they're off guard, I can use the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art to eliminate as many as possible. Suddenly, Inun spoke in a gentle, reproachful tone, surprising Jagang Jin. I greeted you first, but you ignored me, making me feel awkward. Am I that difficult a person? Or perhaps you're already planning your next move. As Inun finished speaking, her gentle smile instantly turned sinister and murderous. Jagang Jin was once again deeply struck by his inability to see through her. He vaguely sensed that Inun's target was him, not Ryung Kyung or the others. After a moment's thought, Jagang Jin told everyone, I'll hold them off. You all leave. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. What? Ryung Kyung immediately protested and offered, you can't face them alone, I'll stay too. However, Jagang Jin firmly refused. No, think of the superior Taoist Muam, Gurian, Baofeng Bing, and many others from the evil sects in the big cities. Think of those who sacrificed their lives to protect you. If you die here, their deaths will be meaningless. After calming Ryung Kyung down, Jagang Jin urged her, lead everyone away, I'll face them. This was the best option. Ryung Kyung bit her lip, unwilling to accept Jagang Jin's plan, but she couldn't think of another way. Inun watched the heartfelt scene between the group and laughed sarcastically. She chuckled mischievously, asking Jagang Jin, you should know that with your strength, you can only buy a little time. How foolish. Think carefully, is this really the only option? With that, Inun narrowed her eyes mysteriously, as if hinting at something to Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin and everyone else found her actions perplexing, and none of them could think of another option besides fighting to the death together. Suddenly, Jagang Jin remembered the questions Inun had asked during their first meeting at the Tang family. The first question was, if Hades dies and the Tang family collapses, who will oppose the Tibetan demonic cult? Sichuan and Tibet are currently at odds. If the demonic cult wants to rule the world, the first battleground will be Sichuan. Until now, Murim's martial artists have been responsible for suppressing the demonic cult, and Sichuan has become so powerful and well-known in Jianghu that it's how Sichuan can survive in Jianghu, and the Tang family has always been at the forefront. Inun's second question was, if Hades Tang Chung dies and the Tang family collapses, who will control the Beichuan evil sects? Currently, the evil sects are divided into 2 factions, one comprising the evil sects in the big cities led by Yuhua, and another consisting of the northern evil sects who were driven north a long time ago. Because the northern climate is very cold, poisons cannot grow there. Ironically, this means that the martial artists in Beichuan are very weak against poison. This also means that the Tang family's existence prevents the Beichuan evil sects from infiltrating Jianghu. Inun's final question was, who will control Sage Haewol Jinan if Hades is gone? At the time, her questions were increasingly irrelevant to Jagang Jin's revenge, so he hadn't paid much attention to them. Notably, Inun had promised Jagang Jin that if he found the answers, he could come to Mauname to meet her, because in this world, there are no eternal enemies or allies. Inun continued to hint at a way for Ryung Kyung to escape the current predicament. Young master, in this suffering world, there is only one path. It's the path of saving all beings. By now, Jagang Jin was certain that Inun wanted him to answer the 3 previous questions. If he answered correctly, she would become his ally. If he answered incorrectly, they would become enemies. After thinking carefully, Jagang Jin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. My answer was still the same as then. A feeling of confidence rose in Jagang Jin's heart as he thought about the path he had planned to follow from the beginning. No longer reserved, he puffed out his chest and raised his head high to declare to Inun, I will follow nature and we will complete those things ourselves. It would be fine if Jagang Jin only wanted to stop at personal revenge. However, he went further and said he wanted to transcend mere personal revenge. Inun smiled, seemingly pleased with Jagang Jin's answer. You mean you're going to become a savior, but if you intend to do so, something big will have to happen beforehand. The reason Inun abandoned her intention to attack Mount Qingqing after learning that Haoran was pregnant was because of the big event she expected to happen. Jagang Jin continued to answer without hesitation, I will kill Hades. Members of the evil sects in the big cities were startled and frightened by Jagang Jin's words, but Inun was pleased with the answer and continued to ask, by what means? Immediately, Jagang Jin unleashed the power of the Guangmingjiu by Dong Wu Lei Tame Thuat. The 4th level ultimate technique caused the poisonous energy emanating from Jagang Jin to swirl into the majestic form of a purple dragon. After demonstrating to Inun that he was much stronger than their encounter at the funeral and would be even stronger in the future, Jagang Jin boldly declared, "I will kill him with this power." Ryung Kyung and the members of the evil sects in the big cities looked at Jagang Jin in confusion, not understanding the meaning of those words. But the female cultivators of the Ame sect, upon hearing Jagang Jin's answer, suddenly sheathed their swords and clasped their hands together as if they had accepted him. Inun laughed delightedly, "You've grown a lot, just as I expected. If you had only spoken empty words today without anything to prove it, I would have beheaded you." "Very good, then. The Ame sect will withdraw now, and depending on your future actions, we will support you." With those words, Inun flicked her robe and turned away with a relieved smile. As Inun led the Ame disciples away, Jagang Jin could finally breathe a sigh of relief, but she suddenly stopped and gave him one last piece of advice to remember if he had chosen this path. Inun said to Jagang Jin without looking back, "The spirit of the martial world comes from a strong sense of justice, and those who want to uphold justice must understand the bigger picture. Before you end Hades, look at the bigger picture, Amitabha Buddha." Those were Inun's last words to Jagang Jin before disappearing in a dazzling light. Everyone was shocked to see the Ame nuns leave en masse without engaging in combat as they had feared. Pyeonbok looked at Jagang Jin in astonishment. "What the hell did you say?" Jagang Jin waved his hand, urgently leading everyone out of the formation. "I'll explain the details later, we need to leave here now." On the way, Jagang Jin pondered Inun's advice. He still didn't know the whole story behind the issues she had raised. If he wanted to fight for justice, he needed to understand the whole story, which he didn't yet know. That was the only way to gain strength, just like how he learned the latter half of the Guangmingjio by Dongwu Lei Tang Thuet. Soon after, the sound of war drums near the life gate echoed, causing Jie Galmiang's mind to spin. The Ame sect had retreated without explanation. With the gap created by the Ame sect and the collapse of the rear formation, the operational wheel of the Chi-Men Biegua formation completely stopped. Although he didn't know the details of the situation, Jie Galmiang knew for sure that the Ame sect had betrayed him at the last minute. Curses immediately poured out, "Those damned nuns." Jie Galmiang was furious but forced himself to suppress his rage to think of a solution. "No one can stop them anymore, there's no other way. I have to join the formation myself." Because he was engrossed in his calculations, he didn't realize that behind him, the Jagal Bang swordsmen were falling one by one into pools of blood without a single cry. Only when the smell of blood filled his nostrils and the sound of something being ripped reached his ears did Jagal Mian startle and turn his head. Before he could see what was happening, Myeowol thrust her hand through his heart, blood spurting out like a broken pipe. Jagal Mian turned to look at Myeowol with wide, bloodshot eyes. "You, why?" Myeowol just grinned like a madwoman, not answering Jagal Mian's question. Without mercy, she pulled her hand out of his chest, letting the blood gush out like a stream. Then, Jagal Mian's pupils shrank to the size of a pea as he saw a blood-soaked figure calmly approaching behind Myeowol. You came here with this intention from the beginning." Mangryo strolled up with a sinister smile. "I'm thinking of becoming a part of the 9 Territories 6 Heavens reorganization plan." Jagal Mian coughed and yelled in helplessness. "You're someone who doesn't know your place. Jagal Bang is one of the top clans. How dare you?" Mangryo laughed mockingly. "Jagal Bang is finished. You should stop here. It's unfortunate, but you won't have a place in the 9 Territories 6 Heavens reorganization that I'm creating." Then, Mangryo ignored Jagal Mian, who was clutching his chest and coughing, and went to a fallen flag. While Myeowol grabbed Jagal Mian's head and slowly tightened her grip, Mangryo began to play with the flag like a curious child. "Is this the famous flag of the Chi-Men Biegua formation? You'll wave it like this, like this, like this." Mangryo laughed uproariously as he waved the flag towards the formation being deployed on the mountain. The flag was raised high and waved incessantly amidst Mangryo's savage laughter mixed with Jagal Mian's desperate screams. At the same time, within the formation on the mountain, a soldier sat on a treetop observing orders from the headquarters. The other members of the squad below were using their internal energy to expel poison when they heard a report. "Team leader, Jagal Bang signals that those heretics have escaped the death door." The team leader widened his eyes in disbelief. "What the hell, you mean the Ame sect has fallen?" After thinking for a moment, the team leader stopped using his internal energy and urged everyone, "It's okay, ignore Jagal Bang's signal, we'll go to the death door now. Those who have expelled the poison, follow me." At that moment, Qingcheng sect Taoists suddenly appeared from the tall bushes beside the road. The people were stunned to be surrounded by Taoists. They immediately drew their swords to fight, but the predictable result was a swift defeat. Then, the final path leading out of Mount Qingcheng was cleared. When Jagang Jin's group ran to the place, familiar figures stepped forward to greet them. "You made it here, you did well. I was thinking about how to break through the encirclement and get you out, but it seems unnecessary now." Jagang Jin's group was astonished, as the people who had appeared to greet them were Bakshan and Unjang. Although Bakshan didn't show it outwardly, his mood was as relieved as Unjang's. Seeing Ryung Kyung, Jagang Jin, and everyone else safe made the young man cry with joy. Ryung Kyung asked Bakshan in surprise and joy, "Why is the Qingcheng sect here?" Bakshan clicked his tongue and replied coldly, "I've moved everyone in the sect to safety and gathered a group of people who want to come back here with us. Anyway, the relationship between the Qingcheng sect and the Miram Alliance is like strangers passing by, so helping you a little won't affect anything much. The remaining members of the Qingcheng sect are apprehending the guards on the path behind. Our Taoists know this Mount Qingcheng best." Hearing this, Jagang Jin's group felt relieved. Then, Bakshan proudly said to everyone, "From now on, let us lead the way." Members of the evil sects in the big cities were so happy they were shedding tears. So we can really escape from here." Cheers immediately echoed throughout the forest. "All right, we'll all survive. We can go back to our villages. What a relief." Everyone danced jubilantly, despite their injuries. Unjan and So hugged each other with bright smiles. Ryung Kyung also wanted to share her joy and appreciation with Bakshan, but when she stood in front of him, she was speechless. "Taoist Bakshan, Bakshan knew what Ryung Kyung wanted to say, but he was a man of cold exterior and warm heart, so he immediately pretended to be reluctantly helping. After all, sect leader would surely want this done. The mention of Mu made Ryung Kyung's heart ache and throb simultaneously. She could only bow her head in embarrassment before Bakshan's tolerance. Jagang Jin watched everyone cheering joyfully and had no intention of urging them to leave, because he thought that with the Qingcheng sect's help, things would no longer be difficult. Jagang Jin secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled quietly, watching everyone's bright smiles. But suddenly, a chilling feeling ran down his spine. Jagang Jin clearly felt a terrifying wave of killing intent approaching at great speed. It was so powerful that it froze him in place for a moment. Everyone's laughter and chatter still echoed, but his ears seemed to ring for a moment due to a sudden heavy feeling pressing down on his body. Finally, Jagang Jin discovered the source of the terrifying killing intent. He immediately looked up at the clear blue sky above and saw a figure descending. It was Baek Lee-young, descending from the sky with cold eyes. "You think you can escape my grasp?" Jagang Jin immediately shouted, warning everyone to disperse. However, the moment he screamed at the top of his lungs was also when Baek Lee-young had approached close enough. Before anyone below could react, Baek Lee-young unleashed a powerful palm strike comparable to hundreds of the Jagal Bang's hidden weapon bombs. A single palm strike was enough to blow away a corner of the forest. The earth-shattering explosion created powerful aftershocks that resonated deep into the ground, making the entire mountain tremble. After the sudden onslaught of immense killing intent, a deafening explosion echoed. A large area of forest was ravaged, leaving only a few ancient trees scorched to their base, with smoke and dust obscuring everyone's vision. Pyeonbok luckily wasn't a victim of the explosion, but he was blown away by the force, taking a while to sit up with a dizzy head. What the hell just happened? By now, not only Jagang Jin but everyone felt the killing intent, so strong that every time Pyeonbok breathed, it felt like thorns were piercing his throat. He couldn't help but look in panic at the smoky scene before him. Pyeonbok groaned in pain as he looked at the horrifying scene before him, a hole tens of square meters wide dug by the explosion, with charred corpses scattered within, flames still blazing on their bodies. Just as Pyeonbok was panicking, that intense killing intent suddenly approached him from behind, making all his hair stand on end. Baek Lee-young sneered, "Playtime's over, you're all too much of a nuisance to exist." Sensing the imminent danger, Pyeonbok broke out in a cold sweat, but he braced himself, instantly turning around instinctively. He needed to see his enemy to dodge his attack. At that moment, another explosion occurred, the sound like thunder, the light following the explosion seemingly capable of burning one's eyes. Dust and rocks were once again thrown into the air. No one could see anything for a moment. The space fell silent after the violent tremors ended, leaving only a heavy atmosphere. Luck smiled on Pyeonbok again. Ryung Kyung timely stepped forward to protect him, blocking Baek Lee-young's attack with one hand, but even a fraction of his power left her breathless and exhausted. Though still not fully recovered, Ryung Kyung showed no fear before Baek Lee-young. her eyes burned with hatred, a grinding sound emanating from her tightly clenched teeth. Baek Lee-young, you finally. After the collision, Baek Lee-young was pushed back about 5 meters, his blade glowed red as if heated, but he calmly let out a sarcastic laugh. I have the chance to see you again sooner than I expected, my wife. Seeing the deep marks dragged on the ground by his feet, Baek Lee-young realized Ryung Kyung had only pushed him back instead of immediately attacking. It wasn't leniency towards her ex-husband, but an attempt to push him away from the members of the evil sects in the big cities, fearing collateral damage. A feeling of frustration and jealousy surged within Baek Lee-young. He pressed Ryung Kyung with a contemptuous voice like a pervert. After all this, you still care about these trash? Then, Baek Lee-young glanced at the corpses and the dying behind Ryung Kyung. His displeasure grew, and he spoke cruelly. Both Muim and you have always been obsessed with such useless things, haven't you? TSK, that's why he ended up like that. Hearing this, Ryung Kyung's resentment erupted. She clearly saw the image of Muim falling in the battle with Baek Lee-young. A sharp killing intent flashed in her eyes. I will never forgive you, never. The Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art was unleashed. Ryung Kyung moved swiftly like an arrow towards Baek Lee-young, terrifying power erupting from her palm, bright yellow lightning bolts rapidly spreading menacingly. Baek Lee-young didn't even move until they were only an arm's length apart. Ryung Kyung's palm strike was aimed at his head, but he grabbed her wrist just before impact. Baek Lee-young frowned, looking at Ryung Kyung with cold eyes while sneering. Only the strong have the right to speak of forgiveness. You no longer have the qualifications after losing an arm and becoming this weak. With his left hand tightly grasped by Baek Lee-young, Ryung Kyung fiercely resisted with the power of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, but it seemed useless. He tightened his grip even more, making her wrist crack. During the struggle, Baek Lee-young suddenly pulled Ryung Kyung closer and swung his sword with burning killing intent in his eyes. If you loved Muim so much, let me send you to meet him. Ryung Kyung lost her balance and tumbled towards his blade. At that critical moment, Bakchin unexpectedly leaped onto Baek Lee-young's head with his sword raised high. This priest will also fight you to the death. His appearance startled him. Baek Lee-young could no longer swing his sword at Ryung Kyung due to Bakchin's intervention. Instead, he quickly turned around and mercilessly kicked her in the stomach to push her away. Ryung Kyung was sent flying by the powerful kick. Baek Lee-young turned to face Bakchin. Just before Bakchin's sword fell on his head, he managed to block it with his own. The clash erupted. No one could get close enough to help Bakchin. The area around them was completely devastated. Leaves and branches were cut by the fierce winds and scattered, and many trees were left only as stumps. Bakchin and Baek Lee-young were locked in a fierce battle, relentlessly using their internal energy against each other, regardless of life or death. During the fight, Baek Lee-young still had time to mock Bakchin. The Qingqing sect has lost both its strength and reputation. You should have found a corner to hide in and spend your time begging for the past. Why die so quickly? Bakchin attacked while retorting, even if everything is lost, the will of the Qingqing sect will endure forever. Baek Lee-young let out a half-smile. Will, that's just meaningless talk. Baek Lee-young's words enraged Bakchin even more. He roared, unleashing his fury. He fought not only to avenge Muim but also for the honor of the Qingqing sect. Instantly, the upgraded 72 Shadow Sword technique, 75 sword moves, was unleashed. Sword energy erupted like a storm towards Baek Lee-young. He used the 13,000 Heavenly Sword killing technique to counter, 2 streams of sword energy clashing and tearing through the air. After both sides unleashed their ultimate sword techniques, the surrounding space became a desolate ruin. The ground was dug up by dense sword energy, but Baek Lee-young seemed unharmed. He sneered and mocked Bakchin. That only brings you closer to death. While Baek Lee-young didn't have a single scratch, Bakchin's body was covered in marks from sword energy, his clothes tattered. He looked at Baek Lee-young like a monster. Even using the upgraded 75 Shadow Sword technique, he was easily pushed back. While Bakchin was gasping for breath, Baek Lee-young attacked again. This time, his move was so fast that Bakchin didn't even see what happened. Just before Baek Lee-young's sword pierced Bakchin's abdomen, he smirked mischievously. You think you're worthy of being my opponent? With a ripping sound, blood gushed from Bakchin's mouth and sprayed out from his back. Baek Lee-young twisted the sword deeper into Bakchin's abdomen with a contemptuous voice. You really think someone like you can kill me when even your sect leader died by my hand? Bakchin coughed up blood but still smiled proudly. I'll try, even if I have to die, and there are other ways to kill you. I'm called the Stone-Headed Priest because of his stubbornness. Baek Lee-young frowned upon hearing this. His intuition told him something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Before Baek Lee-young could understand Bakchin's intention, he suddenly grabbed his arm holding the sword and held it tightly. Despite the blade still piercing through his body, Baek Lee-young immediately reflexively followed it. He tried to pull his hand away, but Bakshin still tried his best to hold him. He roared in a fierce voice, "In my life as a Taoist I have never been afraid to jump into the fire." The struggle between the two sides became more and more tense due to the resilience of Bakshin. More importantly, Baek Lee-young completely don't understand his purpose. While Baek Lee-young was being restrained, Bakshin turned his head towards a corner of the forest and shouted, "Venom Dragon!" Jagang Jin immediately emerged from the shadows, rushing towards Baek Lee-young at full speed. He had prepared for a close-range attack with poison needles tucked between his fingers. Previously, Jagang Jin would have recklessly charged without a distraction, but after facing many challenges, he had learned the value of teamwork and using his expertise more wisely. Although aware that throwing hidden weapons was Jagang Jin's specialty, Baek Lee-young ignored this and carelessly reached out towards him. "Right, another villain to deal with," he muttered. Just as Baek Lee-young was about to use his formidable empty-hand ghost claw technique to crush Jagang Jin's head from a distance, as he had done with members of the evil sects in the big cities, Ryung Kyung's golden sash suddenly flew out, wrapping tightly around his hand, rendering him unable to move his fingers. Baek Lee-young instantly glared towards the end of the sash. Ryung Kyung was standing quite far to his left, opposite Bakshin. The three of them formed a straight line, stretching Baek Lee-young's arms to their limits. Seizing the opportunity while Baek Lee-young was incapacitated, Jagang Jin immediately unleashed his 12-finger needle technique, firing 12 poison needles from each hand, creating a nearly impenetrable barrage of hidden weapons. All 24 poison needles targeted Baek Lee-young's vital points. While he was unable to move, victory seemed within Jagang Jin and his allies' grasp. Unfortunately, Baek Lee-young's power had only been partially revealed. Seeing the imminent danger, he reluctantly unleashed his ultimate power, the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, with crimson lightning surrounding him. In an instant, a torrential burst of energy enveloped Baek Lee-young's body. Bakshin was forced to release his grip as he was flung back by the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art's power. Jagang Jin was also knocked back, and of course, Ryung Kyung's sash and the 24 needles were swept away in the energy vortex. After resolving the immediate danger, Baek Lee-young immediately lunged forward, seizing Jagang Jin by the throat and squeezing until he coughed up blood. Still reeling from being blown back, Jagang Jin could not evade him. Baek Lee-young lifted Jagang Jin as if he were a child. "You were stealthily looking for a chance to attack me while hiding in some corner. Your poison is quite troublesome." No matter how hard Jagang Jin struggled, he couldn't escape his iron grip. Looking directly into Jagang Jin's hateful eyes at close range, Baek Lee-young's anger intensified, tightening his steel-like grip. Though Jagang Jin fought back valiantly, his struggles grew weaker. Baek Lee-young couldn't help but rage, remembering his beloved adopted son, killed by Jagang Jin a few days prior. His grip tightened further, threatening to snap Jagang Jin's neck. Baek Lee-young's eyes burned with hatred, his teeth gritted, emitting a wild growl. "You, a brat like you, dare. I will end your pride in the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. I will destroy you completely, from the inside out, in the most painful way possible." Having said that, Baek Lee-young began channeling the internal energy of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art into Jagang Jin. Even at Jagang Jin's level, it was nothing compared to Baek Lee-young's profound internal strength. Jagang Jin felt a surge of immense energy flooding his meridians, like lightning tearing through his body from within. Blood quickly spurted from his mouth, but he didn't give up resisting, trying to counter with his own Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. As Jagang Jin struggled and activated the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, Baek Lee-young let out a mocking smirk. "Useless, I know all your tricks. You can't do anything, even using the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, you insignificant rat." Baek Lee-young now started to enjoy torturing Jagang Jin and loosen his grip. He wanted to destroy his internal organs before breaking his neck. The power Baek Lee-young was exerting was so immense that Jagang Jin couldn't straighten his body, no matter how hard he tried. However, after a minute, Jagang Jin was not as severely injured as expected. His forearm swelled, his skin cracked, and a network of blood vessels bulged from his muscles. He was generating immense internal energy, causing his overloaded blood vessels to leak, though this side effect allowed him to endure. A look of doubt appeared in Baek Lee-young's eyes. He had channeled the 8th level of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art into Jagang Jin. At this level, even Ryung Kyung or Bakshin would struggle, yet Jagang Jin was still enduring. Jagang Jin's frenzied struggle reminded Baek Lee-young of the power of the full Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. Furthermore, Jagang Jin's energy and meridian flow were strange, heavy, and dense, seemingly blocking all the internal energy Baek Lee-young channeled, preventing deep penetration and only destroying the superficial veins. Baek Lee-young increased his power to kill Jagang Jin, but with Ryung Kyung and Baksha nearby, it was difficult for him to use his full strength without hesitation. However, he would soon regret not using his full power. Behind him, a poison needle was still flying in a circular trajectory. Lost in thought about how Jagang Jin was enduring so long, Baek Lee-young was completely unaware of the approaching danger until the poison needle was right behind him. He quickly leaned to the side to dodge, but couldn't avoid the needle grazing his face. The needle carved a long line across Baek Lee-young's right cheek before falling to the ground. In an instant, the poison from the needle spread across part of Baek Lee-young's cheek. Once again, he had been struck by the poison extracted from Jagang Jin's blood, a poison he had struggled to eliminate before. Seeing the poison seeping into the small wound, Jagang Jin let out a provocative smile. "This is the 12-finger needle technique I learned from a minor pharmaceutical sect. You probably wouldn't know this technique, as you never pay attention to such insignificant things. The original 12-finger needle technique fires 12 needles attached to silk threads. It's a hidden weapon technique Jagang Jin learned from members of the Silkworm sect in the mines. In its original form, the user can control the needles with silk threads, but Jagang Jin never used it until he obtained extremely thin threads from the soul-piercing arrow." Despite being choked, Jagang Jin grinned defiantly, staring at Baek Lee-young's angry face. "How does it feel to be hit by a technique from a pharmaceutical sect you always scorn?" Baek Lee-young's eyes burned red, and he muttered curses. "Filthy bastard." The poison temporarily clouded his mind, and his anger intensified the poison's effect. Baek Lee-young carelessly used his internal energy while poisoned, causing his mind to momentarily cloud, something he didn't realize. Seizing the opportunity, Jagang Jin kicked high, driving his knee into Baek Lee-young's chin with a sickening crack. Baek Lee-young was kicked so hard he fell backward. Luckily, he wasn't speaking, otherwise, his tongue would have been severed. After receiving Jagang Jin's simple but effective attacks, Baek Lee-young roared in anger, echoing through the mountains like a mad beast. The sound seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth. Because of the continuous attacks and dizziness, Baek Lee-young was forced to release Jagang Jin, who retreated to rest for a moment. Ryung Kyung, exhausted, slumped to the ground but still concerned for Jagang Jin as he escaped Baek Lee-young's deadly grasp. "Jin, warrior, are you all right?" Jagang Jin frowned, staring intently at Baek Lee-young. "I'm fine, but that guy. He's still very much alive." At this moment, Baek Lee-young had regained his composure and stood firm, but ignoring his poisoning, he resolutely used the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art with a hatred surging like a tsunami. Stepping out of the dust cloud, Baek Lee-young glared menacingly at Jagang Jin. "You filthy insects, I will kill you all." The Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art was activated at its peak power, creating a blazing aura around him. At that moment, a crisp round of applause broke the tension, the only one daring to interrupt the fierce battle. The appearance of a madman stunned everyone speechless. Jagang Jin also sensed another murderous aura and quickly turned around. Mangrio's characteristic cackle followed the applause. "What a spectacular scene! What a magnificent performance!" As Mangrio entered the battle with a smug expression, the fierce scene momentarily quieted. Another sharp voice echoed from behind Mangrio. "Myo-wool found him." She held a bloodstained sword, her eyes focused solely on Jagang Jin, ignoring everyone else on the battlefield. With the arrival of Mangrio, who had many grudges with Jagang Jin, Baek Lee-young, and Ryung Kyung, the situation became more complicated than ever. Along with Myo-wool, the insane nun who was also a formidable master, the battle was sure to become more intricate. There was no way to predict what a madman like Mangrio would do, but he seemed pleased that the battlefield had quieted due to his presence. In his hand, he held the blood-stained banner of the Jagal clan, indicating that he had slaughtered many of Baek Lee-young's allies on his way. Jagang Jin recognized it as the banner Jagal Miang used to command. The Jagal clan's formations must have been chaotic for a long time thanks to Mangrio's covert assistance, but of course, he wasn't grateful. Baek Lee-young vaguely guessed at Jagal Miang's death upon seeing Mangrio's arrogant arrival, but he didn't want to accept it. "No way, how did you get here? You should have been chained up." Mangrio laughed arrogantly, waving the banner and challenging Baek Lee-young. "You can't keep me chained up with those crude methods. Besides, I've dealt with the Jaegao clan members, of course. The rest of them under Jaegao Miang's command are no longer around. Having said that, Mangryo threw the bloodstained banner to the ground, causing Baek Li-young to stare in shock. Because Jaegao Miang was dead, the evil sects in the big cities could breathe a sigh of relief. No longer needing to worry about the 8 trigrams formation, Mangryo continued, delivering a shocking truth to Baek Li-young. The Ame sect has also withdrawn, no longer participating in the siege. Then, Mangryo smiled slyly and asked Baek Li-young, I wonder if I could solve this troublesome matter for you. What do you think about releasing them all this time? Baek Li-young's eyebrows furrowed slightly at Mangryo's disrespectful tone, but what mattered was the ridiculous content of the proposal. Of course, Mangryo did not intend to make a one-sided request without a trade-off. He quickly added, I will provide you with useful intelligence if you agree. It will certainly. He changed his mind and thought that the decision to let them go this time was the right one. Baek Li-young's rage surged again because of Mangryo's brazenness. He gritted his teeth, energy burst out with a sharp sound. Mangryo, you have finally gone completely crazy. Mangryo still chuckled nonchalantly, haha, so you have absolutely no intention of listening to my offer. Baek Li-young's anger quickly flared violently, along with a growl, shut up, who would negotiate with a madman like you? Mangryo clicked his tongue in regret, then there's no other way, I'm afraid I'll have to side with them to confront you. Baek Li-young coldly snorted, you think I'm afraid? That would only benefit me. I can take this opportunity to eliminate all those who obstruct my path. While Mangryo and Baek Li-young were arguing, Jagang Jin silently tightened his grip on the Faihan Tian, Ghost Soul Arrow, and aimed at Baek Li-young's weak point. In a blink of an eye, Jagang Jin leaped from his position and swiftly approached Baek Li-young. He wanted to use this opportunity to poison him again. However, Jagang Jin's reckless action was unexpectedly stopped by Mangryo. He pounced on him like a cat catching a mouse and pinned him to the ground. It was evident that even while talking to Baek Li-young, Mangryo's eyes were constantly watching Jagang Jin. Mangryo held Jagang Jin's head down to the ground while firmly grasping his arm with the Faihan Tian. Brat, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Jagang Jin, caught off guard, coughed up a mouthful of blood, but luckily Mangryo hadn't used excessive force, so his right arm remained intact. Seeing Jagang Jin captured by his lifelong nemesis, both Ryung Kyung and Bakshin panicked and wanted to advance, but they realized their actions couldn't be faster than Mangryo's current neck-breaking speed, so they reluctantly retreated. After securing Jagang Jin, Mangryo looked up at Baek Li-young with an amiable smile. Now then, Master Baek, you should reconsider. However, Baek Li-young didn't appreciate his help and suddenly lunged forward, swinging his arm to grab him and conveniently deliver a palm strike to Jagang Jin. Just as Baek Li-young's palm strike descended like an axe splitting wood, it was blocked by a blunt blade. The collision between the two produced a terrifying grating sound like metal scraping against metal. Because she only wanted to stop Baek Li-young and not engage in battle with him, Myo-woo didn't activate her inner energy to turn the blunt blade into something that could cut through iron like mud. Baek Li-young's eyes, filled with burning anger, instantly turned towards her. While grappling with Baek Li-young, Myo-woo wasn't afraid of his cold gaze. Instead, she criticized him, stealing someone else's prey. Don't you think that's very impolite, Master Baek? Baek Li-young, of course, couldn't tolerate this insult. He hissed like a venomous snake. Myo-woo, this demon monk, this is none of your business. But even in his anger, he didn't hastily exert more effort to contend with Myo-woo, because he was surrounded by enemies. Mangryo read Baek Li-young's thoughts and advised him, don't push yourself too hard. You just fought the Mulim Taoist not long ago, and your poison arm hasn't fully recovered. In addition, you were also poisoned by this brat just now. That poison can't be taken lightly. If you greedily try to take on too much at once, your jaw will break. Baek Li-young felt the wound on his cheek ache again, making him both irritated and unable to help but endure. After pondering for a moment, Baek Li-young finally withdrew his hand. Mangryo, knowing he was winning, continued to tempt him. You still have many things to achieve in the future. You can't let anything happen to yourself here. I know a way for you to obtain what you've long desired. Aren't you going to listen to me? When Baek Li-young's gaze fully focused on Mangryo, he continued speaking without making a sound, a path to becoming the next Miram Alliance leader. Finally, Baek Li-young understood why Mangryo had such a confident expression. He looked at him with a calm face, but his eyes revealed his thoughts at this moment. He was so engrossed in thinking about the position of Alliance leader that he didn't even notice the blue veins bulging from his neck and chin to his ears. Mangryo continued to laugh triumphantly at Baek Li-young's expression. He understood better than anyone that those who only thought about politics and seeking benefits like Baek Li-young would have no other choice in this situation. When Bakshin and Ryung Kyung were about to target Baek Lee Young's weakness, Mangryo suddenly turned to them. "Oh, I'll stay here with Master Baek to ensure you don't take advantage of this situation to do something foolish, so it's best that you stop struggling and help the members of your sect escape." Ryung Kyung bitterly gritted her teeth and cursed, but Mangryo completely ignored her and turned the conversation back to Baek Lee Young. "This secret information concerns the survival and prosperity of this chaotic Miram world. So now, what is your choice, Master Baek?" Having said that, Mangryo stretched Jagang Jin's arm a little further, as if to demonstrate his goodwill. Beside him, Myeowol still kept her eyes fixed on Jagang Jin, who was pinned to the ground. Seeing the appearance of these two madmen, it was certain they wouldn't easily let Jagang Jin go. Baek Lee Young pondered for a while, weighing the benefits of retreat against his deep hatred for Jagang Jin for killing his adopted son. In the end, even revenge for his family paled in comparison to political calculations. Baek Lee Young sullenly said to Mangryo, "Fine, but don't try to play me this time. I can kill them any time if I put my mind to it. That will happen someday if not today." Mangryo let out a triumphant laugh. "That's a very wise decision, sir. Dealing with people with political minds requires knowing and understanding their thoughts. Indeed, Mangryo is very talented in this." The moment the agreement was established, Jagang Jin had accumulated enough internal energy and unleashed the power of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art to repel Mangryo and Myeowol. He was angry and wanted revenge on Baek Lee Young, but considering the current situation, it was impossible. Jagang Jin glared angrily at Baek Lee Young, his heart struggling with many thoughts. Because now he had Tang Ha Ran and his child to protect, he couldn't recklessly charge forward as before. Furthermore, calculating for the distant future, he could receive help from the Qingqing school and the evil sects in the big cities in the fight against Baek Lee Young, so the priority now was to help them escape safely. Because of his careful consideration of the future, Jagang Jin decided not to recklessly charge forward. Baek Lee Young only glared angrily at him before letting them go. "We'll meet again soon, brat." Finally, Mount Qingqing returned to peace after many days of turmoil. There was no one left to hinder the group from the evil sects in the big cities and the Qingqing school Taoists from leaving. Everyone hurriedly helped the injured, stumbling away. They secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but their steps were still hurried and tense. After all, it was difficult to shake off the feeling of anxiety that the madmen behind them could change their minds at any time. Mangryo, Myeowol, and Baek Lee Young all silently watched the group leave without saying a word. But among the three of them, one person gained nothing and had to reluctantly give up her prey, making her very annoyed. That person was Myeowol. She yelled resentfully at Mangryo, "You madman, you really let them go so easily. What about the promise between us? Explain yourself." It must be acknowledged that Myeowol suffered a lot in this battle just for the sake of revenge against Jagang Jin. However, she never understood that Mangryo would never let his lifelong enemy, whom he had painstakingly cultivated, fall into the hands of another. But he also knew that he couldn't suppress Myeowol's anger any longer. Seeing Mangryo still hesitating and thinking without explaining or devising a new plan, Myeowol couldn't help but anxiously yell, fearing that if they hesitated any longer, Jagang Jin's group would disappear. Then, a decision was made. When Myeowol left, Baek Lee Young clicked his tongue and shook his head, criticizing Mangryo's way of handling the problem. "It's best to let him go and confront that demon monk at another time." Mangryo clicked his tongue in response. "TCH. I think those Taoists and nuns are anyway incompatible. Sooner or later it will be the same. Besides, I can't always be by his side to babysit him. He needs a chance to grow up." Baek Lee Young secretly thought to himself that Mangryo's personality was truly foolish, as if he both loved and hated Jagang Jin. Setting aside those extraneous thoughts, Baek Lee Young returned to the main topic and complained to Mangryo about Jagang Jin. From this incident, he has been able to make the Tang family, the Qingqing school, and even the Amaze school side with him. He's forming a powerful force that I can hardly ignore. It's best that I eliminate him now. Clearly, Baek Lee Young's intention was that if the information Mangryo provided wasn't as valuable as he promised, he would immediately break the previous agreement. Mangryo was slightly startled and exclaimed, "Didn't you agree with me to let him go?" Seeing Mangryo forgetting his position and acting as an equal in this negotiation, Baek Lee Young let out a mocking laugh while twirling his sword. "Don't forget, it's only you and me here now." Immediately after, a bright red sword light flashed, cutting across the air in a blink of an eye. Before Mangryo could realize it, a deadly light had flown straight towards his neck. Baek Lee Young glared at Mangryo with a terrifying aura of killing intent. "What do I need to compromise with you anymore? Spit out the information." Mangryo tried to maintain his goosebumps-covered neck and said in a sharp voice, "No, now is not the time. You will only get what you want once they all leave here safely, not just him. I will give you the Amaze School, the Tang family, the Qingqing School, the Venom Dragon, and the entire Miram. Baek Lee-young slightly frowned at Mangrio's ambiguous words, not understanding why he mentioned those who sided with Jagang Jin. Mangrio's eyes suddenly widened in a horrifying manner. He revealed the truth he had discovered a short time ago. The Alliance leader is still alive, and extremely healthy. Why did Haewol Jinan fake his death, retreating behind and silently observing everything from the shadows? Baek Lee-young thought of one thing upon hearing this. It meant that he wouldn't interfere in anything, and then someone would come forward to rectify and stabilize the order of Miram. If someone dared to change everything, then that person would become the next Miram Alliance leader. This was a great advantage for Baek Lee-young. Understanding Haewol Jinan's true intentions through Mangrio, he could get a favorable start by preparing thoroughly before the other candidates. Baek Lee-young only needed to unite the different forces in the alliance and make them side with him, then the position of the next alliance leader could fall into his hands. A burning ambition immediately flashed in his eyes, and he muttered, "The next alliance leader." Mangrio chuckled when he saw Baek Lee-young's grip on the sword loosen. He gently pushed the blade away from his neck and put on the face of a victor. "First, there must be chaos before order can be established. These people will be the necessary ingredients for you to become the next alliance leader, and many people believe that you are more qualified to become the alliance leader than anyone else. The wish you've wanted to achieve for a long time, to climb to the peak of Miram, I can help you achieve that." Having said that, Mangrio boldly patted Baek Lee-young on the shoulder. His attitude was as if he were bestowing a favor on him, but Baek Lee-young didn't feel angry about it. Baek Lee-young pondered deeply with the sword still suspended in the air. He was so engrossed in imagining a bright future that he forgot to put away his sword. After a moment, his blade once again rotated rapidly and cut through the air. But this time, Baek Lee-young didn't point his sword at Mangrio anymore but just sheathed his sword. He was satisfied with the answer he gave even though he didn't say it directly. Immediately afterward, Baek Lee-young strolled towards the foot of Mount Qingcheng with an air of authority, as if he truly considered himself the Miram Alliance leader. His cheerful voice was undeniable as he said to Mangrio, "Let's go back." Mangrio also quickened his pace, following Baek Lee-young with a hearty, gleeful laugh. "I guess you finally came to the same conclusion as I did." Both knew they were laughing for different reasons. In Mangrio's mind, however, the thought lingered, "Someday, once again, I will capture it." After Jagang Jin and the others left Mount Qingcheng and reached a clearing as evening approached, they decided to rest and tend to their wounds. Bakchin couldn't help but sigh, thinking about the fight with Baek Lee-young. "He's far stronger than I imagined. He's not the Baek Lee-young I once knew." Jagang Jin heard this but offered no comment, because he knew his strength would grow even further in the future. So, instead of discussing it and escalating the worry, he diligently tended to Bakchin's wounds. Bakchin knew about Jagang Jin's thirst for revenge and reminded him, though more like a casual lament, facing that man is tantamount to suicide. Jagang Jin silently nodded, understanding that he couldn't face this battle alone and recklessly as before, if he wanted to protect what he held dear. Jagang Jin understood better than anyone, though he had successfully used the battlefield to land a few blows on Baek Lee-young earlier. In a one-on-one fight, he was completely incapable of defeating him, not even causing a scratch. The difference in strength between Jagang Jin and Baek Lee-young was insurmountable. Baek Lee-young could also use the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, and at a level twice as high. No matter how strong his will, it was like an egg against a stone. Jagang Jin felt he had no choice but to unlock his blocked meridians, break through his remaining limitations, and become stronger. Hesitantly, he asked Bakchin, "After we leave here, could I ask for the Qingcheng sect's assistance?" Seeing Bakchin frown in confusion, Jagang Jin explained with a perfectly reasonable excuse, "I was heavily instructed by Master Muam to avenge his death. We need to defeat Baek Lee-young, and that's also my personal desire. I want to learn the martial arts of the Qingcheng sect to prepare for the battle with Baek Lee-young. Could you grant my request, Master Bakchin?" Although Jagang Jin tried to soften his request, his communication style remained as blunt as ever, lacking any semblance of pleading. Bakchin looked at Jagang Jin with a judging gaze, not because of his tactless words, but because of his stubborn nature. "This kid, he's already planning another future battle after barely escaping death. What's going on in his head?" Bakchin laughed, his stubbornness echoing Jagang Jin's. Someone like you, inheriting the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art is already something I would dream of, and yet you still want more from our Qingcheng sect. But alright, I'll teach you. First, remember to get enough rest and recover. Meanwhile, Ryung-kyung silently listened to the conversation between the two stubborn men, softly smiling at their reconciliation. While everyone was resting and sharing relieved smiles, the figure of the crazed nun appeared like a clinging ghost. Your rejoicing is a bit premature. Everyone instantly jumped up in terror upon seeing Myo-woo. She recalled what Mangryo had told her before coming here and let out a sinister laugh. A great man once said, "The perfect moment for revenge is when the prey falls from the peak of hope into the abyss of despair. Amit Babuda, now is the perfect time to do it." With those words, Myo-woo revealed a wide, ear-to-ear grin, drawing her blunt sword across her blood-stained hand, making her image even more ghastly. After Myo-woo appeared, everyone was looking to see if Mangryo and Baek Lee-young were following, but Myo-woo directly denied the worries in their hearts. "Because you only reached an agreement with Mangryo, so I have nothing to do with that. I just followed him to seize opportunities like this." Ryung-kyung knew that with their current strength, confronting Myo-woo would be difficult, so she tried reasoning with her. "The Ame sect has also agreed to a truce. Isn't your action now going against the sect leader's policy?" Myo-woo continued her slow, menacing steps towards the group. "You're right, but what does this humble nun's actions have to do with the Ame sect? Let me explain clearly. The witnesses to this humble nun's unreasonable actions today, I just need to eliminate them." As Myo-woo revealed her malicious intent, her eyes were filled with murderous intent, like a demon eagerly anticipating the taste of blood. Ryung-kyung nervously swallowed, glancing at her severely wounded subordinates. "We haven't fully recovered our peak condition, fighting in this state." Just as Ryung-kyung didn't know how to handle the situation, Jagang-jin resolutely stepped forward, gesturing to everyone, "Everyone, retreat 20 steps, I'll fight her." As Ryung-kyung was about to object, Jagang-jin cut her off. "Everyone hasn't fully recovered and can't fight. Currently, only I can confront her." Myo-woo, seeing Jagang-jin's resolute demeanor and heroic bearing, let out a laugh of both surprise and derision. Jagang-jin spun his familiar dagger, resolutely advancing towards Myo-woo. Knowing Ryung-kyung remained uneasy, he emphasized his purpose. "Actually, I won't be able to become stronger if I lose this battle. That's why I want you to leave this battle to me." Although Jagang-jin didn't turn around, everyone behind him could feel his unwavering resolve. Ryung-kyung was finally convinced by Jagang-jin's determination. She stepped back, simultaneously signaling everyone to maintain the distance he requested. I understand." Seeing the scene unfolding before her, reminiscent of street hero plays, Myo-woo couldn't help but burst into laughter, tears streaming down her face amidst her raucous laughter. Furthermore, what amused Myo-woo the most was Jagang-jin's self-confidence. She laughed scornfully, mockingly. "You can become stronger by defeating me. You actually believe that's possible?" Jagang-jin responded to Myo-woo with a cold, emotionless gaze. He didn't even show any hatred towards her, he simply had to fight for survival because she wanted to kill. Myo-woo felt belittled by Jagang-jin's gaze. She stopped laughing and her face turned sullen. "That damned arrogant attitude of yours." Immediately afterward, Myo-woo erupted in hatred, instantly launching a fierce attack with firm steps. She charged towards Jagang-jin with the speed of an arrow, her roar carried by the wind, echoing throughout the forest. "I truly hate that face of yours. Don't underestimate me." Jagang-jin didn't bother arguing with Myo-woo, calmly assuming a fighting stance. The Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art activated, enhanced internal energy erupted from Jagang-jin's eyes. Relying on his combat experience, he tried to predict Myo-woo's attack. Her blunt sword finally approached Jagang-jin's blade. The two weapons were positioned perpendicular to each other, just before impact. A deafening clang resonated, an energy explosion erupted from where the blade and sword collided. Before, Jagang-jin's blade would have been severed by Myo-woo's energy-infused sword, but now, it even repelled her. Myo-woo's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden blow. She hadn't expected Jagang-jin to be so much stronger than their last encounter. While Myo-woo was repelled and still stunned, Jagang-jin seized the opportunity to attack, his eyes sharp. "If you think I'm still the same as before, you're wrong." In an instant, the sharp, poisoned blade sliced through the air at an impossible speed, approaching Myo-woo's face, mere inches away from slashing it. At that moment, Myo-woo quickly recovered, kicking Jagang-jin in the chest. Because he was charging, he couldn't dodge and was sent flying backward by her powerful kick. Upon impact, a violent explosion sounded, like a drum shattering. A cracking sound followed, as if Jagang-jin's breastbone had fractured. The shockwave spread through the air for dozens of meters. After repelling Jagang-jin 5 meters, Myo-woo quickly regained her balance, landing on the ground. "A cunning villain like you must be burned in hellfire." This humble nun swears never to seek refuge under the Buddha's shadow as long as you still breathe. Immediately, she swung her sword wildly at Jagang Jin, the crimson sword energy, filled with hatred, tearing through the surrounding air like a whirlwind. Dozens of crescent-shaped sword energies surged towards Jagang Jin like overlapping waves, leaving almost no space to dodge. However, Jagang Jin managed to avoid injury by running into the forest. Though he didn't possess superior lightness skills, he had enough agility to leap between branches, skillfully weaving through the trees and causing Myo-Wool's sword energy to be blocked by large trees. While dodging like a squirrel leaping between branches, Jagang Jin also used the flying soul arrow technique, stringing thin cords across sturdy tree trunks. In her bloodlust, Myo-Wool naturally wouldn't notice this action. She only thought Jagang Jin was cowardly running and dodging, becoming even more arrogant. "Don't think you can dodge my consecutive attacks with those petty tricks." With those words, Myo-Wool swung her sword again, but only a single, thick stream of sword energy was created. Jagang Jin was still busy running around in the forest surrounding Myo-Wool's position, feeling like no sword attack could harm him with the dense shield from the ancient trees. However, the sword aura that Myo-Wool had just released was much stronger than before. Although its sharpness and speed were less than those fragile and flexible sword auras, it carried 3 times more power. It cut through a row of ancient trees as if they were just new shoots. The crashing sound of falling trees and the ensuing dust cloud obscured everything. Myo-Wool strained her eyes, searching for her target, but Jagang Jin was nowhere to be seen. Only when the dust settled did she realize he wasn't among the debris. There wasn't even a trace of him, leaving Myo-Wool momentarily unable to determine his direction. As Myo-Wool searched for her enemy, a faint, grating sound came from a tree behind her, the sound of a wire from a flying dart scraping against the trunk as it was pulled taut. Jagang Jin suddenly appeared above Myo-Wool, using the wire to swing through the air and launch a surprise attack, momentarily startling and confusing her. At that moment, Jagang Jin decisively threw 3 poison needles, taking advantage of his position above her to limit Myo-Wool's evasion options. As Jagang Jin expected, Myo-Wool was not only surprised but also flustered by his unconventional movements and fighting style. However, with her extensive combat experience and sharp reflexes, Myo-Wool managed to react in time. Leaping backward, she almost lost her balance, but her sword served as a support. As Myo-Wool struggled to regain her footing and prepare a counterattack, Jagang Jin launched another relentless assault, diving down from above, turning the situation increasingly unfavorable for Myo-Wool. Jagang Jin's blade, imbued with the formidable internal energy of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, described a graceful arc in the air before descending towards Myo-Wool's head. But again, she reacted swiftly, assuming a fighting stance to regain her balance and raising her sword to block Jagang Jin's blade. A resounding clang erupted as steel met steel. Then followed an intense exchange. Jagang Jin, using his advantage as the attacker, relentlessly pressed his assault, forcing Myo-Wool to defend with little opportunity for a counterattack. However, a stalemate wasn't a winning strategy, so Jagang Jin began attacking from various angles. The constant clash of blade and knife produced a shower of sparks. Seeing Jagang Jin gaining the upper hand, Anjan grinned broadly. The situation was completely reversed from their previous encounter. Venom Dragon was no longer on the defensive but had Myo-Wool on the ropes. Bakshin abruptly and coldly interrupted Anjan's excited musings. "No, I don't believe that." The young man tilted his head in confusion. "What do you mean?" Bakshin frowned, assessing the battle. Although Venom Dragon was significantly stronger than before, the nun wasn't an opponent he could easily defeat in a duel after only a few months of training. The nun was fighting cautiously because of her previous experience. Venom Dragon was pushing hard to exploit her alertness and create pressure. Bakshin's explanation completely changed Anjan's perspective. The young man realized that Jagang Jin's immediate use of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art highlighted the power disparity. He knew his chances decreased with time and had no choice but to give his all from the start. Bakshin hadn't learned the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, but having witnessed its mastery, he understood the situation better than anyone. While its power was undeniable, it required continuous training for proficiency, something Jagang Jin lacked. It all depended on his willpower and intelligence. The fight between Jagang Jin and Myo-Wool remained stagnant. The daggers proved ineffective, so Jagang Jin picked up 2 of the 3 needles Myo-Wool had dodged earlier. When Myo-Wool lunged for a counterattack, Jagang Jin immediately threw the needles at her face. This seemingly hasty and clumsy attack was easily countered by her reflexes. A swift swing of her sword deflected them. However, the needles weren't thrown far, remaining within Jagang Jin's reach. Therefore, Myo-Wul swept her sword past the needles again, sending them further away to prevent him from easily retrieving them. Having eliminated the immediate threat, Myo-Wul immediately attacked Jagang Jin, but he leaped to avoid the blow, sending her sword uselessly into the ground. While leaping, Jagang Jin reached for one of the two needles still circling Myo-Wul's head, unbeknownst to her. The situation unfolded too quickly. To seize Myo-Wul's brief moment of inattention, Jagang Jin could only grab one needle. He then executed a graceful spin in midair and threw the needle downwards, aiming for Myo-Wul's head. As the needle was released, Myo-Wul raised her head to locate Jagang Jin, only to be startled by a small, bright light flashing before her eyes. Luckily, Myo-Wul managed to throw her head back in time to avoid it, otherwise, her remaining eye would have been blinded. Her strained breathing betrayed her fear. Jagang Jin regretted the missed attack, but he landed and continued to strategize. However, before Jagang Jin could land, Myo-Wul, still leaning back, unleashed a high kick aimed squarely at his face. Since Jagang Jin was airborne and the distance was too close, he couldn't react and received the full force of the kick, a sharp, explosive sound echoing the impact. After being hit, Jagang Jin was sent flying several meters. Even after landing, his body slid a considerable distance before coming to a stop. Only when his back slammed into a tree trunk, with a cracking sound that might have been bone or bark, did he finally stop. The powerful kick and its aftershock caused him to vomit blood. Jagang Jin was dazed and disoriented, momentarily incapacitated and lying under the tree, gasping for breath. After a few seconds, Jagang Jin snapped out of his stupor, sensing a surge of intense killing intent. The savage aura instinctively triggered his survival instincts. Sure enough, when Jagang Jin looked up, Myo-Wul was wildly swinging her sword. Crimson crescent-shaped sword energies were flying past his eyes, only a few steps away. Jagang Jin staggered to his feet, but he lacked the ability and time to escape. He had no defense. Seeing the imminent danger, everyone cried out his name in alarm. But it was too late. Before Jagang Jin could flee, the crimson sword energy swept through a section of the forest behind him, the crashing sound of dozens of trees shaking the area. A billowing cloud of dust enveloped the area. After a while, Myo-Wul reappeared amidst the dense fog-like dust. Myo-Wul let out an arrogant laugh as Jagang Jin's form became visible. Any tricks are useless. I know you are aiming for my blind spots. And I easily dodged your poison needles. You must be desperate, she said, glancing at the ground and sneering at the three needles still lying there. Secretly, she was worried about unseen hidden weapons. Nevertheless, she maintained a threatening demeanor. Caution is only necessary when you don't understand your opponent's abilities. Now, aiming for my weakness will become your weakness, she cackled as Jagang Jin emerged from the dust cloud. He used the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art to withstand the storm of sword energy, consuming a great deal of internal energy, but at least he hadn't fallen. Seeing Jagang Jin panting and emitting smoke, Myo-Wul felt triumphant. She raised her sword with the air of a victor, infusing it with internal energy, causing it to tremble. Let's end this here. Then, a vortex of energy surged into her sword. Myo-Wul believed this would be her final blow and poured all her skill and pride into her ultimate technique, the rampaging tornado flow. As the sword fell, internal energy erupted like a raging storm, the sword energy sweeping away obstacles and rushing towards Jagang Jin like a tsunami. The violent internal energy seemed to burn Jagang Jin with hatred, but he resolutely held his ground and braced himself. His roar seemed to drown out all other sounds as he activated the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art to its maximum potential, but the approaching sword energy revealed a terrifying killing intent, threatening to tear him apart. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't stand still anymore and rushed towards Jagang Jin, but it was too late. Myo-Wul's sword move had successfully reached him. To unleash this fatal move, Myo-Wul also consumed a lot of internal energy and fatigue quickly took over her body. But she was still euphoric in the joy of victory, so she didn't feel that exhaustion at all. As the crimson sword energy swept through a section of forest several dozen square meters behind Jagang Jin, Myo-Wul's arrogant laughter echoed like a bell. Amit Babuda, finally. However, what Myo-Wul and everyone else did not expect was that Jagang Jin had not yet fallen after that attack, although his entire body was tattered and emitting black smoke as if he had just been burned in a fire. Jagang Jin stared intently at Myo-Wul with a cold, defiant gaze. His body was covered in cuts and bleeding profusely, but his eyes remained unwavering. Myo-Wul was also stunned and took a step back before the fierce aura emanating from Jagang Jin. You're not dead yet, you're a demon. It seems this poor nun has to cut your throat directly." The shock made her heavy breathing more audible, and she herself wasn't sure if she could continue fighting at this intensity. Those on Jagang Jin's side were both surprised and relieved to see that he was still alive, but they couldn't help but worry that the continued battle would be extremely disadvantageous for him. While everyone was restless, Jagang Jin suddenly gave a cunning smile, revealing the Faihan Tian, soul-stealing darts. "I prepared this for Baek Li Young, but I guess I'll have to use it here. Look closely." Myo-Wul frowned in doubt. "What? I don't understand what you're rambling about." She truly couldn't see the threads weaving together into a dense net around her. Jagang Jin didn't explain further but extended his hand, deploying the Faihan Tian towards Myo-Wul while she was still frantically searching for signs of poison darts or wounds she might have missed. Once certain she hadn't been hit by any hidden weapons or injured, Myo-Wul looked up at Jagang Jin again, her eyes filled with suspicion and unease. But by the time she raised her guard, it was too late. Jagang Jin merely touched his fingers, and the Faihan Tian net instantly tightened. Myo-Wul, at the center of the net, was bound all over her body like a fly caught in a spiderweb. From head to toe, she was caught by the sharp threads, the pain unbearable. Blood gushed from the cuts and spurted into the air, staining the ground around Myo-Wul red. The stretched threads lifted Myo-Wul's entire body into the air, her limbs bound so tightly she couldn't move. She groaned in choked sounds and cursed Jagang Jin. But no matter how Myo-Wul struggled, the threads only tightened further. Sensing imminent death, she fell into despair and begged Jagang Jin, "Wait." Jagang Jin didn't immediately finish Myo-Wul off but told her the reason for her defeat with a contemptuous tone. "Didn't you say I only know how to target your weaknesses? You were utterly wrong. I only made you believe all that." With that, Jagang Jin twisted his wrist slightly. That small movement was enough to make Myo-Wul writhe in pain. He didn't hesitate to reveal how he set up the trap. From the moment he was moving around in the surrounding forest, he had planned to give Myo-Wul a painful death. Running through the forest wasn't just to dodge her sword strikes but also to set up the threads across the ancient tree trunks. After explaining everything, Jagang Jin let out a mocking laugh at Myo-Wul's arrogance. "You completely failed to notice what I was doing because you were only focused on guarding your own weaknesses. The moment you thought your defenses were tight and you used your full strength, that's when you fell into the trap." Unjang, hearing Jagang Jin's plan, couldn't suppress a gasp of astonishment. "No wonder he told us to retreat 20 paces. It was to create space to set the trap for that old nun." Although Myo-Wul was in a disadvantageous position and had even dropped her sword, she still strained herself with hope. "You can't bind me with just these flimsy threads." At that moment, Myo-Wul felt another pain, not just from the cuts of the sharp threads. The pain ran through Myo-Wul's body, causing her to struggle even more wildly. It turned out that the threads were coated with poison extracted from Jagang Jin's blood. Even Baek Li Young would be wary of this poison. The more Myo-Wul moved, the deeper the poison seeped into her flesh and spread faster. Jagang Jin didn't want to waste any more energy arguing with Myo-Wul and directly condemned her. "You have killed countless innocent people under the guise of saving all beings. Now go down to the 18 levels of hell and repent to Yama for the sins you've committed." With that, he gripped the hand controlling the Faihan Tian, putting all his strength into tightening the threads. Thin streams of light flashed before Myo-Wul's eyes. She could clearly see how the threads controlled by Jagang Jin were tightening. Her panicked screams echoed through the forest as the threads cut through her clothes and flesh, not unlike the most brutal form of execution, dismemberment, during the feudal period. Myo-Wul could clearly feel death approaching, but she could do nothing. The threads, tightening little by little, were tearing her flesh, already burning from the poison. Finally, after a moment of struggle, Myo-Wul's entire body was bleeding profusely. The threads cut into her flesh several centimeters deep but couldn't completely dismember her. The excruciating pain was so intense that she didn't even have the strength to scream. The spattered blood in the air gradually became denser, staining a large patch of ground beneath Myo-Wul red. One could even hear the sound of flesh tearing and blood spurting from the arteries. The blood continued to flow until Myo-Wul collapsed in the fading sunlight. It seemed her blood had run dry, unable to spurt as high as before. When the threads could no longer cut deeper into Myo-Wul's body, Jagang Jin slowly retracted them, dragging thin red streaks across the sky. The threads were easily drawn back into the glove. Although victory belonged to Jagang Jin, he was in no less tattered a state than his opponent. Without the support of the threads, Myo-Wul's body immediately collapsed onto the pool of blood. It felt as though her knees had impacted so hard that her joints were shattered. She couldn't stand even while kneeling. The next second, her whole body collapsed powerlessly to the ground, her blood-soaked face flat against the soil, reeking of blood. A heavy silence fell as Jagang Jin looked at Myo-Wool's corpse. He was too exhausted to celebrate, even breathing was labored, and his relaxed muscles sagged instantly. Ryung-kyung, Bakshin, Unjong, Pyeonbok, So, and everyone else were overjoyed, their radiant smiles accompanied by sighs of relief. They were so happy that they momentarily forgot to check on Jagang Jin's condition. Jagang Jin remained silent for a long time, just to take deep breaths, regaining some vitality before letting out a soft, satisfied sound. This will allow me to take another step forward. Then, he turned back to everyone with a bright smile. There's no more danger. I think I need to rest a little. However, that smile couldn't hide the fact that his body had reached its limit and was beginning to sway. The next second, Jagang Jin suddenly collapsed, causing everyone to rush to his side with panicked cries. Luckily, a strong hand caught Jagang Jin in time. Bakshin, who still moved faster than the others, even though he was the most severely injured after his fight with Baek Lee-young. After checking Jagang Jin's pulse, Bakshin sighed in relief, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, he just fainted from exhaustion. The journey from Guizhou must have drained a lot of his energy." Bakshin carefully supported Jagang Jin as if he were holding his own son. His eyes softened towards him, acknowledging the sacrifices he made to save everyone. "You've worked hard. From now on, let us take care of things." Jagang Jin fell into a deep sleep, unaware of what happened afterward. Everyone could only give him first aid before quickly leaving for a safer shelter. No one paid attention to checking if Myo-Wool was truly dead. By the time Jagang Jin's group left, it was late afternoon. The dark, gloomy sky made the atmosphere heavier than ever. Wild animals could smell the lingering scent of blood from where Myo-Wool fell, but only one dared to approach. Mangarecap slowly walked to Myo-Wool's corpse with a sigh of bitter astonishment. "Oh my god, what a terrible thing." Incredibly, the corpse lying flat in that pool of blood let out a groan. Is that you, Mangarecap?" Mangarecap grimaced sympathetically, looking down at Myo-Wool. "Hey, you're still alive. Oh my god, why do you always end up in such a pathetic state?" Myo-Wool had no energy to retort to Mangarecap's sarcasm. She opened her mouth and pleaded desperately, "Please, save me. I can't move. The poison." Mangarecap nodded with an understanding smile. "Poison, that's right. Baek Lee-young also told me about this strange poison. It seems like that brat created a new poison." Myo-Wool groaned and groaned, in pain. "Mangarecap, can you hear me?" Mangarecap still proudly reached out to Myo-Wool slowly, regardless of her moaning. "Please forgive me. I cannot free you from this pain." Myo-Wool glared at Mangarecap as if betrayed, blinded by revenge. She still didn't realize she was merely a pawn Mangarecap was using to play cat and mouse with Jagang Jin. Before Myo-Wool could utter anything beyond why, Mangarecap grabbed her neck with both hands, his muscles straining, veins bulging as he strangled her. Mangarecap let out a sinister laugh. "I do have a fondness for you, none. But Ame has joined forces with Venom Dragon, so your existence would be an obstacle to both." Myo-Wool cried in despair and regret, her facial muscles twitching violently. "I trusted you. I thought we shared the same pain." Mangarecap scoffed. "The same pain? It would be wonderful if you and I weren't rivals. Unfortunately, you always worried me about Venom Dragon falling into your hands. Regardless, you've suffered enough. Close your eyes and relax. I'll release you from this suffering." With that, Mangarecap gave a savage smile and snapped Myo-Wool's neck, ensuring her demise. The members of the evil sects in the big cities were escorted by the Qingqing sect until they left the Qingqing mountain range. Only then did they dare to relax their guard and split into two groups. Bakshin led the Qingqing sect Taoists to carry the unconscious Jagang Jin to their new hideout, while Ryung-kyung and her subordinates went the opposite way. Before separating, Bakshin was a bit confused and told Ryung-kyung, "It's time to say goodbye. I'll take this kid and the Qingqing sect to the hideout." Although Bakshin's voice remained as cold as ever, his eyes no longer showed displeasure towards Ryung-kyung. The tension between them seemed to have dissipated. Ryung-kyung expressed her gratitude without hesitation. "Thank you for your help, Brother Bakshin. I owe you a great debt." Bakshin frowned, replying indifferently, "I've told you I hate you. My junior brother's life was ruined because of you. I'm only fulfilling the wish of that foolish, lovesick junior brother." Ryung-kyung could only bow her head in shame. She knew she had made Mulim suffer all his life and couldn't excuse herself to Bakshin. However, Bakshin's following words brightened Ryung-kyung's gloomy face. "If fate gives us a chance, we'll meet again." Finally, Bakshin smiled at Ryung-kyung. Although his smile held a hint of bitterness remembering Muam's death, he had forgiven Ryung-kyung's past mistakes. Ryung-kyung smiled with relief, sensing Bakshin's generosity. She nodded. asking him one more favor, please take care of Jean when he wakes up. After everything that happened, Ryung Kyung knew that the evil sects in the big cities had become a burden in Jagang Jin's revenge quest. Therefore, she and Bakshin both thought it best for them to part ways. After exchanging farewells, Ryung Kyung and the members of the evil sects in the big cities hurried towards the road leading out of Sichuan. However, one person was reluctant to leave. It was So-So. Following Ryung Kyung, she suddenly turned back, hesitatingly looking at the departing disciples, her eyes lingering. As Bakshin turned with the other disciples towards the outskirts of Sichuan, Unjong unexpectedly turned around, running back in the opposite direction with a serious expression, as if it were his last chance. So-So was just about to turn and follow Ryung Kyung when Unjong rushed over and hugged her from behind. The boy cried and called So-So's name, creating a heartwarming scene for everyone. Unjong sobbed and promised, "We will definitely meet again." So-So laughed at his tearful appearance and could only comfort him instead of making a promise. Pyeonbok, with his sharp eyes, chuckled teasingly, "That little disciple finally." Meanwhile, Ryung Kyung smiled softly, the two children reminding her of her childhood with Muim. Bakshin knew his foolish apprentice wouldn't let go of So-So, so he yelled, "Unjong, what are you doing? Come with me." Unjong hastily said goodbye to So-So with an embarrassed smile and ran after Bakshin. Yes, I'm coming, master." When everyone had turned and walked in opposite directions, Ryung Kyung slowly turned her head to look at the disciples' backs one last time. Ryung Kyung wanted to say goodbye to Jagang Jin, but he was still unconscious on another disciple's back. She could only whisper to the wind, "They say all things must pass, and those who leave will return someday. I hope everyone takes care until then." In his drowsiness, Jagang Jin seemed to hear Ryung Kyung's voice, but he was too tired to open his eyes. He wasn't sure if it was a dream or reality, but one thing was certain, he had survived again. In the following days, Jagang Jin remained unconscious. In his dreams, he was adrift in a boundless void, surrounded by darkness, water beneath him, and a suffocating night above. When Jagang Jin opened his eyes, there was no light, making him not even realize he had opened them. His vacant gaze was fixed on the void. It took a while for Jagang Jin to perceive the blurry space around him and realize he was lying on water, just like when he first learned the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art from Ryung Kyung. "Why am I here again? What am I doing?" As Jagang Jin struggled to sit up, a gloomy voice echoed in his ears, startling him, "You, because I summoned you here." In the darkness, a demon appeared before Jagang Jin. It had bright purple eyes and jagged, sharp teeth, its breath reeked of poison, and a bright light emanated from its mouth. Though he couldn't see clearly, Jagang Jin could feel the demon's thin, clumsy body approaching him. The intense fear jolted him awake from the nightmare, sweat poured down him, and his breathing was labored, as if a weight were pressing on his chest. Jagang Jin stared at the ceiling with a stiff body, unable to move. After a while, his tense muscles relaxed, allowing him to move. Jagang Jin immediately sat up, his head spinning. What the hell just happened? As Jagang Jin looked around in bewilderment, Bakshin and Unjong entered with a large basket of herbs. The boy grinned when he saw Jagang Jin awake. "Oh, brother Venom Dragon, you're awake. How are you feeling now?" After listening to Unjong's explanation, Jagang Jin learned that Ryung Kyung and the members of the evil sects in the big cities had returned to their other secret base, while he was with the Qingcheng sect in Sichuan territory. Seeing Jagang Jin's unease, Unjong quickly reassured him, "You don't have to worry, only the disciples of the Qingcheng sect know about this place. Brother Venom Dragon, you should stay here with us until you've fully recovered." Jagang Jin was still shaken from his dream but gradually calmed down. "Thank you for treating me." Bakshin nodded with a hearty smile and asked, "So, what do you plan to do now?" Jagang Jin pondered for a moment and answered frankly, "As I said before, right now I just want to focus on my martial arts training." Bakshin pressed further, "And after that?" Jagang Jin contemplated for a moment with a troubled expression. "I don't have the strength to defeat Baek Li Young now. I also need to return to the Tang family to save the young miss, and then, I'll inevitably have to fight Hades Tang Chung. He's a formidable opponent." Bakshin let out a sarcastic breath at Jagang Jin's suicidal plan. Are you miscalculating?" Jagang Jin shook his head thoughtfully. "Before, I thought I had to kill my enemies even if it meant sacrificing my life, but now, I have reasons to live after completing my revenge." He thought of Tang Haran and their unborn child. He now had the responsibility of caring for his little family and couldn't recklessly risk his life. He needed to get stronger to survive. Bakshin quickly grasped Jagang Jin's troubled state of mind. The path ahead is different now. You must act cautiously to protect your life, right? So, why not choose a simpler task first? Inun, the Ame sect leader, also gave you advice. The current situation in Murim has changed due to some reason. If you want to solve the problem, you must first understand the whole picture. From her words, I can deduce that you still don't understand the whole truth of what happened. Bakshin's words jolted Jagang Jin out of his confusion. He immediately proposed a different idea. Instead of rushing into a suicidal mission, then I'll return to where it all began and find the truth. Unjan seemed to vaguely understand their meaning. So you want to go back home? Jagang Jin pondered for a moment to ensure his decision, then affirmed with strong determination, I will return to Unnam after leaving here. Unjan was still slightly surprised. He could have guessed the situation, but he was still surprised by Jagang Jin's resolute attitude when he said that. Bakshin had no intention of stopping Jagang Jin from pursuing his ambition. He sighed, knowing the road ahead would be fraught with difficulties. Look at how you're talking right after being pulled back from the brink of death. You'll recover quickly. After that, Bakshin turned around, waved his shirt and walked out of the wooden house with instructions to Jagang Jin. Be ready to go out before sunset. As soon as you feel better, I will teach you a thing or two that's helpful before you leave. Jagang Jin nodded silently with eyes burning with determination, and Unjang also smiled eagerly as if teaching Jagang Jin would be interesting. As dusk descended, casting a gloomy shade over the sky as if a storm was about to break, Jagang Jin had changed his bandages and felt well enough to leave the wooden house. After arriving at a quiet stream, Bakshin chose a spot with high rocks jutting out from the stream and asked Jagang Jin, let's start with the basic chi cultivation technique first. While Jagang Jin tried to focus on his chi cultivation, Unjang stood beside him with a smug expression. The boy acted like an old man, constantly stroking his chin to assess Jagang Jin. Your unstable posture is affecting your breathing. Also, your breathing is too fast and heavy. You must adjust your breathing to be smoother and steadier. Unjang hadn't been acting superior for long when Bakshin gave him a sharp rap on the head. Bakshin gestured with his chin towards his foolish apprentice, who said you'd be teaching him. Unjang clutched his head and cried out, oh, yes, but I understand this chi cultivation method well and have even been praised by my senior brothers. Bakshin ignored Unjang's arguments and bluntly ordered, oh really, you should become a training partner with Venom Dragon then. Unjang reluctantly climbed onto the rock next to Jagang Jin to meditate. Bakshin then turned to instruct Jagang Jin, my apprentice is certainly right about your chi cultivation technique, but your posture doesn't have to be straight. It's just slightly different from normal. Not wrong, although your method isn't about accumulating internal energy in the Dantian, your cultivation method is quite similar to the Zhou Tianhua Hu method in our Taoist school. With that, Bakshin unexpectedly swung his staff over Jagang Jin's right shoulder but didn't touch him. According to Bakshin's explanation, the common chi cultivation method involves drawing chi from nature into the Dantian through the body's breathing process. This is the best way to train before entering battle. But Jagang Jin's unique chi cultivation method doesn't follow the principles of the traditional method because he can't accumulate chi like ordinary people. However, it can also be said that he is accumulating chi in his body in a different way. However, if Jagang Jin ignores the common chi cultivation method simply because he can't store chi in the usual way, he won't be able to use chi effectively. Bakshin explained that this is because chi moves along the meridians and can be controlled through chi cultivation. Therefore, a proper chi cultivation method will help Jagang Jin minimize bodily damage and maximize chi storage. After presenting the basic theory to Jagang Jin, Bakshin began to guide him on the correct way to cultivate chi. Don't try to feel it immediately. Breathe while expanding your senses to the maximum. Reach beyond the shady trees to see the entire forest. Let everything around you circulate naturally. We Taoists call this observing the forest from within the shadows. Jagang Jin listened and slowly changed his breathing and chi cultivation. Initially, he was slightly overwhelmed by the change, but gradually he didn't feel so bad anymore. In fact, his unstable posture was intended to allow him to move at any time if he felt threatened, but now he needed to learn to relax because there was certainly no threat around. Jagang Jin relaxed his body a little more and focused. Then, he suddenly faltered and tried to move his body because a leaf was blown by the wind, but he quickly calmed down and remembered that he didn't need to be wary of harmless things. Instead, his vision should be broader. He refocused incredibly quickly, but it still took 5 days before he could completely relax his mind while cultivating chi. While learning the basics from Bakshin to master the chi cultivation technique, Jagang Jin also needed to learn some other fighting techniques. This time, the teaching task was given to Unjang. The boy excitedly chuckled, "Finally, it's my turn, I'll teach you sound arts." Jagang Jin frowned in confusion. "You seem very excited." Unjang shyly scratched his head and chuckled, unable to admit how proud he felt about teaching someone else. Then, the boy put on a serious expression and explained, "Anyway, sound arts is a martial art that uses sound to attack. Depending on the instrument you use, you can create thousands of notes to attack your opponent. Therefore, it's deeper than any other martial art." Unjang gave the example of when he used a bell to prevent Jagang Jin from returning to save members of the evil sects in the big cities. That was a type of sound art used to disperse the opponent's internal energy. As for the sound arts Unjang used when confronting Myowool by hitting two clappers together, it created a sound wave that disrupted the opponent's mind. In short, Unjang happily presented a dog whistle and suggested, "That's why I think using sound arts will be extremely useful for you, Venom Dragon, and the instrument I think you should use is this, haha." Jagang Jin looked doubtfully at the small, palm-sized instrument, a whistle. Unjang excitedly nodded, "Yes, listen to this." A beep-beep sound rang out, the sound vibrations became ripples spreading everywhere. The sound of the whistle hit the dry grass and leaves, causing them to tremble. Jagang Jin focused on his ears, and the ripples appearing in the air became increasingly clear. His eardrums felt like they were about to burst. After a few seconds, Jagang Jin's head began to buzz. He felt dizzy, lost his balance, and had difficulty maintaining his posture for a moment. Unjang immediately laughed triumphantly. "See, you just lost your balance for a moment. The sharp sound from this whistle is that effective. Since your specialty, Venom Dragon, is using poison, I think using sound arts on a small instrument like this is the most effective. It's also very easy to carry around, right?" Saying this, Unjang smiled broadly and handed the small whistle to Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin also smiled delightedly and accepted the whistle as a gift from Unjang. "Great, let's practice." Then, Jagang Jin began to diligently practice, with his upper and lower teeth biting the whistle and the tip of his tongue touching the blowing hole. Initially, he couldn't accurately transmit internal energy to produce the sound he wanted, but thanks to Unjang's dedicated help, his skills quickly improved. During the following week, Jagang Jin also learned basic fighting techniques and how to deal with multiple enemies at once. Proper chi cultivation also made his ability to accumulate and use internal energy smoother. A week later, Unjang and Jagang Jin sat together while he was busily accumulating toxins. The boy looked at him with admiration. "I've sensed this since I first met you, but you really haven't rested for a single second, have you? Besides practicing sound arts, chi cultivation, and other martial arts, you spend all your remaining time collecting poisons." Jagang Jin continued to munch on grass while replying to Unjang, "Maybe it's because I'm a little anxious." Unjang tilted his head in confusion. "What?" Jagang Jin honestly recounted, "For 8 years I was trapped in the mine. I kept digging a way out without rest. Since getting out, I've always harbored a desire for revenge. That's why I feel anxious even if I rest for a second. After learning the chi cultivation method, my internal energy has significantly increased. It feels like I can reach the 5th level of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, but I still can't break through." Jagang Jin spoke while uncontrollably munching on large handfuls of grass. Unjang was about to say something, but Jagang Jin's uncontrolled eating surprised him, so he abruptly changed the subject. "Can you slow down a little?" Jagang Jin tilted his head in confusion while still chewing a thick handful of grass. Unjang chuckled and explained, "I can't keep up with your thoughts. Do you think just eating any kind of poison will increase your internal energy? Before, you were very picky about the poison you ate, but now you just see grass and put it in your mouth without hesitation." Hearing Unjang's innocent remark, Jagang Jin realized he had eaten all the grass within a 2-meter radius without paying attention, regardless of whether it was poisonous or not. Jagang Jin was stunned, realizing something was wrong. The problem was that he wasn't aware that he was being manipulated by hunger, and even after swallowing a lot of grass, he still felt ravenous. Jagang Jin looked at Unjang in shock. "Thank you, I almost got swallowed by the hunger demon." After Jagang Jin sought Bakshin's advice, he quickly pointed out the problem, the phantom demon god. Unjang trembled upon hearing the word demon. "Is it very scary?" Bakshin clicked his tongue in response. "Because the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art is a combination of martial arts from the Tibetan demonic cult, there will naturally be side effects caused by demonic arts. You can consider that demon your greatest fear." Unjang's back went cold, and he whimpered, "Hick, a demon, that's so scary." In contrast, Jagang Jin remained calm and thought carefully about what Bakshin had just said. He quickly realized that the strange creature he had seen in his dreams from a week ago was that demon. Bakshin continued to explain, "That thing is born from absorbing the fear from demonic arts. When you cultivate the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art, besides affecting your physical body, it also corrodes your mind." Jagang Jin swallowed nervously, but his eyes didn't show any fear. "Is there any way for me to overcome it?" Bakshin nodded. "All evil thoughts are born after your mouth is fed and your hunger is satisfied. It is said that if you empty your stomach by fasting, your body will feel refreshed and your mind clear." Then, he suggested that Jagang Jin cleanse his body, meaning purify his body through fasting, not bathing. To overcome the hunger, he could meditate and achieve enlightenment, the only way to escape the phantom demon god. Jagang Jin's hunger had reached an uncontrollable level, so the thought of enduring it made him tremble. However, he understood that this was no longer normal and he had to solve it while he still could. Jagang Jin immediately stopped all his training activities and went to a dark cave suggested by Bakshin. After taking a deep breath to gather his spirit, he quickly entered the cave without hesitation. Jagang Jin's figure was quickly swallowed by the darkness of the cave. Then, Bakshin began to move the large rock outside the cave entrance to seal it up. After a series of rumbling sounds that shook the ground and ended with a thud, the cave entrance was completely empty. Not even a cockroach could crawl through. Unjang nervously looked at the sealed cave door. "Will he be okay, master?" Bakshin replied with a smack. "Starving for a few days won't kill him." Moreover, he understood better than anyone that the best thing for Jagang Jin now was to fight the inner demon to survive. Otherwise, as he grew stronger, so would the demon, and he would certainly have no chance to fight it later. However, it wasn't that Bakshin wasn't worried about Jagang Jin, because once he failed, he wouldn't be able to continue cultivating the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. If he stubbornly continued, one day he would suffer from energy deviation. After entering the dark cave, Jagang Jin immediately began meditating. With intense concentration, he quickly entered a state of heightened awareness. Jagang Jin sensed that the space around him had changed. Like in a dream he'd seen many times before, the world of the Jade Cavern's 9 Illumination 5 Thunder demonic art. Jagang Jin looked into the darkness before him with a determined and challenging gaze. "Come, the phantom demon god." As he expected, the hungry demon quickly appeared, circling him, urging his mind to dwell on hunger and negativity. When the hungry demon opened its mouth, inside was a cosmic black hole that could swallow everything, similar to the emptiness Jagang Jin felt in his stomach at that moment. For 15 days after Jagang Jin entered the cave, Unjang kept watch outside day and night. Except for eating and using the restroom, the boy could barely take his eyes off the cave entrance out of worry. The more Unjang thought, the more panicked he became. He even imagined horrifying scenes of Jagang Jin. "Brother has been in there for 15 days, Venom Dragon brother, will everything be alright? Could he have been swallowed by the inner demon?" For the past 15 days, Jagang Jin had been struggling in a battle with himself. He was starving, gaunt. For the first time, he thought he might even eat his own limbs. The demon's temptation was truly great. Because Jagang Jin hadn't eaten for many days, his internal energy increase had stopped. It had even decreased by almost half. His mind became so unstable that he collapsed onto the cold ground. Jagang Jin's stomach churned as if something wanted to tear him apart from the inside. However, he forced himself to endure. In a moment of hazy consciousness, he grabbed some pebbles from the ground. He then chewed them without hesitation, finally regaining his clarity as a crunching sound echoed between his teeth. Jagang Jin told himself he must never yield to the phantom demon god. Before the hungry demon devoured his mind, he had to shift his focus. He then struggled to sit up in a meditative posture. The breathing technique Bakshin had taught Jagang Jin helped to calm his mind. Inhaling, exhaling, and holding his breath, these 3 simple steps brought him to a deep meditative state. As time passed, the pain lessened, and the mental hunger and thirst disappeared. While meditating, Jagang Jin thought about his enemies, those he planned to face. Sadly, Mangrio was absent, only Baek Li Ying and Tang Chung were present. He imagined his enemies' actions, their every move. He tried to simulate and fight against the illusions of his enemies in his mind. Jagang Jin had heard that many martial artists could achieve breakthroughs simply by fighting in their imaginations, so he focused intently on the illusory battles. Other desires and bodily functions disappeared, leaving his brain focused solely on thought. delving into battles against countless masters in Jagang Jin's mind. In the process, his internal energy became much deeper and purer. With the increased purity, he could generate comparable power even using less internal energy than 15 days prior. Outside the cave, Anjan was still anxiously waiting. Then, suddenly, the rock blocking the cave entrance shook, making Anjan jump. The boy had been instructed by Bakshin to watch carefully and report any movement immediately. So Anjan ran towards Bakshin, yelling as if the house was on fire, "Master, it seems Venom Dragon Brother is about to come out." Even after seeing Bakshin arrive, Anjan kept urging him anxiously, "Master, hurry, Venom Dragon Brother is about to come out." Bakshin calmly walked up the slope to the cave entrance. "Don't be hasty." Anjan continued yelling until he looked towards the cave entrance again. He fell silent, the large rock was shattered, and Jagang Jin had already emerged. Anjan trembled as he sensed the aura emanating from Jagang Jin, more terrifying than before. "Venom Dragon Brother, is that you?" Jagang Jin continued walking slowly, ignoring Anjan's worry. Even his gait had become strange, his head bowed, his back hunched, his arms hanging limp. He gave a chilling impression, like a resurrected corpse, with a poisonous aura that enveloped him like fog. Bakshin sensed something amiss and raised his staff, ready to attack. "Who are you?" Jagang Jin immediately raised his head, glaring at Bakshin like a bloodthirsty demon. The look startled even a seasoned warrior like him. Without hesitation, Bakshin attacked Jagang Jin, using his staff like a sword, swinging it towards his neck. Anjan didn't understand why Bakshin suddenly attacked and yelled to stop him. "Master, what are you doing?" However, the boy couldn't do anything in this situation. Luckily, Jagang Jin managed to block Bakshin's staff strike. A terrifying clash of internal energy erupted after the impact. Although Jagang Jin's internal energy had significantly decreased due to starvation, its increased purity compensated for the loss and made it even stronger. After a few seconds of exchanging internal energy, a slight smirk appeared on Jagang Jin's lips. He chuckled, looking at Bakshin's tense face as if the exchange had been amusing. "Come now, I am Jagang Jin." Bakshin also laughed cunningly. "That immense internal energy made me think the demon had taken over your mind." Jagang Jin declared with a bright smile, "I succeeded." At this point, Anjang finally breathed a sigh of relief and laughed with them. This was one of the rare occasions the boy had seen Jagang Jin intentionally make a joke, making him even happier. Bakshin, feeling relieved and satisfied, patted Jagang Jin's shoulder encouragingly. "That monster, even when encouraging others, he still likes to use such harsh words." After returning to the wooden house, Jagang Jin ate a little to avoid starving to death. Bakshin curiously asked, "Based on what just happened, it seems you've broken through to the 5th level, haven't you?" Jagang Jin didn't directly confirm but said with gratitude, thank you very much, Master." Bakshin understood. He smiled and searched for something in his bag. "Since you're about to leave, take this. It's a letter for you, sent from the Tang family. It must be from your wife." Then, Bakshin took out a neatly folded piece of paper and gave it to Jagang Jin. Jagang Jin received the letter with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety. He quickly opened the letter, but only 2 words were written inside: summer water. He silently looked at the paper. It was hard to understand the meaning of these 2 mysterious words. Bakshin honestly asked Jagang Jin, "We don't understand the message. Do you know what it means? It seems to have been sent urgently, so there are only 2 characters. Jagang Jin pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't understand either. Although I don't understand its meaning, I don't think she would send a meaningless message, and one thing is certain, I must hurry to get there before summer arrives." Having said that, Jagang Jin carefully put the letter in his chest pocket. After that, he hurriedly packed his things, making Bakshin a bit surprised. "Are you planning on leaving?" Jagang Jin immediately nodded. "Yes, I have to leave the tree to see the whole forest." Bakshin thoughtfully looked at Jagang Jin's back and muttered something that only he could hear. "Seeing the whole forest, now I understand why my junior brother is interested in you. Go, the vast world out there awaits you." Jagang Jin and Anjang couldn't hear Bakshin's whispers. They only waved goodbye with bright smiles, wishing each other good luck and promising to meet again. After a few days, Jagang Jin returned to Annam. He visited every pharmaceutical sect there to investigate, but couldn't find any useful clues. Not even a piece of paper remained, as if someone was trying to erase all traces. The only place he hadn't been to was the Iron Umbrella sect. It was abandoned, with scattered bloodstains that seemed to have faded over the years. Standing before the ruins of the Iron Umbrella sect, Jagang Jin wished he had asked for more information earlier, but at that time, he didn't have time to think about everything and was solely focused on revenge. Looking at the closed gate of the Iron Umbrella sect, Jagang Jin thought, the sect leader knew the truth. It would be great if something remained here. Then, he searched inside the manor, but found nothing. Jagang Jin was about to give up when he heard a sound from an outbuilding. Inside, many people were laughing and talking merrily, but they didn't look like members of the Iron Umbrella sect. After a sigh, Jagang Jin threw open the door and entered without hesitation. As soon as they saw him, the people inside immediately drew their swords and demanded, "Who are you?" Jagang Jin didn't answer, but looked around, estimating their number and guessing their identities to see if they were the ones trying to erase the evidence. The people in the room became furious at Jagang Jin's attitude. "Are you deaf?" one shouted. Jagang Jin unexpectedly countered, "Is this the Iron Umbrella sect?" The thugs pointed their swords at Jagang Jin. "What?" He calmly assessed them with sharp eyes. "But you don't look like members of the Iron Umbrella sect." The men, increasingly impatient, yelled, "Tell us why you're here." Just as the tension reached its peak, a burly man in the corner spoke up. "You're too late to find the Iron Umbrella sect. It was destroyed a year and a half ago." The culprit was the infamous Venom dragon. The gang leader spoke casually, unaware that the Venom dragon he feared was standing before him. Jagang Jin had no intention of revealing his identity and simply mumbled, "I understand." Then, he recalled what the Iron Umbrella sect leader had said and hoped to find some remaining clues here, as it seemed the people who erased the evidence hadn't infiltrated this place yet. Jagang Jin patiently asked the gang leader, "What about the Iron Umbrella sect's belongings and records? Did you touch them?" The leader stood up, axe slung over his shoulder. "Why should I tell you? Don't you understand? From the moment you stepped into the Iron Umbrella sect, your luck has run out. You should speak nicely when facing death." With that, the leader aggressively approached Jagang Jin with his axe. But he never expected it would be the biggest mistake of his life. Soon after, a massacre stained the room red. Finally, Jagang Jin grabbed the leader's head and interrogated him, forcing him to confess what he did with the documents. "We sold them all to the black market." Jagang Jin, having never dealt with the black market, asked, "The black market, is there any way to get them back?" The leader replied, "Things related to Miram's sects gather in Chongqing. You might find clues if you visit the black market there." Jagang Jin silently memorized the name Chongqing, but the leader unexpectedly asked, "Are you with them, those who came here a few days ago looking for the Iron Umbrella sect's belongings?" Jagang Jin, wanting to know who was trying to erase the evidence, seized the opportunity to ask, "Who are they?" The leader stammered, "They said they were from the north." Jagang Jin frowned in doubt. "The north? Why would people from the north come all the way to Annam to look for relics of extinct sects?" Jagang Jin was sure something was amiss, but the fragmented clues frustrated him, causing him to clench his teeth in annoyance. That night, spring rain poured down heavily. The rain poured down on the Tang family manor, but despite the unsuitable weather, someone who rarely left the manor was secretly going somewhere. The sound of shuffling footsteps followed the patter of rain on the floor. Intermingling voices rose in a brightly lit room. "Are you all gathered? The closest one is always the last to arrive. Perhaps next time we should meet in Guangdong." The door opened, and a familiar voice echoed, "I hope you haven't forgotten I'm the busiest person here." The newcomer was Hades Tang Chung. He appeared with a fierce, sullen look due to the unpleasant weather. As Tang Chung entered, a fire burned on the floor, and 5 people sat around it. Although some hid their faces, they were all elders. A woman's mocking voice echoed, "The whole world knows Hades handles his affairs meticulously." The remark targeted Tang Chung's recent mistakes, which were being gossiped about throughout Jianghu. The 6th person had arrived. The 6 kings meeting could begin. Among them, only one was a woman, the Pleasure Heaven leader, Hazian. Tang Chung replied to Hazian in a sharp tone. "What do you mean?" The woman bluntly questioned. "Why did you make a deal with the Miram Alliance?" Tang Chung retorted, "Don't worry, I haven't given up yet." Coal Mine Coalition Chief, Tok Taean, interjected, "But didn't you do something noteworthy without a justifiable reason? What will you do with those seeds of doubt?" Tang Chung coldly retorted, "Don't you know that recently, everyone is vying for the position of alliance leader in the Miram Alliance? This turn of events is even better." Langzhong's leader, Baek No Kyung, looked at Tang Chung with disbelief. Don't forget, if this fails, the Tang family is responsible." Vienna's master, Sa Yang Hyun, added with a provocative look, "Actually, besides that, we still have many other things to discuss at today's meeting." Tang Chung let out an annoyed sigh filled with resentment. "It seems you've gathered here today to interrogate me. If you insist on knowing, I'll tell you everything." Leper Assassin Corp Commander, Na Beam, showed himself to be the most magnanimous with a gentle smile. No need to rush, the Six Kings meeting has just begun, let's discuss this calmly. Then, Na Beam decided to bring up the first topic of the meeting. Let's start with the first issue, Venom Dragon. How do we deal with him? Tang Chung gave a wry smile. You mean that brat is skillful enough to be discussed here? However, the others seem to take the matter of Jagong Jin very seriously. Venom Dragon is involved too deeply in our affairs. His actions keep causing trouble. That's something I don't want at all. There are rumors that Venom Dragon caused the rift between the Tang family and the Ame sect. Isn't that so? Questions continued to arise, and the eyes of these top figures clearly showed their intention to quickly deal with the threat of Jagong Jin.